Hello and good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It is about time for everyone to take a seat. Oh, and just like that, the room got quiet. I was never a school teacher, but I think my teachers back in my school days would have appreciated this immediate silence that just took over. So good morning. I am Michelle Lincoln. I am the chair of the South Florida Regional Planning Council, and it is an honor to be here in front of everyone today. And so before we get started, is there an American flag? Do we have one that we throw up on the screen? And if not, my earrings are actually the flag. This is called improvising right here. If we could all please stand and do a pledge of allegiance. Oh, wonderful. Let's do that. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. So before we get started with today's wonderful program, we would be remiss if we didn't stop and take a moment of silence in honor and memory of 9/11, a day we will never forget, and we will always honor the memory of the victims of that day and the tragedy that lived on for all of their families that carried on. And likewise with the useless tragedy that occurred yesterday with the assassination of a public figure, and that of all of the useless deaths that are occurring across our nation. So if we could just have one moment to honor. Thank you so much. And with that, I would like to express our gratitude to the Broward Center of Performing Arts for hosting our event. This is just such a beautiful, lovely venue, and we just would like to say thank you. I also would like to say thank you to Chair Geller, who has been so instrumental in everything that has to do with South Florida Regional Planning Council and with the CEDS Strategy Committee, and for all of his hard work and his committee members' hard work to develop the business case on the tourist, or excuse me, transit-oriented communities. I've had tourism on my mind all day, with affordable and workforce housing, which is the subject of today's conference. I would also like to thank the South Florida Regional Planning Council staff who've done such an amazing job organizing this event. And if I call your name, would you please stand, Director Cosio Carbello? Thank you so much. Arada Agloli, Katie Lurch, Rebecca Landsman, if you all could please stand, Christina Miskis, Randy Gishazo, and Leo Soldi. I just cannot get all these names down. I'm from Kentucky. But thank you, everyone, for doing what you've done to make today's program so exciting. I also would like to thank our speakers who are going to be participating for being here today, and want to thank our sponsors who have helped make this event possible. That would include our silver sponsors of Atlantic Pacific Companies and Freebie, and for all of their support, our bronze level sponsors, which is Pinnacle and Tai Lin. If you all could please stand to be recognized, we would like to thank you. Thank you. Thank you to Miami-Dade, Broward, and Monroe counties who make events like this possible through their steadfast support of the South Florida Regional Planning Council. Lastly, I would like to thank APA Florida for partnering with us in providing our AICP credits. I would also like to acknowledge the council members and ex officio members from the South Florida Regional Planning Council, and Tom Lanahan, our executive director of the TCRPC, and staff, and to all of the elected officials in the room. If you all could please just stand really quick so we can acknowledge you. Thank you so much. Okay, housekeeping items. Please scan the QR codes found on the agenda so that you may read the full bios of each speaker and the CEDS business case report. All of the presentations today will be posted on our website after the event. There are sign-in sheets. Please make sure you have signed in, especially if you are looking for continuing ed credit. The speaker questions. So staff will be available with a microphone. So when there is one of the breakout sessions, if there's a question you might have afterwards, raise your hand and someone will get to you with a microphone. So why are we here today? Well, I believe we are here today to work on a vision for transit-oriented communities in South Florida, as this is the pathway to make all the puzzle pieces fit together for making a community vibrant and strong and healthy and to work efficiently. It's nice if you could live right where you work or have the ability to have safe, clean transit to get you to where you do work or to get you out and about in your community. And this has been an extremely important topic for everyone in this room. And so we're excited today to be able to have everyone here to do what we do best, which is exchange ideas. Because when you exchange ideas, you leave with an aha, and then you can take that back to where you are and create that aha-ism in your community. So without further ado, I would like to turn the floor over to the Honorable Steve Geller, Broward County Commissioner, District 5, former state senator, former immediate past chair of the South Florida Regional Planning Council. I could stay here probably all day and just talk about how wonderful the Honorable Steve Geller is, but instead I will let him have the microphone.
Thank you, Michelle. And I will add that if you looked at her bio and my bio, you'll find they're each about that long. So thank you, Michelle. I'd like to welcome everybody here today. The South Florida Regional Planning Council is I'm going to try and get this straight, I should have practiced this, economic, we are the Economic Development District. I keep wanting to, that's where I get confused, of the Small Business of U.S. Department of Commerce. See, Isabel is feeding this to me. Small, right, small business, whatever we are, but we are responsible for the creation every 5 years and then the annual updates of the SEDS, the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy Committee for South Florida. Our jurisdiction, of course, is Monroe, Dade, and Broward. Tom Lanahan, Tom is the executive director of the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, which has the same responsibilities for Palm Beach, Martin, Indian River, and St. Lucie counties. And even though this is just a South Florida SFRPC meeting, we always invite Tom and we meet on a regular basis, joint meetings with the Treasure Coast RPC for two reasons. Number one, when you combine our populations, we're somewhere around a quarter to a third of the population of the state, just in the two RPCs. And secondly, it's hard to do regional planning. We are Dade, Broward, Palm Beach are one census tract under the U.S. Federal government, so it's hard to do a lot of our data gathering includes Palm Beach. But one of the things that we were looking at that we kept hearing from the business community was affordable housing issues. And Ralph, where are you? Ralph Stone is our Broward County's housing guru. We've had a bunch of meetings with we've had, for example, the mayors of Dade, Broward, Palm Beach. We had Monroe County involved, all dealing with the affordable housing issue. You can't really discuss that without discussing transit-oriented development. And I'm going to give you just a couple of the questions we're going to get today. And the answers are hopefully we'll be finding out over the next 5 or 6 hours. But first question is simply, what is TOD? Transit-oriented development. Well, that one I could answer. That's basically putting the development and along the transit corridors and specifically, preferably with rail. And why is TOD important? Well, a couple of reasons, but mostly affordability for housing. When you look at the average budget, housing is the single largest component. The second largest is transit. If you can combine those two together by putting the housing in the transit nodes where people are able to use mass transit or walk in mixed-use development, you dramatically can lower their overall housing cost because you're combining the housing and the transit. Also, it's easier to put the density on the transit lines because, again, we're going to need the densities, and you need to figure out, where to put it. But that's easier said than done. I don't know the numbers in all of the counties. I do know the numbers in Broward, and I got them from Ralph Stone, so they must be correct. Broward, over the last 5 years and the last 25 years, has been growing on average around 14,000 people a year on average. The current housing, and this number has gone down each year, but the current housing is about 2.1 people per housing unit. It used to be people had larger families, you have more people living alone, but so it's around 2.1, and I'm not that good in math, so I'm going to round it to 2.0, because even not being that good in math, I can divide 14,000 by 2. So we need here in Broward, and Dade and Palm Beach are the same. Monroe has its own unique needs because it's the one road. But the we need 7,000 housing units a year just to keep up with population growth. Now, I've been in government since the 1980s. I was elected to the Florida legislature in 1988. I've changed a lot of laws and a lot of ordinances. I cannot change the law of supply and demand. If we have more housing units, then supply and demand will drive the price down. If we have fewer housing units, well, if supply and demand is going to drive prices up, and there's nothing, I don't care what the mayoral candidate in New York is saying, there is nothing government can do that's going to overcome the law of supply and demand. So we need the additional housing, and Monroe, Dade, Broward, Palm Beach all have the same problem. If you're located out in Dallas, as long as there's water, you can just keep sprawling outwards. In the Monroe, Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, we have sharks to the east and alligators to the west. North and south, at least from Broward, are fully developed. There's really one. Dade has the urban services boundary, urban development boundary. Palm Beach has the ag reserve, but that's a little area. We're basically fully developed in all of these areas. There's really one place left to add your housing, straight up. So we know we need additional density, and the employers, and I hope there's a good number of employers here today, because they've been telling us that housing is one of their biggest issues. So we need to figure out how we do this, and we really need transit-oriented development. It's the best way of doing it. But there are problems with TOD, and we're going to hear about these and hopefully some solutions later today. Number one is the first letter in TOD is T, transit. Well, we don't have the rail lines here that they do in a lot of cities, the older cities, Atlanta, New York, Boston. Those rail lines went in when they were first building railroads. It's very hard in a developed community to add additional rail lines because of the disruptions. We have 2 railroad tracks here in South Florida, the FEC and the one that Tri-Rail runs on, CSX. Those are the only 2 rail lines we have. There's always discussion about east-west, but it's very difficult to build. Dade has done an admirable job with their Metro Rail and Metro Mover, but that's over a relatively small area. So putting the transit in is one of the problems. Secondly is land assemblage. It's always a problem to assemble the land. You need density to make this work, but a lot of our voters have a just knee-jerk reaction that they're opposed to density. So you need to do the land assemblage, you need to do the land use changes, you need to convince the voters that the density and mixed use are desirable. There's a question on cost. How are you going to pay for all of this? And there's a lot of ideas, and we're going to be discussing some today. And the final question is, we all are aware that we've read about the financial issues with Tri-Rail. On the Coastal Link, I am still not convinced it's ever going to be built. And I know that's heresy to say that, but we still haven't figured out how we're getting over, under, around, or through the new river. FEC and Brightline are suing each other. Broward County has never reached an agreement with any of them on how much we're willing to pay. Nobody has shown us any financial projections, and President Trump doesn't like rail. Whatever transit money there is, he wants to put towards building roads. So Maybe we'll build it, maybe we won't. Can we have TOD without the T by using dedicated bus lines and things of that nature? I don't know, but those are the things that we're going to be discussing today. And our first speaker, who's going to give you an overview on this, has really done an admirable job in his research. Randy DeShazo, who joined us about, what was it, a year and a half ago, give or take, is the deputy director and director of economic development and research. He oversees economic development programs for the SFRPC with more than 20 years of experience in urban and regional planning. Randy has worked in local governments and for regional and transportation planning organizations in Florida, California, and Illinois. Does a great job at data analysis and economic forecasting. Let me introduce you to the Deputy Director of the SFRPC, Randy DeShazo.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you for the introduction. I'm going to try to make sure I understand how to use this device. I assume the green button means go. Got it. All right, thank you. So every year, the Southeast Florida regional economy loses billions of dollars in business revenue, income, business opportunity for residents due to the high cost of housing and transportation. So the lack of workers, missed business opportunities, all of these continue to roll over. And the question that we're going to ask is, how do we better engage the business community in persuading the public of the stakes that we are facing? So to kind of help situate where we are, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm very interested in knowing a little bit more about your one-way routine commute to work. So out of everybody in the room, how many of you, and remote workers, you stay out of this, how many of you drive 15 minutes or more to get to work? Please raise your hands. All right, fair enough. Okay, please keep them up. So of this group, how many drive more than 30 minutes? Okay, I'm seeing a lot of hands. Now, what about 45 minutes? All right, 60? No. All right. So this is an important, okay. Well, I want to make sure I acknowledge the person in the back. Thank you. So this concept of people have a certain willingness or tolerance for driving to work is called a commute time tolerance. And it's a very important concept, and I'd like you to keep it in your minds as we go forward. The other question I had is, of people who are employers here, how many in the last year have lost a candidate due to the high cost of transportation or housing? Anybody? Yep, a couple in the back. All right. So basically, we framed the problem here. Long commutes are related to high housing costs. Together, these drive greater hiring challenges. So we can say that connected problems need connected solutions. Let's quantify this dual challenge here. Oh, that's my first slide. All right. Missed that. Okay. So the graphic here on the right, I have to twist this way. You can call this the hamster wheel of negative feedback. And what is going on here is that we drive until we qualify, as the phrase goes, and we add more trips to the network as we continue to extend our search further and further out, at least in many urbanized areas, looking for better paying jobs to stay ahead of the cost of living. And in our metropolitan area, that gives us the 6th highest congested travel times in the United States, and pretty good ranking worldwide. And that's roughly congested time travel is as close to double, not quite, of the national average. So that's a lot, especially when you consider that time is money. This affects two-earner households, especially because they have to figure out where to locate housing versus where their jobs are. It has also impacted greatly certain segments of our working population. And younger folks, 20 to 34 especially, have actually been declining as a share of the population. They are leaving the area. They are seeking work elsewhere. It also affects even an older set of South Florida residents. 45 to 59-year-olds also seem to have been shrinking in recent years. So to go back to a point that the senator raised earlier, and I talk a little bit about how that household spending decisions affect everything else that we do. So what you see here is this nice little wheel here showing the distribution of the typical household in our region between housing, transportation, and everything else. Everything else is 47% in the gray. That means 53% of our spending typically goes to housing and transportation costs. Now, 53% is a pretty big number. It's the highest among the 20th largest metros in the United States. And when you talk to people who are in the business of mortgages, people who essentially set the norms of how much we should be spending on housing and transportation, they often will say, well, you should be spending not much more than 30% of your income on housing, about 15% on transportation, again, as the senator mentioned in passing before. Now, let's pretend that we wake up tomorrow and discover that we suddenly reverted to the national norm. For the average household, and for those at 80% of area median income, it's much more drastic. But for the average household, that's about an extra $6,100 a year. And if you were to imagine that spreading across the region, we're talking about $14 billion and some change a year. Now, it's a theoretical number. We won't ever actually see that $14 billion. Imagine it just sitting on the table just out of reach. But there are ways to think about how do we approach the issue on an incremental basis. Like, what is the next step? What can we actually start thinking about achieving? All right, so this is a fun graph. Take me at my word here. All right, so down at the bottom are what we'll call commute time intervals. So this is Florida data. This is statewide data. And so there's a certain percentage of people who are driving alone and people are taking public transportation for each of these intervals, less than 10 minutes and 5-minute intervals up to 60 minutes or more. Now in Florida, solo drivers tend to cluster around that 34 minutes and a little bit lower. And then it starts to drop off drastically after 35 minutes going into the upper end of what we've measured. And that is a good example of what that commute time tolerance would look like. For those of us who are riding the bus or taking public transport generally, then you can see it really spikes up at around 60 minutes. So one of the other key concepts I want to talk about here is the idea of what the value of public transit is and what its economic impact can be, especially when we think of our goal here of shrinking the amount of time people who are taking public transit to make it more competitive with people who are solo driving. It's not an easy challenge, but it's something that at least base some of our goals around. One thing that I would mention is that there have been a lot of studies on this particular issue, and the overall research perspective is that jobs access is one of the greatest advantages that transit provides, and that it's been shown across studies across the United States that increases in that labor access, and I'll give you a working definition to run with, will lower unemployment. There was a study in Chicago that looked at that. It improves access to rental properties in Sacramento and across the United States. It's been shown to increase personal income and overall better job matching. And so to think of it in a kind of more a tangible sense is that every time you go down a step of how long it takes you, there are more and more jobs available to you. that's an increase in jobs access. So that means that you have more jobs within TOD. It means that you have more jobs in certain corridors where you have high quality transit. So that is part of what the strategy is. That is part of like the overall vision of what the business case might be. And for our region, for the South Florida counties, when we originally looked at this, we anticipated that each 1% gain in the number of jobs that are within that commutable tolerance time is about the equivalent of $1.3 billion in additional personal income for all households. Once you throw in Palm Beach, it's closer to $1.7 billion. Rolda? Okay. 5 minutes. Okay, you're telling me 5 minutes. Sorry. All right. So it looks like my slides are congesting up the flow of the day here. So I'm going to kind of like pick it up a little bit. All right. So TOD is a tool. I've already kind of hit labor access pretty hard in my talk today. Property values. This is another key point that it's been shown over and over again that especially in more mature systems and larger metro areas, access to transit, easy access to transit can add a 10 to 15% premium onto residential and even commercial properties. Here it's a bit lower, a couple of points of a premium that's added to property, but it's still visible. And as we continue to develop TOD and increase the overall reach of the transit network, then those property values will rise as a result of access to transit. All right. So I always have a eye test slide. So it doesn't matter if you close your left eye or your right eye, it's going to be hard for you to make all of this stuff out. But the idea is to kind of map out how complicated the decisions are that developers face in thinking about what the overall decisions that they have to make to get to a point of whether to invest or not. All right. So this is one of those decision points with maybe a little bit more detail, and I'm hoping you can at least see some of that detail. So in thinking about TOD, one thing that you might want to consider, one value you might have is increasing the number of affordable units, which you either cross-subsidize from other units or that you have to subsidize from ground floor leases. So that goes from very high, where you typically have to have luxury boutiques, large anchor stores, urban food malls. That's great, but if one of your other goals is to ensure that there are local retailers, that's a very hard thing to do. So one is on the left-hand side is the down escalator of rent, and on the right-hand side is how important it is going up to have local retailer fees of local retailers in your structure. With local retailers, you tend to get less of a return, and you need to look for that subsidy somewhere else. And I'm going to start wrapping it up here. So we have a number of approaches to overcome the barriers towards TOD. And I know we'll be talking about this in much greater detail a little bit later. And then, of course, all of the policies as well. Again, I'm going to kind of zip past this. And then just to kind of highlight a few of the successes in TOD in recent years. So Dayland envisioned an Eastward Ho, but has become very successful due to phasing and strategic planning, creating a walkable high-rise district anchored by transit. And so this is like a recurring theme here, why all of this fits together. In the Uptown Village, it was instrumental in revitalizing a commercial corridor, and there's a pedestrian focus with links to the Cypress Creek Tri-Rail stop. And then we have new mixed projects starting up soon. In Boca Raton, the colony, much in the news recently, among other things, it's joint development, and among other things, offers a substantial fare discount on Tri-Rail. So this is in addition to added commuter parking and integration with other plans in the immediate area. So I'm going to get to recommendations. All of this is kind of mom and apple pie for, I think, many of you, to like think about how we integrate parking when it's necessary, encouraging active transportation, and that targeted transit and stationary investments. I will mention one thing that I feel is really important here is that we always have to have a sense of place, and that we need to always think about human scale design, and avoid traffic-led planning. It's about people on the street, eyes on the street, activity. That's what makes a neighborhood, that's what makes a community, and that's where we need to always come back to. All right, so our goal today is to equip public officials and everybody else with information needed to enhance collaboration for our stakeholders on all of these different issues of increasing the housing and making transit as attractive and as convenient as single occupancy vehicles, along with the other high goals of funding and improved job access. So that's it. Thank you. Questions?
If anyone has any questions, just look for my hand. I guess not.
Okay, Randy, thank you so very much. I think you could have spent the whole day and spread all those slides out. That's a lot of information. So we're going to move on to our first session of the morning, and the topic will be building a regional economy development around transit. This session will invite major employers and business leaders to explore the economic benefits of transit-oriented development that connect people to jobs, services, and activities. Benefits will be evaluated, such as opportunities to enhance housing affordability, labor market accessibility, growth in vital economic sectors, and job creation. Speakers will also be invited to discuss how the business community can advocate for policies to support the transit-oriented development. And we all know how important it is for our community to be engaged and agree with what this growth would look like. So the first person I would like to introduce would be Mrs. Sandra VZ Einhorn. She is the chair of the Florida Housing Finance Corporation and the executive director of the Coordinating Council of Broward. The CCB works to address systematic change to some of Broward's most critical issues. She also serves as the executive director of the nonprofit Executive Alliance of Broward, which is a coalition of more than 150 nonprofit CEOs working together for shared advocacy, increased education, and collaboration. She brings her strengths in operation, data analysis, crisis communication, public speaking, strategic alliances, relationship building, writing, and advocacy to all of those roles. So if Sandra and the panelists for session one could please come on up to the stage right now, so we may begin session one. Sandra, thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Microphone turns on. They're all at the moment. All right, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to ask each of you to briefly introduce yourselves first, and then we will get into our questions. We will start here with Bob. If you could please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Thank you very much, Sandra. My name is Bob Swindell. I serve as president and CEO of the Greater Fort Lauderdale Alliance. We are the official economic development organization for Broward County.
Good morning. My name is Rod Miller. I'm president and CEO of the Miami-Dade Beacon Council. We're the economic development organization for Miami-Dade County.
And good morning, JC Lascano, Vice President for American Airlines in Miami. I started with them 31 years ago, right in Miami. So South Florida, and I am a proud board chair with Rod over at Economic Development.
And I'm Teddy Letellier, Sustainability Director for the University of Miami, mostly focused on the Coral Gables campus.
Excellent. And so I'll also then brag that I'm a proud board member of the Greater Fort Lauderdale Alliance. We are going to have a great conversation this morning, and I want to encourage our panelists, as we did when we had our prep call, that just because the question might not be yours, please feel free to weigh in. And Teddy, I'm actually going to start with you because I know that you have one slide. If we could cue up, there we go. So Teddy, my first question for you is, could you give us an overview of the University of Miami's position on transit and alternative mobility?
Thanks, Sandra. Thank you for having me today. Very honored to be here. The slide is really just an example of all the options we have for alternative mobility at UM. Been there for 10 years. The university was founded in 1925. There was no transit issue at the time, but it's situated definitely on probably the highest transit corridor in South Dade, US 1, along the Metro Rail. We have the University Metro Rail station right in front of us, metro buses. So from the start, the university really prioritized mass transit, alternative mobility, walkability, biking as a priority. And also today, our strategic plan is really focused on reducing the single-use vehicle, single occupancy vehicle trips on campus, on and from campus. So that's a commitment we have. And one of the first commitment has been through what is dear to me, sustainability. I track carbon emissions. So we signed an agreement, a commitment in 2007 with Second Nature, like most higher education institution actually, to become carbon neutral by 2050. That's at the time, at least the idea was to get there by building green. So I'm sure everybody knows here the U.S. Green Building Council. So we have a mandate to build only LEED silver at a minimum. Most of our buildings right now are gold, and many of the residence colleges are gold. And as you probably know, mobility and connectivity are one of those two credits in the certification that are really important. And so that's what we address first, right? In terms of like more recent commitment, I wasn't there at the time, but something that really helped, go away from that single occupant vehicle tema is really the two things, mostly the partnership with local authorities, local government to create a discount program for mass transit. So that's something that we have for students, 50%. And then for staff and faculty, it's based on salary, but also some discounts. We even have something that extend to further than Miami-Dade with the Bright Line. So we have some advantages also with the Bright Line. And then the other thing that really was a game changer, I would say, at UM at the time, it was the restriction for parking permit for first-year students. So freshmen at UM that are residents cannot really have a vehicle on campus. Maybe some of them have it parked somewhere, I don't know, but they cannot do that. So that's been a very helpful for that first goal of our strategy, but also for safety, for parking, because we're in a landlocked area, so it's very difficult to create more parkings. And some other initiatives that kind of trickled from that first game changer is basically if those students don't have a vehicle, how do they discover the city? They come from outside the state. Sometimes they really want to live the life, right? So explore, and that's linked to economic growth, obviously. We'll talk about that later, I'm guessing. So what do they do if they don't have a vehicle? So we have a lot of options for them. So we have, obviously, mass transit, I mentioned it, but also something that is the Hurricane Shuttle. So it goes around campus, meaning really close to housing that are not on campus but close to campus that don't where a lot of our seniors live, for instance. The shuttle is also going to the Virginia Key campus, Rosenstiel campus, and have a stop at Vizcaya, so they also can go there just for free. And the other thing that was a student initiative, actually, that recently was launched is a freebie, because the shuttle runs during the day mostly, but what happened at night, because that's when students want to leave. So at night, now they have a freebie service, freebies in the room. It's seven days a week, from 7 p.m. to 4 a.m., and it's also free. So it's a good way for them to be able to know the neighborhoods, the community, and at no cost. Well, there is a cost, but they don't pay for it. So that's very helpful. Some other initiatives are obviously biking. We maybe I'll get back to it, but yeah, a lot of different things that you can see on the slide that are really helping our residents to explore and also help with the economic growth around our campus.
Great, thank you so much. JC, the next question is for you. Travel, tourism, and the service industry is the epicenter of Miami-Dade. And JC, you're definitely at the helm of that by leading American Airlines Miami operations. With over 15,000 employees, you're needing to recruit far and wide to ensure that you've got operations properly staffed 24/7. And as someone that flies through Miami on American, thank you for that. But not everyone that works at American, at MIA, has a car, or as you said when we spoke earlier, has the ability to afford the commute, such as parents with kids at home or folks that have other needs that they need to focus on. How do you work with your employees and the community to broaden awareness of this? And the second part of that question is, what needs to be done to make sure airline employees have reliable transportation options, recognizing that for them to get up and work on time means those planes leave on time?
Thank you. I hope everybody gets the opportunity to travel, and most of us travel for tourism reasons or fun or vacations, but it is really important for trade and commerce. The economic impact that MIA brings is, it is Miami-Dade County's #1 economic engine. But just to kind of, bring it down a little bit, American Airlines impact and Miami International is $21.3 billion. The payroll of those 15,000 employees alone is $1.9 billion. So I want you to think about this massive machine that's going to move 430 flights this December and what it takes to keep that machine going. You need staff, you need third-party vendors, you need TSA, you need CBP. So it's not just the direct employees of the entity itself. It's this holistic kind of ecosystem. These are frontline workers. They have to be able to get to work. And mass transit is really an important part of this. So we encourage and we offset costs. We have ridership programs with Tri-Rail, same thing with Brightline. We have carpooling programs to give discounts and free taxi rides for those that want to be part of that carpooling. I want you to think about how important mass transit is when everybody's hunkering down for a storm. People need to fly out and move through that airport. And you need all of those essential workers. We don't think about it, but airline workers are essential workers. And mass transit begins to shut down at certain wind speeds. And when that happens, I have to literally plan for the next several days what the operation is going to look like, forecasting how many team members, not just direct for the airline, but that support that ecosystem will be able to make it to the airport to support those that want to leave, those that need to transit through, those that are escaping some probably storm throughout the Caribbean. So public transportation is incredibly important. Parking, affordable parking, and available parking at an airport for the people that support the airport infrastructure is incredibly important. And so MIA is about to finish a brand new parking garage that'll help alleviate some of the traffic, but being able to provide team members the opportunity to park, we pay for team member parking. We don't believe that's a cost that should be borne by the person that's having to travel, having to commute, then get on a bus to then have to go to the airport terminal to be there. So supporting the opportunities for people to be able to get to this one location that you call Miami International is really important. Mass transit is an incredibly important component of that.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Bob, we are going to switch over to you. when you're working with companies that are considering a new facility or expanding an existing presence here in Broward County, and the conversation turns to traffic and transit, what are companies most interested in?
So I'll use a recent case study as an example of the conversation we had. The company's called ATI. They're publicly traded, based in Texas, and they do three-dimensional manufacturing, right? So they do additive manufacturing. They do work for airlines, aerospace, and the Department of Defense. As we're working with them on locations, we were competing with Texas. Texas is pretty aggressive. I wasn't sure that we would get it in Broward County. Ultimately, we did. But one of the key things that they asked us to provide for them, they narrowed it down to 3 sites in Broward County, and they asked us to give them demographics 5-mile and 10-mile radiuses from these sites. And it was primarily around the cost of housing, right? So, what's available for their employees as they're recruiting people in. They're moving several people from Connecticut. So, Connecticut is not inexpensive, but finding homes in Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, and then what they would be able to use as recruitment tools. The site they ended up selecting was a brand new 130,000 square foot building in Margate. And one of the things that attracted them to Margate was the housing inventory that was there. In Margate, North Lauderdale, the surrounding communities, older homes that had been renovated, had the opportunity to be renovated, but they were great houses for their employees to be able to select from. But it was important for them that they were within 5 miles of the work location. Again, we want to make sure that the mass transit is an important component of this. We're building out our network with things like Primo to create a better experience for people taking our public bus system. But their confidence level was more aligned to, I'm 5 miles away, maybe 8 miles away. My wife can drop me off if we have one car. I can go to work and then she can go to her job. But that proximity to their employment center was really important for them. And that's ultimately what drove their decision. And this is a brand new 130,000 square foot facility, amazing technology they're employing there. They've got machines that are almost 2 stories tall that are making aerospace, aviation, and mostly Defense Department work right now. So it's an incredible facility. It's the latest type of manufacturing and technology. It's a great win for Broward because we've got some companies in this area that are doing that. And again, that's sort of what attracts these manufacturing companies. If you have an existing talent base of workers that are doing something similar, or they've got competitors that are in the area, they don't fear another competitor coming into the market, and the companies that are here don't. It's more that we've got more people interested in this career and this career path. So again, Broward College, our high schools begin talking about this, and we take brace advisors out to tour these facilities so they can actually advise students, like, these jobs are available. You may not think that we're doing advanced manufacturing in Broward County, but we are, and we're doing it in incredible ways with cutting edge technology. So, being close, and that's just one example. What we found was, as companies talked about locating, and this has been a conversation that hasn't just happened over the last 5 years. This has been 20 years at the Alliance. When somebody's relocating and they say, the owner is very sincere. I've got an accounts payable manager. She makes $70,000 a year. She's got 2 kids. She's a single parent. I want her to relocate to our new offices in Broward County. But if your average home price is $400,000, I'm doing the math. Where is she going to live? She's going to have to live farther away from the office to afford something further out west or further north. It makes that conversation really difficult. And there's not a whole lot that we can do as an economic development organization other than encouraging our cities to create those transit routes, especially along dense corridors.
Great, thank you so much. Rod.
Real quick, I want to check, Bob, congratulations on that win. And that's a really interesting story. I wanted to emphasize something I may have missed. Those 15,000 employees that may work at Miami International, I want you to think about a good portion of them that live in Broward County, and there's another portion of them that live in Palm Beach County. And so this tri-county approach to solving is really important. We're not getting away from this. It's actually growing even more because of affordability. And so this December schedule, we're adding another 270 jobs. We're going to close down a bunch of conference rooms just to be able to do all the interviews, bring people online really fast. Half of the applicants are from Broward County to go work at MIA.
Agreed. The regionalism is certainly critical. Rod, employment hubs and transit, we know are deeply linked. How can Miami's major employment centers be better integrated into regional transit planning? And what would that mean for commute times and economic growth?
Thanks for the question. I'm going to kind of just build on kind of what's happened across the panel. There are a few things that I think are really important to focus on. One is this idea that everyone's talked about people, right? And so the number one driver of investment decisions by companies are access to talent with the capabilities, the skills, et cetera, to help them be productive. And now as the South Florida markets continue to grow, we're competing a lot with, New York, Chicago, these big markets that have really advanced transit systems. What does that mean? That means that someone can live in New York and live an hour and a half away from work and work in New York and go into the city every day. For us to remain competitive, we've got to figure out how do we ensure that there's access to the major employment hubs and corridors and that we're being intentional about it. So some of the things that are important, I think we need to prioritize direct transit connections to top job centers. So in Miami-Dade County, we probably have less than 10, probably 7 or 8 major job centers. We need to prioritize access from where people live to those job centers. That's very, very important. That's versus the historic kind of trying to figure out geographical coverage, but really where are people moving? So understanding commute data to guide route planning will be important. We've got to really integrate last mile solutions. That's going to be vitally important. But the other point that I think other folks hit on here, which is major employers, University of Miami, American Airlines, the companies that are coming here have to be partners in this. Part of the shift that has to happen in South Florida is a cultural shift where everyone doesn't feel like they need to drive every day. So people enjoy their autonomy and their freedom because they're like, oh, I can drive. But what we know is that if less people drove, we could reduce congestion and travel time. That's both the health outcome as well as the quality of life outcome. And those directly boost labor productivity and business competitiveness. We'll strengthen regional economic growth by enabling employers to tap into a larger labor pool. And that's really what it comes down. People being able to get to the best jobs no matter where they live. And then, and one of the things that I think is vitally important is the coordination between the development community and the transit community. We not only need to make sure that there's access to jobs along employment route, there needs to be access to housing. So really thinking about how we leverage mixed use as an approach. According to Savills, a major office broker, office buildings near transit stops command a 7% rent premium because that's just, and so I'm the president and CEO of the Miami-Dade Beacon Council. We have one car in our house. I live on the train line and I take the train into work every day. And that was a conscious decision. And I would tell you, I think my quality of life is probably higher than a lot of other people. And so I think shifting that culture, but it's going to take an effort of smart planning. It's going to take really creative solutions. Industry has to be involved, and the coordination between the development community and the planning community has to be front and center.
I appreciate that, and I'll just quickly mention.
Carpool here, we'll share that too.
I love that. Shameless plug. I co-chair the Quality of Life and Quality Places pillar of the 6 pillars for the Greater Fort Lauderdale Alliance. And so far, just in the brevity of the conversation that we've had, we've heard quality of life come up from every single speaker. So I really love hearing about that. Teddy, I'm going to go back to you. I know that you said that you would touch on it later, so perhaps now. How did the university make transit a catalyst for economic growth in the community?
Thanks, Sandra. I have to echo what the panel has been saying. Rod mentioned talent. That's what is all about, attracting excellence and talent. So I know I focused a lot on students, but faculty and staff also are a major component. We want to retain them. And housing is definitely a plus. And as Jesse was mentioning, a lot of our employees, staff mostly, live in Broward, actually. And they take the tri-rail sometimes, but sometimes they just take the single occupant vehicle. So just to relate to what was said in the panel. In terms of economic growth, I'm going to go back to the student residents, faculty residents too. We had an aging stock of residential college, and in the last 10 years, everything has changed. If you went to 15 years ago, you won't recognize anything. Everything is new, LEED certified buildings. And that aging stock has been modernized also because the main goal for our strategic planning is to retain students on campus, to have them study, eat, work, and also play on campus or nearby campus. And that's where the ripple effect is happening, not only in Coral Gables and South Miami, because that's the two municipalities we're located in, Coral Gables, but South Miami is right next to us. But also, as I was telling you, like Vizcaya and the fact that we're on that metro rail station, students go to Brickell City and all the great economic boosting areas of Miami-Dade. So this is definitely something we're happy about, having. Our goal is to make sure that our students and our faculty and staff are happy, but it cannot happen without the community benefiting from it. So when those students have a freebie and can go in downtown in downtown South Miami, right next to the campus, and be safe, they're spending money, and those local businesses, small businesses in those two cities, for instance, are benefiting from it, and it's a great win-win situation. In terms of partnership with local authorities and local government, I would mention two of them. One is the great partnership we have the city of Coral Gables. We're located in Coral Gables. The city is doing a lot. That city is doing a lot in terms of mass transit. And so one of the recent partnership we had was with the creation of an express trolley route to downtown Coral Gables. So on top of everything that I mentioned, now the students and faculty and staff have that option of taking a free trolley, beautiful trolleys. If you haven't seen them, it's really nice, old school. And it's free. So they can go to downtown. And I wouldn't say revive, because the downtown area of Coral Gables is very lively, but to help, spend money and help the economic growth of that area too. The other big partnership that happened in the last few years has been with the Underline. As we speak, I think they're building the last two phases of the Underline really close to us. It's going to pass by the University Metro Rail Station. And the partnership has been great, both on the leadership side, and professors from different schools and colleges have been helping with and been really involved in the making of that great project.
Great. And I'm going to echo what Senator Geller said earlier before, to your comments. When we're able to reduce the overall housing and transportation costs, people are able to become better consumers of the economy, increase quality of life. There's just so many benefits to it. Rod, I'm going to piggyback off of something that Teddy just said and ask you, most TOD efforts focus on housing, but employee access is equally critical. The busiest transient stops in Miami are near major job centers, as you mentioned earlier. How do we balance housing-focused TOD with employment-based TOD?
That's a really important question. I mean, I think part of what we have to recognize is who the players are in terms of who's going to be able to influence what goes where. And just building on something Teddy mentioned, the cities of South Miami and Coral Gables. And I have one of my board members in the room, Mary Estime Irvin from the city of North Miami. Let's give her a round of applause. But one of the things that I've seen is, for example, I've seen that municipalities are actually being very aggressive and thoughtful about how the transit solutions in their communities. What I found, though, is that there's not as much connectivity between the different municipalities around that. And so I think there's a tremendous opportunity as we talk about, how do we ensure kind of effectiveness and efficiency around how do we work between municipalities, the counties, and the regional groups. In order to really, get the right mix of housing and employment, there has to be mixed use development. And so we want to make sure that as development happens, there's so much conversation about workforce and affordable housing. And I'm going to say this the best way I know how.
Just remember, I'm moderate. I'm just.
I'm going to say this the best way I know how. We have a jobs problem, right? So one of the challenges that we have, housing is never going to be affordable if we don't pay people better. So part of our conversation about this has to be around how do we push up wages so that people can actually afford to live here? How do we have more diverse types of housing, especially along transit corridor? But also, how do we have more diverse options for work? So the fact that we've got 7 or 8 employment corridors in a county as big as Miami-Dade, when we probably should have 15 to 20, is a big piece of the problem. And so what I would encourage communities to do is to really protect key employment parcels near stations from being solely residential development. I think that's really important. If you're doing more than X number of houses, that's going to be different depending on the communities. But if you're doing more than X number of housing and using units, there should be some corollary in terms of job creation and commercial development that is tied to that. And I would also say, really leveraging the private sector. I mean, looking at what are the anchors near each of these stops and how do you have a strategic relationship so that they drive more of their traffic that way.
Agreed. Love that. Thank you so much. Bob, next question is for you. Residential density is fundamental to a transit-oriented development, and that density is crucial for successful public transportation. If you could share a couple of best practices that you've seen during one of our many Alliance trips around the country to cities outside of Florida specifically, how have those communities encouraged development around transit for economic growth?
So thank you, Sandra. Sandra has not only been involved, but she's been one of our leaders. Every 2 years, the Alliance brings together a group of local leaders to travel to a city that we admire and that we can learn from. This is not a recruiting trip. We're not there to solicit businesses to come to South Florida. That will come later. This is really like, what are you doing in your community that is innovative, interesting, that we could maybe apply to South Florida? And the teams work on everything from transportation to healthcare, education, to across the board. But we had 110 people that went to Boston in April of this year. 2 years ago, we were in San Diego. So a couple of things with Boston, and I actually referenced a couple of examples, so I'm going to read just a little bit. But one was like Boston has their Green Line landing station is right on there, obviously one of their metro lines in Boston. The area was old industrial, so it was the gray field that needed to be redeveloped. Boston not only created some incentives for development, but they really breathed new life into that whole industrial area. So now it's a mix of mixed income housing. So it's affordable, it's market rate housing, retail, but they realized that foot traffic was really going to be important as well. So there's a retail component to it. So, one of the benefits that Boston has that we don't have is they've got 100, 200 years ahead of us from a development standpoint. They've got some of these older areas, industrial buildings that can be rehabbed into loft housing and things like that. But what they also have is confidence in where the rail is, right? So you're on that green line, you're making a development decision. You're pretty confident that that's going to be there 25, 30 years from now. I'm concerned right now that some of our transit infrastructure is being threatened. If Tri-Rail were to go away, if we can't get the coastal link going where we connect our downtowns to a more frequent commuter pattern because of threats outside of our community, the confidence level of developers goes way down. It's like, well, if Tri-Rail goes away, then maybe I don't want to do a development along that corridor. So we've got to really think about that. And unfortunately, I think our policymakers in positioning themselves and where you could cut and save money are losing sight of the fact that this impacts investment decisions that are 10, 15 years out, right? You don't make a decision to develop along one of our transit corridors overnight, right? You want that confidence that's going to be there. And that's one of the advantages of rail. And while Broward County has been talking a lot with their transportation plan about putting some rail in, because rail does provide that confidence. And when we're not doing that as a community, it really impacts our ability to get these projects going and to make the investment happen. The last part of this I'll talk about, and Austin and San Diego both do a lot of this, and there are two of the other communities that, if transit-oriented development is a priority for the community, they make that project a priority. In other words, permitting, planning, everybody's on board. As a lot of the folks in this room know, time is money. And this morning I was listening to WLRN, and Tom Hudson was interviewing Walter Duke, and Walter was talking about Flagler Village and how this concentration, the economic impact of Flagler Village is, rivals our airport and port. I mean, it's pretty amazing what's happening there. But there's a project going on right now, and I just want to use this example. So Heinz Company is based in Texas. They're doing 50 of what they call T3 projects. Now, what is the three Ts? Well, three Ts are transit, technology, and timber. So interesting enough, the support columns are timber. They're not poured concrete, but it's a lot of timber, in the areas, in the spaces. They actually flew a couple of us up to see their project they were building in Atlanta, at Atlantic Station. So again, transit hub is there. Their T3 building in Fort Lauderdale is adjacent to Brightline, right? That was one of the things they looked at. And two of our developers locally, Tim Petrillo and Alan Hooper, it took them 3 attempts to get Heinz to decide to look at this project. They wouldn't even come to Fort Lauderdale because, again, their perception was, oh, it's a beachside town. That's not really our market. They're like, well, no, we've assembled this property right outside of downtown. You should really look at it. It's a great opportunity. And the bottom line, obviously, they sold Heinz on it. Heinz is obviously very focused on this. It has residential, and it will be Class A office, unlike anything we have in Broward County right now. It's beautiful. What they're building in Atlanta just blew me away. But here's the thing. I was talking to the developer maybe 2 months ago, and they're doing 50 of these, mostly in the United States. They're doing 5 in Australia and I think 4 or 5 in the UK. The guy's like, Bob, we had to pull over 100 permits to get our project going. Well over a year in just that permit acquisition process. Now, there's a lot of components. I'm not throwing the city of Fort Lauderdale under the bus, but there's a lot of things that make that happen. Now, I'm not a developer or permitting guy. I don't know, is 100 permits the right number? It seems like an awful lot to me, though. And if there's a way, if a development like this is a priority for our community, then we ought to be able to figure out a way to say, okay, we're going to put you on a fast track. We're going to figure out a way to bundle some of these things together. But we're not doing that, right? So if we want to really encourage transit-oriented development and get developers, and they're not building affordable housing, this is market rate, this is beautiful stuff that they're building. But if we can't get, ourselves out of our own way and speed up the process, we're going to scare away developers, because Heinz is going to tell this story. And I was like, listen, Bob, we're doing these all over the country. We've never seen anything like this. And when you hear that, and you've got a developer that's comparing themselves to other places around the country, they figured out how to expedite the process. We could do better.
I can't agree with Bob more. We have a tremendous opportunity right now, and I would say this opportunity is opportunity other communities would go crazy to have. What is our opportunity? Well, our behavior signals where we're trying to go. And the beauty and the challenge of Boston is that they have 200 years on us. And the beauty of where we are is that we don't have 200 years on them. And we have an opportunity right now to make some really smart decisions around where we want to go in the long term. We can leapfrog in terms of the types of technologies that we implement and leverage in order to make our transit system better. And so that's a smart investment. And I think, part of what we lose sometimes in these conversations is that our investment, our choices around public investment in transportation also signals how our environment and our climate for growth. So by not investing in this type of infrastructure, that gives a very strong signal when we're trying to recruit companies, and they're worried about, are they going to have access to workers? By having processes that are onerous, and making it difficult for companies. Time is money. So 100 permits means it takes a lot longer to do it, and that ROI goes down. And so we have to really think about how do we, as we go around these goals as it relates to transit-oriented development and investment in infrastructure, ensuring that our decisions, not only in terms of what we say we do, but the policies, processes, protocols that we place around it, actually encourage acceleration of that investment on the private partnership side of it by our public stuff. So I think that's just an important thing to keep in mind. We want to make sure that when companies invest, whether they're investing, developers investing or others, that there's a clear ROI and that talent question isn't a question for them because they know they can access the people they need.
Great, Rod, thanks so much. JC, not moving too far away from it, I'm going to ask you, now that our focus has been on getting employees to and from their workplace, regional transportation needs are obviously larger, as we've discussed, than one municipality or one agency. Can you talk through some of the additional challenges that you see and what we can do together to drive better results?
Yeah, look, it's a corporate entity, does a lot of good and provides a service. But we've always functioned in Miami ever since I think we became a hub a little bit more than 30 years ago, that what's good for Miami is good for American, not the other way around. And I think we need to start employing a philosophical approach. If Palm Beach does well, don't think for a second that the other two counties aren't going to benefit from that. And vice versa, no matter how you want to break it up. This is no longer a county view. Like it is a regionalized view of benefit and growth. And I will tell you, Americans' plans, mid to long term, are continued growth, continued schedule growth, continued employment growth. What we see in the economy in South Florida is continued growth. It is not going the other direction. That means we're going to have to really start, to your point, Bob, of a mid to longer term view for solutions. That is a collaborative view. Our employees are going to live in all those counties, and they're going to commute between all those counties. It is just going to happen. And how can you make that continue to be affordable? I think about this. It's great to see the tech sector grow. It's great to see the financial sector grow, and they're going to continue to grow. But we're still primarily a service-centered economy. And the people that do the labor there, that are making it happen every day, are not the people that can work from home. They need to get to their jobs. And you don't want to consume their day or their money in fuel and parking costs. So how do we maintain this balance of affordable transportation? This isn't just affordable housing. And this, I think, tri-county approach, collaborative approach, and it's not going to get cheaper to build rail. It's not going to get cheaper to, bring technology on for intersections and streetlights. So if there's a time to start doing it, it's now.
Thank you. And Rod, again, just in that same vein, I was startled when I saw this statistic. Miami workers lose about 147 hours a year in traffic, which equates to roughly 6 days or 18 work days. How does this level of congestion impact our ability to attract and retain top talent and companies?
It's embedded in the question. I mean, the challenge, that's a lot of time lost.
Yes.
I'm going to repeat that. 6 days or 18 work days lost in traffic. How much productivity is that for a company? I go back, and then some folks can work remote and others can't, but I go back to the pandemic, and I was in Puerto Rico at the time, and the organization was running fairly well. And when we shut down and people had to work from home, our productivity went up a lot. Why did it go up a lot? Why? Well, because people weren't battling traffic anymore, and conscientious employees could do. And so the more that we can make traffic not an issue, because people need to be able to get to work, we can reduce, it makes quality of life worse, having those long commutes. It makes it less appealing. I don't know how many. It's not just blue collar workers who are having these challenges. We've seen where, our hospitals have told us they've had issues with doctors because of concerns around cost of living and traffic and those sorts of things. So congestion increases employee turnover and absenteeism. Companies face higher recruitment costs and narrowed talent pools. This perception of poor mobility really does, create an issue when you're talking to a company. They're saying, well, my people are going to be in traffic all day. I don't know how much this is going to work. I like it here, but it doesn't work for me. And improving transit really does strengthen Miami's competitiveness, or South Florida's competitiveness against peer metros. We always have to remember, it's not just about how our market is performing, but it's how we're performing vis-a-vis everyone else. So we need to minimally be competitive with everyone else, and we're not quite there yet.
Great, thank you so much. Teddy, this next question's for you. In what ways do UM's research initiatives or academic programs influence economic development near major transit corridors?
I'm going to just plug in something from the sustainability world, because we're talking about Tri-County initiative. Something I've been involved with for the last 8 years was the Southeast Florida Climate Compact. That is actually an effort that is commendable, because it was the first one in the country to do that, to have our 4 counties actually, because Monroe is also part of it, to actually find solutions together on resilience and climate change. So transit being part of it, obviously. Just parenthesis. In terms of our role in research and helping the community to find solutions, I would mention one example, again, with the city of Coral Gables, because they're kind of ahead of in that realm, is the collaboration between our colleges and schools. We have top-notch researchers, really smart students, grad students, undergrad students, that are used to serve a client. In the case of the Smart City Hub, for instance, that the City of Coral Gables launched a few years ago, that would be the City of Coral Gables, and help with the pilot, test bed, data collection, big data, creation of app, mapping, you name it. There's a lot of things going on. We're here to serve the community and also obviously to train and educate our students. And that partnership has been really, really great. In terms of talents, that's what we do. We train young minds to become excellence in the country. And that's the case with the degree that we propose. Like, for instance, we have a urban planning master, a master of professional science in urban resilience and sustainability, a Master of Science in Sustainable Construction Management that includes, obviously, transit options. And the College of Engineering is really focused on clean alternative mobility issues. So that's just the main thing. But I couldn't finish without mentioning affordable housing. That's really what we've been talking about a lot in this panel. And the job that our civic and community office has done, engagement office has done in the last 8 years has been commendable. They've done, they created a mapping system regionally, focused on affordable housing, working with the community, with a lot of people in the room. And years by years, they've been adding layers, health data, obviously transit data being one of the latest, and heat index, you name it. But transit has been one of those game changer for decision makers that need to see, relate affordable housing with a lot of other data points. And those mapping items have been really helpful. And they're available online if you Google it, MAP. Actually, it's MAP. So.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Bob, speaking of, housing affordability is top of mind for employers when it comes to recruiting new employees and retaining highly valuable existing employees. With over 6 million residents in the South Florida region, how do you market and promote the strength of the South Florida region and the opportunity for employers to compete for employees throughout the region?
Thank you, Sandra. And it's really, the whole reason we're together is, the Regional Planning Council and what we're doing regionally. I did want to stop for a second, though, because I left on a pretty negative note in my last remarks, like what we're doing and 100 permits and how horrible things are. There are things that we're doing that are, that are really helpful. Walter was talking about Flagler Village this morning, right? A lot of residential building. We are building density there, right? So there's going to be, it'll be a nugget where we can run transit. Brightline is close to that. Hopefully, if we have a coastal link, that'll be a part of it. Senator Geller has been working with our cities on a voluntary basis. If you've got along transit corridors like 441, there's a lot of aged out retail and strip centers, right? So if there's a way that you could accelerate converting that into affordable housing without a lot of hoops going through the permitting process where it takes a year to get land use changes and things like that, trying to figure out how can we incentivize developers, because we know that time is money and we're going to expedite making this happen. So again, they didn't force cities to take this on, but if the city wanted to work with the county, they're like, it was a carrot approach. Like, we're not going to force you to do this, but we'd really encourage you. We've got this great opportunity because a lot of these storefronts are boarded up. They're not being utilized. This is a great opportunity to convert it to affordable housing and housing along these transit corridors. On the regional side, so this is, great timing. Last week, Rod Miller hosted Kelly Smallridge from Palm Beach and her leadership team. I brought my team down. We all took Brightline. So Kelly took Brightline from West Palm Beach down. We joined them in Fort Lauderdale and we pulled into Miami and went to the Beacon Council offices for a couple of hours to talk about some of the regional things that we do to promote this community, because that 6 million plus residents is really an attractive, not only market, but if you're drawing from employees, and JC touched on this, right? You know, we know that we would love the project to decide to locate in Broward County versus Palm Beach or Miami-Dade. So we do compete. But we know that if a significant project lands in one of our 3 counties, we're all going to benefit from that. So we talk a lot about Brightline, and it's amazing, you know, we know Brightline pretty well, but when I talk to a new company who's not familiar with this high-speed rail that's connecting really the 3 downtowns, and Orlando is sort of like the cherry on top if you want to get up to Central Florida. But I use it probably once a month to go to Central Florida. If I've got a Florida chamber meeting and I'm there for a couple of hours, it just makes sense. I can be productive the whole way up and back. But I was speaking, Rod and I were speaking to a group of bankers last year, and I was coming back. It was probably 7:30 at night on Brightline, and I missed the one train because I was talking to some interesting people, and I'm like, well, I'll just catch the next train. So I'm standing at the bar, and this guy walks up behind me, and the bartender recognizes him. He's like, yeah, you know, get you your La Rubia. Nobody what to drink. So as we're walking to the train, I'm like, well, you must use Brightline a lot because the bartender recognized you. I said, you know, are you an attorney? Because he's working late. And he chuckled. And he's like, no, I'm actually a software engineer. He said, I bought my condominium to be near the Brightline station in Fort Lauderdale. I work in Miami. I probably take Brightline 3 days a week. And I'm like, well, you're the guy. We talk about people like you that are utilizing our transit corridor. I'm like, I'd really love to be able to tell your story. I thought it was a little weird because could I get your name and number so I could follow up with you? And I'm like, I do economic development. This is purely professional. But it's a great example of a software engineer, a technology professional using our transportation network to get back and forth between 2 of our key cities. So we use Brightline a lot in talking to companies about how they can recruit from Palm Beach County, Miami-Dade, and make it very central. Now we know it's expensive, so that's the reality, and we've got to figure out. And if there's a commuter option that comes soon, it makes it that much more affordable. But companies look at that as, wow, if my people only had to come in the office 3 days a week, that's a great way for them to be able to do it.
Did you want to give a quick plug for the Alliance Permit Action Team, just because we were talking about permits?
I could do that. And actually, we've gotten some statewide recognition. We created a platinum permitting program where we work with our cities. And again, it sort of goes back. I don't know if 100 permits is the right number. It seems like a lot to me. But we also do the same thing with the permitting process, right? So if your city, it takes 4 weeks to get a sign permit, okay, just be transparent that it's 4 weeks. But if I'm going to the neighboring city and they're like, oh, no, we can do a sign permit in 10 days. Okay, well, again, I don't know what that right number is, but let the market decide. So you tell the business, well, you can get your TI permits done, your sign permit done in 2 weeks in this city. This city is going to be 4 to 6 weeks. Is that going to influence your decision? But at least have that transparency. And then we've also asked the cities to have a permitting expediter internal within the city government that's a liaison that works directly with projects that we're working on, but they typically have a direct line to the city manager, so they don't have to go through the different channels and they're like, hey, this project is languishing, but there's one person that company has to call, right? They don't have to call multiple departments. The other component of platinum permitting is, and a lot of cities are doing this now, is putting the process online. So you can track your plans as they're going from discipline to discipline within permitting. That's been a huge help because transparency of information, makes people feel more confident. They know where it is instead of playing a guessing game and wondering and hoping when you're going to get your plans back. So those are some of the components. I will tell you that it's time that we reevaluate and go back to our cities and make sure that they're living up to the platinum permitting standards. We have not done that, and shame on us. But as I'm talking to my business development team more and more, and Rod and I and Kelly, we were all talking about this last week, our teams, incentives are not as available, especially at the state level. Our local communities have done a great job. Broward County has come up with its own incentive program to help companies relocate. But we spend a lot of time working with companies on the permitting process and how we can expedite that. And sometimes it's just, a new, classic example. We have this new ATI manufacturing company in Margate the permanent guys had never worked with powdered metals before. They're using powdered titanium, powdered nickel. Some of it can be explosive. So like, well, how do we, this is all new to us. Well, we've got a similar facility in Hollywood. So we have Jack Bennings, who's worked with us for over a decade, has developed relationships with a lot of these permitting folks. And when we first started with the platinum permitting, we were suspected of, oh, you're just the face of the county and they want to usurp all the permitting from the cities. It's like, no, we want to build some competence within the peers, get you guys to get to know each other. So what Jack did is he said, well, talk to your counterpart in Hollywood, right? So it's not somebody telling you don't know your job, but hey, Hollywood figured this out and talk to those guys. And they did. And that's how they expedited the process there. But as an economic development organization, we're having to do more and more of that kind of work. And it's language, it's causing the projects to languish a little bit, but we're recognized statewide. The Florida Chamber has recognized our platinum permitting as one of the best practices in Florida. And we're encouraging other counties. I mean, we're open source, right? If other counties can use the model that we have, we'd be more than happy for them to adopt it. A prosperous Florida is good for all of us.
Great. Thank you so much, Bob. And we're winding down our time on the panel, so I'd love to hear some final thoughts from all of you. So, Teddy, I'll let you start on just some final thoughts on everything that we discussed here today.
We mentioned what is the future, what are the challenges. I think the challenges, we repeated it several times, is the connection between affordable housing and transit. To give you an example, I have two daughters. One is actually working for UHealth. So I didn't talk about UHealth because I'm really on the Coral Gables campus, but it's another big entity of and she lives in Homestead. And that's because that's the only thing she can afford. When her husband, they wanted to buy a house, that was the only thing available. And it's a long traffic. So if I have a wish, obviously, it would be to find a solution to this. She's taking the Metro Rail. So but especially in South Dade, there's a disconnect because if you don't have any mass transit option, you have buses, but if you're not along that route, it can be difficult. So she has to take her car to go to South Dade, park, and then go to downtown, taking the Metro Rail. That's the main issue. I was talking about some of our staff at that are living very far. My dear friend from facilities is in charge of grounds management, has to come from Boca Raton. So that's really far. Yeah, so that's really what the main challenge. Maybe solutions have to do with some of the things we've done with our partners locally, which is to use AI, big data, and real-time data to make the right decision, to offer solutions, especially in relating, as it relates to micromobility and mass transit. Because I think the great initiative that we saw in South Dade recently, Metro Connect, for instance, is really what is needed. How do you make sure you finalize that last step? Because if there's no solution to get you from your home to the metro station, it's going to be hard to have that adoption go up. And Metro Connect was, still is a great initiative, but more of those autonomous vehicle is what is needed to fill that gap, I think, which is crucial.
Great. All right. Timekeeper told me that I've got 1 minute, but JC, I really want to hear from you and obviously from Rod and Bob. So talk fast and impactful.
Policy and I'm about time all the time. Policy and partnership.
I love that.
Partnership, because this isn't going to happen without the private sector. We care about this. We know it's an economic development issue. It's why we support Beacon Council. This is really important for the vibrancy of our business. Councilwoman realizes, has enough vision to say, I need to be part of economic development. This is an economic development issue for the vibrancy of my community. And then policy. I won't move unless there's a policy that kind of incentivizes me to do that. Now, as American Airlines, I'm not asking for this, but every once in a while, there's a tax incentive that says if you get X number of employees off the road and taking commuter options, we'll give you X in tax incentive. and it exists in the background, and it causes me to take my staff and say, go see how many people may be interested in this. So it's kind of like a formula that helps balance it, but don't forget that policy matters, as entities that employ here can take advantage of some of those policies.
Thank you so much, Rod.
Yeah, so more jobs, more jobs, more jobs, and jobs in places where there currently aren't job employment hubs, and that's going to be really important to really change up transit patterns. Mixed use development is going to be important along transit corridors and making sure that it's both housing as well as employment. Direct transit to employment corridors, and it's vitally crucial that people remember that we have to, as a market, we've got to commit and signal. So what we're going to do as it relates to the transit play, we have to make sure that we're making commitments to the right investments, that we're collaborating, and that our policy aligns with the types of investment we want to have. And then last but not least, corporate partnerships are going to be key to getting user and ridership up on public transit, and that we and we are in a unique space in that we have an opportunity to innovate. There are a lot of new technologies coming out. We've got great universities. So if we can figure this out, we should be thinking about how do we export the things that we learned to other markets.
Thank you so much.
I
Mr.
would
Swindell.
say inventory. We need housing inventory, right? And it's everyone's job in this room to talk to their neighbors about what housing affordability really means. Sandra and I visited in Boston, an amazing facility. It used to be a project. It was notorious. It was horrible. You wouldn't want to live there. Boston Housing Authority turned that over to a local nonprofit to build out a new facility. It ended up with more units. It looks like market rate housing. It is mixed income, but our neighbors have to understand that your property values are not going to go down. The people that are occupying a lot of this mixed income are nurses and police officers and firefighters. I don't have a problem with a firefighter or a nurse living next door. I actually would love to have someone who could provide, immediate health care if necessary. But my neighbors, man, they were up in arms on a project they were talking about in Fort Lauderdale, Mike, and they were actually rude to the developer that was just getting feedback. There wasn't a definite plan. So we've got to do some work in this whole cave people, the Citizens Against Virtually Everything. They've got to understand that we're not talking about projects. We learned that's not the way we've solved this problem. We need creative solutions, and we got smart people working on this. So it's getting our residents to be more receptive to these suggestions.
Ralph, we're no longer going to say NIMBY. We're now going to say cave. I like that much better. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Great discussion. We are going to break until 10:50. No. 5 minutes Q&A from the audience. Okay.
And I have Mike. So
Wonderful. Senator Geller, of course.
Okay. For a couple quick, first to several of you that commented on first and last mile. The SFRPC had one of these large groups about 2 years ago on first and last mile. So I'm sure we still have the records if y'all want to listen to that. It was a really good program. And Teddy, you also commented on the climate compact. The SFRPC and TCRPC were instrumental in helping get that off the ground. But here's my question. This is the business case for transit-oriented development. Y'all are the business community. We know we need density, and Bob, you were talking about this at the end. We know we need density. We know density is not popular with the public. We know that we need mass transit, and that's frequently not popular with a lot of the public. And we have heard from the business community here in Broward, give more money to affordable housing, but of course don't raise taxes. So you don't say where you're going to get that money from. What I haven't seen is the business community come out when a developer is in front of a city and say, we're the business community, we support more density here, please do this. Never have I seen that. So my question is, what can you, the business community, do more to help create and make the public understand that we need the downtown density in order to make mass transit and affordable housing work? Because thus far, I haven't seen the business community doing that or showing up at the hearings where what you refer to them, cave people or whatever you refer to them. I've never seen the business community show up to argue against that.
I don't know if he stepped out, so if he has, good, because I'm not saying it's because he was in the room, but we need to clone Walter Duke, right? Walter's a local business leader who has gone out and he's talked to city commissions, he's talked to the business community. When he told me several years ago he was going to focus on this particular issue, I was like, wow, that's a big issue to tackle. And are you going to be able to have any kind of visible impact? And I think Walter has. But we need more Walter Dukes out there that write letters to the editor, that talk to the commissions, that talk to the business community, and try to encourage more of them to be out. But Senator, you could not be farther from the truth. We need, as we're doing projects at different cities around Broward County, the residents that think it's going to negatively impact them show up in droves. The business people that know that they're going to be able to provide janitorial service, landscaping service, coffee service to this company that's moving in, they're not there saying, hey, this is really important, not only for the people that work there, it's getting people to engage in the politics. And I think, unfortunately, we've got a climate right now that doesn't encourage people to stick their necks out and talk about what's really important.
Agreed. Any other question? Oh, go ahead.
Hey,
Please,
I would say, look, I'm in the airline business. I get advice every day, and everybody's telling me what I can do better tomorrow all the time. But we're very comfortable providing support. I think maybe you're not seeing it publicly. And we have partners throughout the community that will ask for a letter of support. We do those. We just do those quietly. They lead to grants and investments. So you may not be aware of that because those kinds of things don't get published. And it's really about collaboration. Like if somebody walked up to me and said, hey, we're thinking about this project, can you provide support? Because 30% of your staff is going to benefit from this. Don't think for a second that our whole government affairs team, and don't think it's not a big machine, because it is. We have a full office in DC, would say, hey, this is really beneficial. Let's go do this. This is economic development, whether it's Charlotte, whether it's in Dallas, whether it's in Miami. So, the conversation needs to be had.
Any other questions? Oh, go ahead. I don't know if she needs a microphone. Oh, thank you.
Hi, my name is Nia. I've recently graduated with my Master's of Public Policy that I like to apply to data analysis and housing and planning related topics. My question is about climate resiliency. So as insurers pull out of states and as extreme events become more common, how does thinking about climate resiliency play into these conversations that we're having about economic development and employment and housing, transit-oriented development centers and attracting talent and all these things? I'm sure Teddy has thoughts on these, but I'd also be especially interested to hear from Bob and Juan and Roderick about this topic.
Can start with just plugging in something very dear to us, is the creation of the Climate Resilience Institute at UM, which is becoming, with the Mike Berkowitz, who's been named the Tsar of Resilience in the nation. Really a lot of researchers helping finding solutions to what you're just mentioning, the connection between resilience, sustainability, and transportation. So I would recommend just to Google it, Climate Resilience Institute, and reach out to them. It is really the new hub. I know a lot of other universities also have similar institute, but it is the new hub for the community to find solutions. So they work with everybody, nonprofit, private, local government. So you can reach out to them and I'll help you for sure.
I would just thank you for that question. We firmly believe that the challenge of resilience is probably the biggest challenge of our age from a sustainability perspective. So as we think about the economy, we want the economy to function in a sustainable fashion. We want to be here, but we realize that there's an existential threat to our very existence and livelihood if we don't address the challenges brought by climate. And so what does that mean for us? It means a couple of things. One is that we have focused, and I say we in the broader sense of the we, as South Florida, as Miami, we've really focused deeply on figuring out what are our biggest challenges and how do we address that, whether it's related to the coast, whether it's related to CO2 emissions. We've got a very aggressive plan through our program Opportunity Miami. The goal is that we're carbon neutral by 2050 is what the county said. We would like to see that accelerated if there's a way to make that happen. Part of the work is, and so as it's our biggest challenge, what we've been able to do, because a lot of companies ask about it, they say, yeah, your value proposition sounds great, but Miami's not going to be here in 15 years. I've heard that literally before. And part of it is, no, it's going to be here because there's a moxie around recognizing this challenge that climate presents. The other thing, though, is that the climate challenges that we face, we're not unique in those. In South Florida, everybody knows about us for hurricanes, but if we look at the last 15, 20 years, there are climate issues and climate impacts everywhere. And so I think we're better positioned to handle it because we've been very proactive and cognizant around it. And we also realize as insurance becomes less affordable, if people can even get it, that this is also a tremendous challenge. So I can't think of a bigger piece in terms of something that doesn't seem like it should be so tied to economic development, but actually is than climate. And so we've got to keep working on it. Bob.
Broward County, interestingly enough, is one of the first large communities in the country that's passed its resiliency plan. And the bigger part of that is assigning a number to it, right? It's going to be expensive. And the county's like, well, this would be the public investment and this will have to be the private investment. And it's sticker shock. But when Dr. Harada was on our trip to Boston, Boston's got a lot of oceanfront exposure as well. And we talked to she talked to the resiliency people. Boston was so impressed with where Broward is at right now. They're like, man, you guys are leapfrogging the work that we're doing. And they've got some cool modeling they've actually done of their harbor and how sea level rise will impact them. But it will be an expensive proposition. But what would be worse if people stop writing insurance and you can't get a mortgage on a home or buy a building because the resiliency issue hasn't been tackled, or at least they can see proactive action being done. So I give the county a lot of credit, and we've got a great resource in Dr. Harada, but actually coming forward and sort of put a stake in the ground. Here's our resiliency plan. Here's what we think it'll cost, and here are the components that'll make it work. And this is what we have to start working towards. But it was not an easy undertaking. And again, it's going to be a big investment. But the reality is, if we don't make the investment, the loss is going to be significantly more.
Great. Again, Teddy, JC, Rod, and Bob, thank you so much for a really great conversation. A round of applause for our panelists. Again, now we are going to be taking a break until 10:50. Thank you.
Thank you. You all were all really good this morning about sitting down and being quiet. That was this morning. Now we're getting closer to lunch and recess. So, people, we need to sit down. Everybody, it's time to sit down. Don't make me have you come up and write on the chalkboard. We are now going to start our second session, and our second session is the Market Compatible with Vision. This panel will invite speakers to evaluate how the market responds to the vision of transit-oriented development and communities. Where is the demand and how can it be best met? How have the tourist-oriented development successful? I said tourist again. It's been on my mind. I'm so sorry. But we need transportation for our tourists and our employees. So how can we successfully create an economic growth in the region? And what challenges have developers faced? And why is transit-oriented development so important and valuable? So if you all were here when we started this morning, we did start with a moment of silence in memory of 9/11. And now it is my absolute honor to introduce to you all the moderator for this session, and his name is Chad Maxey. And Chad is a graduate of West Point, and he served for over a decade in the Army with 3 deployments to Iraq and Afghanistan as an infantry commander and an operation officer for the Joint Special Operations Command Ranger Task Force. After his deployments, Chad was selected to work on Capitol Hill as a defense fellow for the chairman of the House Appropriations Committee. Afterwards, he returned to the Pentagon as a legislative advisor to the Army Chief of Staff. So before I let you know what he's doing now, I just wanted to take a moment to thank him for his service to our country and any other service member. And anyone else here in the audience who served our country or a first responder, if you could please just stand for a moment. Thank you. So currently, Chad is the Vice President of Diversified Companies. He has over a decade of experience developing, financing, and managing commercial real estate projects. Throughout his career, he has financed over $600 million in debt for new construction projects of all asset class types to include multifamily, retail, office, industrial, hospitality, and cell towers. Since 2018, Chad has led the development teams of 10 ground-up commercial real estate projects totaling 594,000 square feet. So without further ado, I would like Chad Maxey to have the microphone.
Well, thank you guys so much for that introduction and the memory of September 11th. It was a life-changing day for all of us. I also want to thank specifically Council Member Carrie Goldberg and the rest of the council members for allowing me to be here for this very important discussion with my fellow developers. And, you know, as a former Broward County Planning and Council member, I understand how important affordable housing is. I've seen the statistics, and, you know, our commissioners and board members on that Planning Council were also making this a top priority to connect our affordable housing with transit. That said, I want to let the panelists introduce themselves here, and we'll start with Lindsay.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Lindsay Lacour with Atlantic Pacific Companies. We are a national multifamily developer. We develop across the income range from affordable to workforce to market rate housing. And I think I'm invited to be here today because the vast majority of my experience over the past 19 years has been working on affordable and workforce housing in South Florida, and especially in Miami-Dade County. And that's in partnership with the Miami-Dade Transit. And I see my partners here, Javier Bustamante and Michael Steinbaum are here from Miami-Dade Transit, and I want to acknowledge them because together our organizations have built thousands of affordable and workforce housing units along the Metro Rail transit corridor, along the South Transit Way corridor in South Dade. And I don't know if I have my slide up right now, and I'll share with you some of those examples later on. But to give you just some idea, you know, at the North Side Transit station, we've built 600 units of apartments on a former surface parking lot. So we did something similar at Brownsville Transit Station. We just opened the first 200 of 1,000 units in South Dade at Quail Roost Station along a brand new bus station built on the transit corridor. And the picture here in this slide is my latest baby, which is Atlantic Square. And this opened last week. This is 616 units of workforce and market rate housing on land owned by Miami-Dade Transit, right at the terminus of the Brightline Station and the Overtown Metro Rail Station. So this was possible because of Miami-Dade Transit's foresight in putting density around transit stations and working with the private sector to get it done. So we're really excited about this, and I'm looking forward to our conversation today.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Albert Milo. I'm the president of Related Urban. We are the affordable and workforce housing division of Related Group. We also build, you know, projects and through the different income levels, affordable. We do a lot of public housing redevelopment. We do, you know, we're big believers in mixed income. And by that, I mean not just affordable housing of different income levels, but we believe in workforce housing units mixed with affordable housing units, so units that are above the tax credit program and market rate housing. There's for a long time there's been a lot of discussion about whether you can build products and projects that will be received by the market and the different income levels of the market. So we've kind of focused on that with our public partners. We've also, I mean, we've built 30, 40 projects already with Miami-Dade County Public Housing and Community Development, which I know the director's here, also with the Transit Department. So TOD and housing are tied at the hip. I also brought one slide of our latest project. This is our single biggest project that we just completed earlier this year. It's our Magnus Brickell project. It was a former public housing project, an eighth of a mile from the Brickell Metro Rail Station. And that was 465 units. 20% of the units were replacement public housing units, elderly. So we've also done a lot of intergenerational housing. 20% of the project was workforce housing up to 120% of area median income, and the balance was market rate. So that project, talking about the transit piece, which I know we're going to get into a little bit later, when we were originally designing that project, we were debating the level of, and I was hearing some of that earlier on the panel, how many cars do we really need for this project? Because we were literally a block and a half from Metro Rail. And there was a time where we debated no parking. And we were like, okay, are we going to do this? And it was a big discussion internally. We ended up doing less than 1 for 1. We did, I think, 0.9 exactly when we built the project. Well, we're almost leased up now on this project. And I can tell you, we built almost 500 spaces. We have 130 spaces still based on our projections of all the tenants that have moved in that are not in use. So for a lot of the elected officials in the room, when we talk about, the benefits of TOD development, it's real. If you have the product in close proximity to the real transit, there are benefits to, and the market will accept it, and you don't need to burden a project with as much parking. Like, again, we're living it now. It's like, well, okay, now we have all this excess parking, so now we're working through that and see what we do with that parking. But TOD development is impactful, and it is one way to make housing affordability truly affordable for your workforce.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tim Wheat. I'm a partner at Pinnacle. We are a South Florida-based affordable workforce and market rate multifamily developer. We specialize, like my colleagues, in urban infill, mixed use, mixed income developments. And I have primarily, in my 23 years at Pinnacle, have really focused on Broward County as my primary market, where I've been involved in 15 different communities for Pinnacle, predominantly in the affordable housing space. So I'm going to talk today about a little case study here in Broward called Pinnacle 441 in Hollywood. Shout out to my Hollywood peeps here today. All right. The Hollywood peeps. Thank you. We're going to talk about how the city of Hollywood and Broward County, because we're on the State Road 7 major transit corridor, set the conditions to make this development possible. And it has been, because one of the things that I think we were asked to talk about is there market acceptance? Well, when you build 213 units and you have to lease them through a lottery in 2 phases, and the combined number of registrants is 32,000 people, that might be a slight indicator of some market acceptance and the tremendous need for affordable housing. So how do we set the conditions to create transit-oriented communities? What specific things did we do at Pinnacle 441? and to accommodate the city's vision and the county's vision on that corridor is what I'll talk about. And funny, 10 years ago, we did a development near Brickell called Brickleview Terrace, mixed income, mixed use. Finished it in 2015, built this huge parking garage thinking, oh, everyone will want to park downtown. So we feel your pain. Trust me, Albert. But we actually wound up converting part of the parking garage to additional commercial. So the good news is that we're all here to get people out of cars and to be smart in our transportation. And hopefully all of us will contribute some small historic or empirical examples of how we can succeed in that area. So thanks for having me on the panel this morning. Thanks, Chad, for your service.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Kim Briesmeister. My business partner, Chris Brown, and I are principals with RMA, Redevelopment Management Associates. I think a lot of you in the South Florida area are familiar with where most of our work is concentrated, which is really in downtown urban cores. Most of you know downtown West Palm Beach. Chris, my partner, was involved in the revitalization of Atlantic Avenue and Delray, which here 25 years later, we can all point to and say, wow, is that a success? But it started actually 29 years ago. Fort Lauderdale, downtown, Flagler Village. When I was there in 2004, there was not one mixed-use residential building north of Broward Boulevard. So picture that, and here we are looking at what we're looking at. And downtown Hollywood, I had the pleasure of working there too, and in parts of Miami. So I think I was invited to join because I'm a little bit of the outlier here that I work with my private sector partners here, but I'm a consultant for the public sector. And what we do with our public sector clients, be it counties or cities, is twofold. One is when cities have visions of what they want to do, very often when it comes to these complex urban infill and downtown revitalization projects, public-private partnerships, anything that has to do with real estate and development, they're not quite sure, especially if they own land, what to do with it and how to do it. We help them figure that out, and it can go from the vision of what they want to do to how are they going to fund and finance it? Are they going to issue bonds? If so, what does that mean? If they have a redevelopment agency, a CRA, are they going to use that tool? And then a lot of it is negotiations with my fellow panelists here. And sometimes it's getting the cities to understand that they really do need certain things in order to build the things that the city wants. It can be something like a zoning amendment, land assemblages, easements, gap financing, whatever. But sometimes also we'll go to the developers and say, no, you might be pushing a little bit too much on the city. You don't really need to have that. Here's a good public-private development agreement that'll work for both sides. So I think I will give you a little bit of the public sector side of the story. And I did bring one slide because the projects that I mentioned, or two slides, the project I mentioned before, projects are all pretty much completed. This one, and you heard that group, the panelists before us, talking about rail and having a rail station stop. Well, right now we're all waiting, obviously, for the commuter rail and where it's going to end up. This happens to be downtown Pompano Beach, and that is a real active project that's underway right now. But you can see in the top right corner where that commuter rail station is already at. And I mentioned before, helping our city clients figure out what developers might need or working through development agreement components. But in this case, we had one commissioner that said, well, I don't agree with that parking. Why should we be giving the parking? Let the county put the parking up. Let the developers build it. And I was like, well, I don't think they're going to go build rail parking on their own just for the sake of providing parking. It's not going to work out. So sometimes we're also helping our city clients work through things that are real important. And in this case, in this transit-oriented district and designated area, it's trying to make sure that we provide as the public sector what the private sector needs. This is one of the renderings of the master plan visual for that district, and we are right smack in the middle of the redevelopment of this area. So this story hasn't finished yet. I'm sure we'll all be following along with it a little bit, but hopefully today, like I said, I can give a little bit of the public sector lens of how governments can do certain things or maybe should or shouldn't do certain things to invite redevelopment into their cities. And thank you, Chad, again for your
Thank you. Well, as all the developers on this panel have known, we all have worked on projects where we have a vision, And sometimes that vision is achieved and sometimes it's not. And so this discussion is going to address some of the both successes and challenges that can occur when you have a public-private partnership, that meets and faces market demand, right? So when it gets to reality, I guess I should say. So the first question, Lindsay, is for you. In a public-private partnership, sometimes there can be a disconnect between what is desired by public officials and what the market will accept. As an example, many transit-oriented developments surrounding public transportation, including Tri-Rail, Metro Rail, bus stations, end up with vacancies in the retail elements of the development. How do you balance the priorities of both public and private stakeholders with how the market will respond, and what can be done with a project where elements don't succeed?
Thank you. So I want to maybe zoom out a little bit and explain some realities of how many of these projects actually get built. And that's with sometimes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different sources of public funding. And so we're working with many, many layers of funding, from the federal government to the state, to the county, to the cities. And each tranche of funding comes with different strings attached and different priorities that are, placed onto those dollars by those various entities. So for a lot of times when we're working on transit-oriented development, a site has been acquired many, many years ago with using federal dollars, FTA money. Or any sort of county-owned land around transit stations comes with its own requirements for wage premiums, art in public places. And then also at the local level, oftentimes local communities are expressing desires for heightened security, heightened access control, or other priorities in their specific communities. And so our challenge as developers is to make sure that we are adhering to all of those priorities. But at the end of the day, I would say the trade-off for balancing those things is that the development per unit becomes more expensive. And so we're building less affordable and workforce housing, but we are accomplishing other public policy objectives. And so, you mentioned commercial space, that's typically a zoning requirement. And, we have some interesting case examples in our portfolio where the urban center or other zoning has required ground floor commercial space, which we've built. I think we have 30,000 square feet in South Dade at our Quail Roost that will be built out. We have 25,000 at Northside. Right now, most of that at Northside Transit Village, unfortunately, is empty, despite years-long attempt to lease that to viable commercial uses. I think where in that particular submarket, it has become more of attractive to social services providers, which is great. I mean, that helps us provide services to our residents, but I'm not sure that's exactly what was envisioned, by the economic development objectives that put that zoning in place. Now at Atlantic Square in downtown Miami, we have 25,000 square feet of retail across from Publix, Aldi, Target. That's going to lease up. So I would say that some of those things are very market driven. Some of them are policy driven. And I don't envy the elected officials having to choose between many, many important priorities. We talked about resilience. We've talked about other jobs development. And so it's really a matter of where do you want to put the money and understanding the impact that those policy objectives have on the sheer number of units that we can build.
Thank you. Albert, I want to go to you next and talk a little bit about what you already mentioned in your opening speech, which, is not how typically a lot of the affordable housing has been done. Market rate housing in Florida continues to show extremely strong demand for high income renters. There's also a good, robust set of tools available for affordable housing to meet the lowest income renters. But what has been done to address kind of that middle workforce? And are those mixed income projects where you have the high, middle, and low income, are those the viable solution for maybe addressing some of that?
Yeah, that's a great question. And For us as a firm, I will say that we are firm believers in that mixed income approach. And I described it a little earlier. We have several new projects in partnership with different municipalities. You know, I see Commissioner Warrior from Palm Beach. You know, we're working on a deal that in Riviera Beach, that's a public-private partnership. That's a collaboration of county funds, city funds, state funds that were appropriated under the Live Local Act. And I know that's depending on the audience, might be a topic that, you know, raises a lot of people's angst. But that was legislation that was passed, again, to address that missing middle. That's really the intent of that legislation. I know there's been a lot of press around of density and the ability for local municipalities to not have a voice in how these projects get approved. But I can tell you, you know, from being at the forefront of those discussions when that originally happened, it was all about how do you get the missing middle to have an opportunity for units in these projects that are getting built. As you mentioned, for a long time, there's been programs in place for predominantly units that are 60% of area median income and below. You know, in the original tax laws changes in 2017, there was some income averaging laws that were introduced where you were able to use tax credits and raise that AMI up to 80%. So that helped a little bit. But what stopped, every program pretty much stopped there. So you're right. The issue was, okay, so now we have these programs or these funding sources in place and we can address 60 and in some cases 80% of area median income. However, everything above that, they're on their own. And what happens is a developer the choices were, how do I make this project feasible? So more than likely, if the resources or if the program stopped at 60 or 80, they were gonna, if they couldn't go and do a 9% deal or get state dollars under the sale program that are predominantly at 60% of area median income, that's it. The conversation had to switch to it's going to be a full market rate project. And therefore, you had that missing middle because there's a lot of professions in Dade County, in Broward County. We have, I see Mr. Ralph Stone here. We have another mixed income deal that we're doing in partnership with Broward County. There's a lot of professionals that fall above the 60% of area median income, but they're not above the 120. And that was that missing middle. And that was the premise of that legislation. And it wasn't just about zoning legislation, because again, that's the one that gets the most press. There was over $3 billion committed by the legislature as part of promoting these type of projects. They put, you know, $150 million in the sale of local. This is going to be round 3 of those resources, and the bulk of that money has to be used. 50% of that money has to be used for projects that are going to address units between 80% and 120% of area median income. So there is, and the developers in the room all know this, when you talk about the cost of construction, there's no real variation if you're going to build a mid-rise product in an urban area or even in a suburban area. Drywall is drywall. You know, just because we're building workforce housing or affordable housing, we can't purchase drywall cheaper than the developer that's going to do a straight market rate project, right? So there are certain inherent costs that are beyond our control. However, we have to build a project, and then we have to rent the project at a certain level, and we have to get the investors and the lenders to feel comfortable that those numbers work. And that's the challenge. And that's why for us, we are firm believers in that mixed income approach. And there has to be a percentage of affordable, a percentage of workforce, and a percentage of market, because that's the only way to sort of internally subsidize within your cap stack the metrics and the standards that you're going to need to hit with your lenders and investors. So yeah, I believe you're going to see more of that. That will put, to Lindsay's point, I don't envy all of the elected officials in the room, because there are going to be some difficult discussions that you guys are going to be faced with. Is this the right amount of density? Senator Geller mentioned about he doesn't see employers come to the table when these discussions are happening. I think that's a great point. To me, I say it all the time, this is not a housing issue. This has become an HR issue. This is a job recruitment issue, right? You need to have that. And you're right. Most of the times it's the developers, right? It's the community activists that are against the project for whatever reason. You as the elected officials are sitting there and you're like, now what do I do? They're taking these units and now they want 250 units. Everybody here is screaming. But if you don't produce the product, how are you gonna address the issue of supply? Right? So it is about finding that balance, but mixed income is the most viable approach that we have found to tackle the problem. Now, I will say, the investment community and the lending community, it's not a slam dunk. It's not a layup to go in there and finance a project and say, look, I got 6 different income levels in this project, right? And the banker sometimes will be like, well, how's that going to work? You're going to have a $3,000 unit and a $1,200 unit and a $800 unit in the same project. And so there are a lot of obstacles to financing these projects, but in our view, it's required, because public resources, they're not endless, right? They're not endless. So you have to find a way to balance that capital stack.
Thank you. Tim, the next question, I want to go back to the parking discussion, because that is an important one. How much parking in affordable housing is enough when you're tied to transit-oriented development? And also, for non-affordable housing projects that are in these transit-oriented, not just the transit-oriented development, which are right next to the stations and right next to the metros, but also these transit-oriented communities that we've been talking about, and how we're going to get people to start using these transit systems. So if you could take that as far as, how can we address the parking, and what do we need to do for the future to help us?
Complex question, but I'll go back to what I said in Geraldo. If you could pull up the little Pinnacle 441 slide, that'd be great, because I want to talk a little bit about this as sort of a case study in how local conditions were set by zoning and land use to encourage transit-oriented communities. This development occurred or was planned before the Live Local Act, so it didn't benefit from the local zoning preemptions. There was a overall land use adopted for that corridor, the transit-oriented corridor, and I made some notes today because I couldn't memorize everything. And the TOD land use was intended to promote public health and safety, pedestrian mobility, public transit use, mixed-use development, sustainable practices, and the like. So best practices, setting local conditions, right? City adopts the Central Johnson Street State Road 7 zoning district because they wanted redevelopment on State Road 7, including affordable housing. And that's where we start talking about parking. They offer a series of parking reductions. The Live Local Act offers a blanket series of potential reductions for affordable housing, but Hollywood and the message I would give everyone today is that the Live Local Act does some things, but that still requires us to create us in the development community to create partnerships with local government to have specific targeted incentives that are based on good data, right? So, for example, Hollywood gives you a 5% reduction if you create a public plaza. Well, we love public plazas. We love public art in public places. That's sort of a pinnacle thing. And so we created a plaza with a sculpture in it. And we're one of the first participants in their voluntary portion of the city's Art in Public Places program. And I was just talking with our esteemed commissioners about the piece we're going to put on phase 2. You can see on the turnpike. So it's fun. Then if you have multiple bus shelters, you get a 10% reduction in parking. Well, one of the big incentives to build on the State Road 7 corridor is the 441 Breeze, Broward County Transit. It could take you everywhere north-south very fast, and we also have an east-west route that serves Johnson Street. So we constructed and repositioned 2 new BCT shelters in conjunction with our development. Then we got an additional 5% reduction for bike racks and bike storage. And then we got an additional 5% reduction for having designated rideshare spots. So the combination of all these things coming together, along with doing a mixed use type development that will then attract public transit users to use the restaurant that'll open in Pinnacle 441 in the next 60 days, or our other 2 existing commercial tenants, insurance agency and a wireless company, and releasing up the remaining bays. We've created conditions to encourage transit use and to reduce vehicles on roads. And I think that's all what we're looking for. We know, us developers, we know what the real world parking is. And we know it, as Albert was explaining very articulately, and Lindsay did too, is that we know what the conditions are for parking depending on where we're building it. And we have real world data, not just ITE data, but also I do this all the time. I finish a new development. I tell our management team, I want you to go out at 9 o'clock at night and count cars. And they do it. We collect our own data. I want to know whether we hit the target on parking. In the end of the day, we have excess parking at Pinnacle 441, and we have about approximately 300 and change spaces for 213 units. You do the math, that's about what? About 1.3, 1.35 per unit. So to answer your question, I think that we need to create, the Live Local Act's important, but we have to create and continue to foster public-private partnerships with our friends in the public sector and see that policies, flexible policies, are adopted for parking. I want to say one last thing about some of the other comments about mixed use. We need to be very careful about over-promising and under-delivering in mixed use. Again, those are corridor-driven and market-driven decisions. We succeeded fantastically with our project on Brickell, and we've succeeded in other areas like Pinnacle 441, but we've had other mixed-use developments where we've been frustrated by the level of interest, as Lindsay described. So one of the things we would encourage our friends in the policymaking side is neighborhood appropriate and intensity appropriate development requirements for mixed use, and also alternate strategies, one of which I like that I sort of got Pinnacle to do is live workspaces that are mixed use and are generally rented by a non-income restricted household, but are utilized where the resident lives there and then also as a business in a separate bay that's connected to their residence. And we've had good success with that. In fact, our public-private partnership on US 1 in Riviera Beach in Palm Beach County features 2 live-work spaces that are rented by the Black Business Association of Riviera Beach and also by a barber. So we've both have the sort of institutional economic development component and then just a neighborhood business. So And that helps foster smaller businesses to be in those mixed use spaces and really thrive, because then there's not this enormous pressure to have a lot of retail space that is subject to market fluctuations. So those are my thoughts. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Lindsay?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to some of the parking conversation in that the parking calculation, I think, is different depending on the demographic you're serving. And we found, for example, on the more deeply skewed, lower income units, we can lease those all day long with zero parking, especially at these transit stations. And frankly, it's a win-win-win because the residents don't have the monthly payment of a car, which is a huge piece of, their monthly income. The transit ridership has gone up on these stations where we've increased the density, so that's a win for transit. And we're not paying to build parking spaces that are empty. I think as you move up the income spectrum, into that workforce range, that middle income range, and then into the market rate range, the developer is really taking on more of the risk about, what do I think I can build and lease here? And I think that's been something that's also been evolving over time as behavior of our renters has changed. We are seeing more and more people taking, as you move up that income curve, taking public transit, which I think is great. And it's making us more and more comfortable coming down from that sort of standard 1-to-1 parking ratio on the market rate side of things. So I think we're headed in the right direction, but I want to just add that nuance. And then also, I think on the commercial use, I painted sort of one bad picture, but on the other side, there's also a lot of, for example, in Atlantic Square, which, again, we're in downtown Miami, right next to the transit node. But we're working and we're in conversation with the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA. And, Tim mentioned CRAs as being a critical part of this. They really have a great role to play in the economic development and business development of those spaces. And so working together with those agencies to try to spur we'd much rather have a local restaurateur in our ground floor than bringing in a chain, because it adds to sort of the character and the personality of the neighborhood and of our building. It's a great amenity. So I would definitely say that relationship is especially important in the mixed use element of this equation.
Thank you. So Kim, I'm going to give you a little bit one that's maybe a little bit controversial, especially with some of the public stakeholders in the crowd. So lower income areas and select cities are starting to see some clusters of affordable housing projects, and it's not proportionally distributed across the counties. And this is partly due to the development side. Right? We see lower land costs, lower resistance by the communities than some of the higher income neighbors. So what tools and practices are available for you and for the public sector to be able to help with maybe some of this proportionality of affordable housing across and focusing on our transit-oriented centers and communities as maybe the place to focus those discussions?
Well, thank you very much for that, Chad. Well, it is a controversial subject in one sense, but let's go back and let's really look at what's happening and how we find ourselves in that situation. I mean, if you take a developer's perspective of being able to build a building, you just heard, they have to get the numbers to work and the cap stack, they have to make their profit, et cetera. Well, what it starts with is a land basis. I mean, land in Parkland is different than land in Lauderhill. You just take a land basis as a starting point, and you already are on a very different trajectory. So what's going to happen? The lower income and the tax credit folks are going to go to where the land is lower, even with that incentive they're getting. That's where they have to be starting as a basis to build these buildings. That, in and of itself, over the decades that we've watched the South Florida area develop, has created pockets where low-income tax credit projects tend to cluster a little bit tighter. You do not see them spread out. So What is it going to take to fix that? Well, now we're on a subject that's even, broader than that and a little more difficult, which is that missing middle. We're not talking about low income tax credit projects where there's a dedicated funding source to kind of try to fill that gap. But what do you do about that missing middle? Well, here comes Live Local. Well, same thing. The land basis for Live Local is the same. Now, are they going to go to a very, very high-end market where the land value is so much higher and take Live Local there? Maybe if it's close enough to other things that they think that they can get the tax break and again get the numbers to work. But I think we're missing a big opportunity here, and I really think as a region we have to really rethink so, and as a state. Look, we have this tool called CRAs. Community redevelopment agencies have been around since 1969. They're pretty old. From 69, and they started in Miami Beach, until about 1980, they didn't do a whole lot because they didn't have any money. And the way CRAs work is you have to have things develop in that area where they formed this district to create a new tax base that the government siphons that off, and they use that money to invest in things that attract development. So that slide that I showed you up there, a good example of that, which is a CRA, is that CRA is 30 years old. Well, now there's been enough growth in the area that CRA has some money, and they're able to issue a bond to leverage the infrastructure improvements. That waterway, that blue is a waterway system. And so that CRA is taking that cost center off the developer's side of the table. This is in a pretty blighted area of Broward County. Now, if the CRA pays the debt on that infrastructure and the land value is somewhere in the middle, now all of a sudden you've got the private sector that's going to come in and say, I may be able to get this to work. But where we're missing this, back to the NIMBYism, is that CRAs are now under attack. There's legislation last year practically shut them down. So be careful what you wish for, because you're going to get money to go do affordable housing. Well, how are you going to do affordable housing if you can't build the infrastructure and the land costs are too high? So it's a balloon. All we're doing is pushing the money in the pot from one place to another. So I think we have to, as a region and as a state, we have to step back and say, wait, we have to look at this more comprehensively. Otherwise, we're going to do whack-a-mole with the money. And yeah, we'll get some affordable housing projects, but we're not going to get a redevelopment area to fix what is real blight and to create economic opportunity, et cetera, et cetera. So I would suggest that what governments in South Florida in particular, and there's pockets throughout our state that this same type trend is happening, that pockets of low income and middle income and affordable housing are clustering, and the rest of the cities just don't need it, don't get it, won't want it, and are never going to get it because it's just not going to make financial sense. That's not a good thing for us. I'm kind of deviating away from one thing, which is transit-oriented corridors. But think about South Florida. I mean, sawgrass to seagrass. There's one little strip called transit-oriented corridors, right? The whole rest of it is falling victim to this issue of clustering. And I think we have to look at the CRA statute and don't throw it out, but fix it. They've been around long enough that they've done some good things, but there's some bad apples throughout the state. Shame on them. They need to be fixed. But I think we should go back and revisit on a little more holistic approach to how are we going to deal with affordable housing, but how are we also going to make sure that urban revitalization in a broader sense is addressed. That's where I think cities and leaders like you all in this room and the developers and the government officials, but also the folks that this really matters to, the schools, the major employers, the hospital districts. I mean, we were at a Broward workshop meeting yesterday, and those employers and the impacts and where the employees are going to come from, those big employment centers are going to need this fixed a little more holistically as well. So I think we should head down that path as leaders and government officials, et cetera, and step back and say, wait, we've got some pockets here, but let's go ahead and address this more holistically.
Thank you, Kim. Well, I know I'm the last one before lunch, and I've always learned in previous ones, you got to keep that on time. So with that, we're going to open it up to questions for the next 5 minutes. And so if we could just pass the mic around, that'd be great. Love to hear from you.
Thank you. Commissioner Marcy Woodward, Palm Beach County. Thanks for the shout out there. We're doing some work up there. A couple of things I just wanted to point out. I know it's always important for myself and our board. For AMI, the area median income that he was talking about, for Palm Beach County this year, it's 111,000. And the reason I just want to bring that up for everyone, when we're talking workforce housing, 80 to 120%, I crunched the numbers. Those are our workers earning between 88 and 133,000 a year. The reason I wanted to bring that up was we know we have like a missing workforce of young professionals that leave. They go to college, they don't come back, and when they do, they're coming back at a different level of job. They're not our entry-level workers. So it's important that we do focus on this. And I sent out a recent survey, and there was one that was done in the state that Tampa actually is getting a lot of that age of workers. And part of it is because they want to live in a place where they don't necessarily have to have a car. They're looking for a certain lifestyle. It's a similar cost of living in some of these other areas, but they can live in a couple of the buildings that you were showing where they don't have to have a car. The transit will get them where they need to go. And they also, when they get home, they just want to walk somewhere. They want to go to a restaurant. They want to go shopping, go to a park nearby. So these types of developments are going to also help us with our workforce. And with those salary ranges, I think everyone in this room knows, you're talking engineers, planners, all of, there's a lot of professionals that we have trouble hiring. And this is the type of lifestyle, at least a chunk of them are actually looking for. So us being able to bring this type of development into our urban corridors, planning for transit, which we in Palm Beach County, we are behind our neighbors to the south. We're working on it. But I just wanted to thank you for this conversation. You gave me some pretty good ideas. I've been taking notes on this. But it's that I wanted to point out when we're talking affordable workforce, a lot of our residents don't know what that number actually means. They don't know who those workers are that we're trying to get to. And these rents are $2,000 to $3,000 a month that we're getting them to. And having them not have to have a car just helps them, save for whatever comes later. If they want to buy a house, and hopefully they want to put down roots and stay in our communities, but this is how we get them there. So it wasn't really a question, just a comment. And I wanted to thank you for the discussion.
Please.
Yeah, and thank you, Commissioner. So it is becoming that, again, that conversation about the missing middle. And when all of us up here have been in the business for a while, and most of the elected officials remember the conversation about affordable housing was always centered around the lower income brackets. That's not the conversation anymore. It's this. It's exactly what the commissioner just illustrated. That pendulum has swung where our middle income workforce is really affected. But there are case examples of employers taking this on, on public hospital. We recently got a deal with the public health system in Miami-Dade County that happens to be adjacent, a property that they had adjacent to mass transit, Metro Rail Station, next to the VA hospital, next to the University of Miami Hospital, part of the Jackson Memorial Health System. And they've taken it upon themselves to say, hey, we have a recruitment and retainment issue. How do we address this? We can't get nurses, we can't get healthcare professionals. They put out the property, we're partnering with them, and we're taking what was an old office building, partnering with the parking authority also, and creating 800 units of workforce housing adjacent to the rail with a preference for healthcare professionals. And for the elected officials that may not know this yet, but we were successful in last year's legislative session passing an ordinance at the state level to allow us to give preference to healthcare professionals, to school board professionals, and to government workers. That's a legislation that hasn't been talked about a lot, but we had to advocate for that. And the reason for that is because federal law doesn't really allow you to say, hey, I'm going to set aside this unit for the nurse or for the school teacher. That was deemed to be discriminatory. So we had to get Florida law to give us that protection, and that is law now. So we will be able to partner with other entities of government and provide preferences for that middle income housing.
If I could add, just Commissioner, thank you. I'm a constituent. I live in Palm Beach Gardens. And I'm also vice chair of the Housing Leadership Council. But what you pointed out, you guys are taking on, Palm Beach County is really rising to the occasion with the housing bond program and now taking on reforming the workforce housing program, which really desperately needs it. And I talked about in my talk, the setting those conditions for development. But Palm Beach County is unique because really the urban core areas where you would want to have people live, work, and play without having to get in their car or in the cities. So, you know, there's great movement afoot throughout the eastern corridor of Palm Beach County to you know, bring about the change that you're talking about. I think it's exciting times. So just want to thank you for your leadership.
What a great panel. Can we please give them a round of applause? Chad, great group, great group. I know we could keep you all up here all day, but we have more sessions to go. So thank you all. A little bit of housekeeping. It is now lunchtime. However, you get to get your lunch, but you can't chat all through lunch because we're going to do another session. So please, everyone, grab some lunch and come back to your seats. There is no rest for the weary here. I want everyone to take a second and look out the window because look at this awesome ferry coming by right now. Oh, that is awesome. Hey, can we give a round of applause to the staff working here who are providing us this great lunch? I have to tell you, so we're ready to start our next session and we're just a few minutes behind schedule, which is very remarkable. Good thing we're not waiting for a transit to pick us up because we would have missed the bus. So what we're going to do now is we are going to bounce over and we're going to discuss why are transit-oriented communities and transit-oriented development important to the long-range planning of the regional transportation system. And this panel, this is going to be a fun one because I'm an elected official and I am a county commissioner in Monroe County, the fabulous Florida Keys. Yay! And I am super jelly through this entire day because of the extra layers of protection on the Florida Keys that everything we're discussing today, most of it I cannot even take back to the Keys and implement because of just us being an area of critical state concern. But what I do have in common with every other elected official in this room is the fact that we are the policymakers. We are the ones who take the dream and the vision that everyone gives us, and we sit on the dais and we start talking about things and we're like, yes, this is what we're going to do. And when we're having these discussions, I look over at my staff and they're giving me the horny look and their eyes are crossing and the steam's coming out of their ears because they're like, we're not going to be able to give you what you want us to do right now. And I'm like, yeah, you are. And so right now, what we have here are the panel of the administrators. We have the people who, when we as commissioners set the policies, they're the ones who get to implement them. And so it's like, what have you done for us lately, people? So with that, I am now going to turn it over. We have a great panel here. We have the executive director of Miami-Dade Transportation Planning Organization, Eileen Bouclet. And we're going to mix things up a little. We're just going to start with one introduction. She's going to give her little presentation, and then I'm going to introduce the next panel member. So Eileen, the floor is yours.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here with not just with my colleagues, with everyone here. We have a great mix of our professional industry here, private sector, public sector, and policymakers. So thank you. I'm good. No, I'm going to run through my slides. We all collectively met a few minutes before we got on stage and decided we want to dedicate time to your questions. So we're going to run through these slides very quickly and talk about our information, what we wanted to do. So in 2018, the Miami-Dade TPO Governing Board unanimously adopted the Strategic Miami Area Rapid Transit Plan, which was a refocus and a retooling of the 6 corridors under the People's Transportation Plan. And in order to make sure that we were laying the foundation for a successful network, we embarked in scenario planning and visioning, working directly with the county planning and zoning and RER to come up with the type of development along these corridors in the future. The basic principle here is that when we're investing millions of dollars in creating a transit corridor, that we want to make sure that all of the development and everything that's going on that corridor will continue to align with the goals and objectives of the investment of the transit corridor. So this is basically a flow chart that shows what the Miami-Dade TPO staff did to initiate the process so that we could work our way to at a local ordinance level through planning and zoning and then adopt the framework into our long range plan. So this is just a flow chart of what we did to gather that really represents our process. But our real focus was supporting the technology that would be adopted for each corridor. Each corridor has its own unique challenges and opportunities, so each corridor has its own solution. So what is the technology that's being adopted for each corridor? And then more importantly, what type of station? So depending on the technology and then depending on the range of intensity and density of population, employment, and development, different station topographies were adopted in our framework. And this was a very intense process working hand in hand with our county and with our stakeholders. And what I mean by stakeholders is really every range of everyone that's represented in this room, not just the residents, but also the developers and just the mix, and also all agencies of government, including parks, because we want to make sure that we're moving towards a transit-oriented community framework and that everything would flow and be seamless and feed the future transit network. This is just a snapshot. It's not a very clear picture, but there was intense modeling that was done, scenario planning that was done, and we were able to plug in numbers on different types of station development and intensity and of development based on feedback from the stakeholders and generate future population and future employment depending on what was selected, what was the vision. And this is data that's very critical to deliver to the governing board and the elected officials because it was a data-driven process to put together this framework. But really to wrap up, what was all of this effort done? It was really done to give our county staff the documentation and the data needed to support bringing through the county commission an update and development of the rapid transit zones that would govern the type of development and really enhance and give credit and opportunity to have a mixed use of development and residential base. So we were successful in doing that, and I'm going to turn it over to my partner in the county to take it from there.
Thank you. So next up, we have the Assistant Director of the Miami-Dade County's Department of Transportation and Public Works, and that would be Javier Bustamante.
Good afternoon, Javier Bustamante. So I get to implement what our legislators and commissioners put out, not just myself, a whole team. Mike's here with me. Mike is our joint development and right-of-way manager, real estate manager, everything manager. And we have a bunch of folks back in the office. But sure enough, Miami-Dade County, lucky enough, you guys may know, 40 plus years ago, we had the Metro Rail, and the Metro Rail, our predecessors had a vision of, well, not just this corridor that we acquired or obtained from the old Flagger Railroad. Let's go out there and acquire park and ride facilities. So we bought lots of acres, typically 5 or 6 acres. Each of these stations had, a lot of that property was condemned back then. So with federal and state funds and local. So those lots, although the initial vision was, well, we're going to bring all these people from out in the suburbs and drive to the station and ride the Metro Rail. But there was also a further vision, and that was eventually these sites would be converted into development. What kind of development? They didn't know back then. So luckily, one of the first visionaries of that was Mr. Green down at the Dayland transit-oriented development. And Mr. Green made a land swap in an eminent domain case, and there was the birth of transit-oriented development, at least for South Florida. And so that project, it's been healthy. It's been there for 40 plus years. It's the Daytran Towers. It's been then it was office. It was very prescriptive, 200,000 square feet of office. This is where government starts prescribing what should be built there. And we heard from the previous panelist, we got to be careful with that. And so 200,000 square feet of office building, and that's what you're going to build. And you're going to build me 1,000 parking spaces, you know. So that was kind of our original project. We've grown a lot since then. So that would be 1980, followed by 1990, and Jeff Berkowitz with the shoebox or the big box shopping centers. That's what we got for transit-oriented development, big box shopping centers, Best Buys, the Bed Bath & Beyonds, and a lot of those stores have come and gone. So that was transit-oriented development, and you'll see that in our corridor. Luckily, a lot of that has started to redevelop, and you'll see some of that in some of these pictures. Then came the, I would say the teens or the early 2000s, and then we were very hyper-focused on affordable housing, but low affordable housing. We prescribed exactly what should be there, you know, low 80 AMI or lower. We prescribed to some of the developers I mentioned before, you'll put commercial space on the bottom. And we've seen some of those units, some of those commercial space not materialize. And now we've learned, and we continue to learn, let's evolve from that. And we talked a lot about mixed income, mixed unit sizes. You can be a young professional there. You can also grow and have a family there. You can be a senior in that building. And you can have all these folks in a development that now becomes not just environmentally sustainable, but market sustainable, where you can, that project can ride the wave of the market, you know, from a young professional or someone living in a 80 AMI or less, moving into a larger unit as their profession grows. And the goal is, we're not just building TOD, and you'll see a lot about TOD and TOC. Why are we transitioning to TOC? I think we're learning and evolving and understanding that it's not just a development anymore. We're looking at it larger. We're looking at it as, let's build a community. And so what do we need to do with that? And so those mixed units. And so I kind of skipped out of my slides here. I usually do that. So smart corridors, my colleague Eileen is a lot best at describing those already, the TPO with the county smart corridors, the beach corridor. You guys may have heard of these. The east-west corridor, the Kendall corridor, the north corridor, the famous Northeast Corridor, or the Coastal Corridor that comes into Broward and Palm Beach, and then obviously the South Day Transitway. Good news that South number 6 there should be opening up by the end of October here. So, and we the RTZ, and I'll skip through a lot of RTZ because we already spoke about it, and also I think our next panelist will get into detail. So the zoning went in. Most importantly, you had to have the zoning around your transit corridors. And that's the RTC was expanded to include all the areas on those 6 corridors I just showed you. And that map covered all those areas from a half to 1 mile areas over those smart corridors. Skip this. This talks about the density. Our next panelist is going to hit up on density. And we talked about intensity and density around those corridors and the importance. So TOCs and TOCDs. So we're transitioning into building communities, not developments. They're not just development projects anymore. Obviously, you've heard the goals, increasing transit ridership, reducing traffic congestion, greenhouse gas pollutions, encouraging walkable communities. See, here's the community thing. It's not just what's in the 4 corners of that property anymore. It's what else can we do with that project to build around that community, increase the sidewalks, the bike lanes, improve the off-street, off-site improvements that can come along. Obviously, providing affordable housing, providing access to job, increase revenue of the county. At the end of the day, we're going to get rent for these properties, but that used to be our number one goal. It's way in the bottom now. It's not all about just the revenue. That is important for commissioners, and it is important, but not the number one goal. And sustainable, environmentally friendly developments, LEED certified. Believe it or not, we grade on requests for proposals that we put out for competitive solicitations for development of these lands. We grade on all of these. So developer submits, and we assign points to all of these. What have we done? So Miami-Dade County, 32 TODs and going. Of those 32, 10,000 total units, 50% of it is some sort of affordable unit, either workforce. A lot of times we'll prescribe what the right AMI mix is on those projects. So about 50% of our 10,000 units are either workforce or affordable. That's a picture of Link at Douglas that is actually in the ground, and that light blue tower is under construction, and the developers in the room here. It's got cranes going up right now. This is of the so far completed, 15 total completed, 3,000 units, over 3,000 units are open. 1,500 units of those are public housing. This is besides what Miami-Dade County's housing department does. They have their own units. We work in collaboration with them. So a lot of work is done in collaboration between what the Department of Transportation does on their properties and what our Miami-Dade County Housing Department does. Actually, and that's a picture of Grove Central residential unit with a Target on the ground floor, a Sprouts, a Chipotle. So I'm sorry, going too fast? Too slow? Running out of time. Sorry. All right, I'm almost done. Sorry. Sorry. And then in progress, 14 more projects, another 6,000 units in progress. This is under construction. This is out in the suburbs of Miami-Dade County. So all the way out at the end of our project. That project has priority. We talked about this priority for first responders, veterans, and transit operators. So transit operators, priority, you get first on the list to rent a unit in this project. And then we got 3 more future projects that are going out to RFP. Sorry.
Javier, thank you for that. That was a lot of information. We're going to move a little further north now, and we're going to invite Corey Cuff Lonergan. She is the General Manager and the Director of Broward County Transportation Department. And so without further ado, Corey, thank you for being here today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And I got the hint about the hook. So I'll keep my remarks brief. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today. What I'm going to talk about is just slightly different because I have a colleague that's going to be here later in the afternoon, and I don't want to steal his thunder. He's going to get into a little bit more detail about TOCs and TODs, but what I would like to share with you is the results of smart investment in terms of identifying the intersection between transit-oriented corridors and transit, right? And so one of the things that Broward County has done, which is very forward-thinking, is to pass the surtax, right? So that was a big deal for us. The penny surtax is an opportunity for us to have a dedicated funding source to support investment in transit. And that in itself is very helpful. But the other part of it is that we have a commission that is also forward thinking and has done a lot of work in this area. Senator Geller, who's here in the front of the room here, has personally done a lot of work in this area. And the combination of all our commissioners is the result of what I'm going to talk to you about. They unanimously passed a $4.3 billion investment in premium transit service on transit-oriented corridors. So I just think they deserve a round of applause for that. So at the end of the day, the strategy is very simple. Our goal here is to move people, right? And to create an environment where transit can coexist with a myriad of needs for the community. So we wanted to provide mobility for all. We wanted to make sure that we had equitable solutions from a transit perspective, that we were making sure that we were serving all of the communities here in Broward County. We wanted to make sure that we were providing opportunities for enhanced economic development, whether that shows up in terms of real estate development, or whether it shows up in terms of opportunities for businesses to grow because they're co-located to these corridors. And then also, we really believe in the fact that we have a responsibility to be strong environmental stewards for future generations. And then lastly, we want to integrate and serve our communities. So at the end of the day, we called this initiative the Primo Plan, which is what our commission voted on. But now we're actually moving forward with many of these initiatives. And so now we are a program. So we have graduated from a plan to a program. Yay, us. So here's what we gain at the end of the day. We're going to have 200 new miles of premium transit service. We'll serve a annual ridership with that service of about 23 million people, which isn't anything to sneeze at. We're looking toward having a 100% low emission, no emission fleet that supports that. We'll have an integrated, intelligent traffic systems. And our goal is to make sure that we formally integrate into the community in a way that's aesthetically pleasing, right? We don't want to build things that people say are ugly. We don't want them here in the community, and therefore we won't use them. So it's really important that we have an established connection with our various cities and other stakeholders in the community to make sure that we build what's best for our ridership and the community that it'll be located in. Okay, so here's a big deal for us because the county is very uniquely situated. Broward County is the only county in the country that has 3 sources of economic development and public transportation all under one umbrella. So that's huge. So that means that we have a lot of opportunity to integrate systems and economic engines together, whereas other areas have to figure out, well, what's the transit area going to do? What's the transit authority going to do? What's the planning commission going to do? What is the development community going to do? What is the airport going to do? What is the seaport going to do? And so they're all like their little entities, right? But we are fortunate in Broward County to have all of those things under one umbrella. And so what that means is we can be very intentional about how we serve these economic engines, and we can make sure that from a policy perspective, we aren't in conflict. And so for us, we're really focused on connecting these activity centers. So for us, those are the airport, which is huge, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood International Airport. We also have Port Everglades, which has a lot of activity there, not only on the commercial side, but also on the industry side. And so we have a lot of our cruise lines. Disney happens to be there. Anybody gone on a Disney cruise lately? If you want to, you can go to Port Everglades. That was a commercial I promised Jonathan I would give. But also, we have the new and improving and building convention center, which is huge for us. And this is a new facility. Well, not the convention center, I'm sorry. The convention center has been there, but it's expanding, and we're also building a new hotel. So what we're going to do with all these 3 things that are co-located about 3 miles away from each other, or well, within a 3-mile area, we are building a system, a light rail system that will connect all 3 of those. And we're calling it right now, until we get a sponsor who wants to pay for naming rights, the Airport Seaport Connector. And so that's going to be huge for us. So we're excited about that. At the end of the day, what's important about this investment, I see I'm getting ready to get the hook, so I'm going to move through this very quickly. I just want to point out one thing. The American Public Transportation Association, Transit Association, which we are members of, has done a lot of research. And what they have found is for every $1 billion that you invest, you create roughly 50,000 jobs. Well, let's just sit there for a minute, right? 50,000 jobs, that's huge. But not only is it great from an economic development perspective, where are they all going to live? We already have an influx of people coming into South Florida. So we need to have intentional development that allows us to bring those people in a way that's affordable for them as well as the people that are here that may also take advantage of these jobs to the table to live, work, and play. And so that's what we're trying to do with our connections here within our transit department. This is what it looks like. At the end of the day, this is what we end up with. We end up with commuter rail along the Florida East Coast Railroad. We end up with bus rapid transit on multiple corridors. We end up with a light rail system that connects our airport, seaport, and convention center and eventually goes out to Sawgrass Mills Mall, which, by the way, apparently it's the second largest tourist destination in the state. Close second to Mickey, really? But anyway, so it's a generator, and we do have a lot of people that come into the port and go over to Sawgrass Mills Mall and shop and then go back. So we'll have a nice, easy light rail ride for them to take. And then lastly, we have our high frequency bus service. That is to supplement our existing fixed route service and to extend our bus rapid transit lines until we see enough development to extend them on their own. And with that, I am done and I got the hook. I'm sitting down. Thank you, everybody.
Lori. And last but certainly not least, we're going to now hear from Greg Stewart, who is the Executive Director of the Broward Metropolitan Planning Organization. Yay, Greg.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good.
Each one of you, and I know a lot of you in this room, have contributed to what I'm about to talk about. And that's actually one of those things where you go, man, you've been here a long time. But I'm even going to go back a little bit further. And Mr. Yesbeck, you may remember some of this conversation. Back in 1972, the precursor to the Broward MPO actually adopted a county plan. And it laid out where all the expressways were going to be, where all of the transit was going to be built, what type of land uses we're going to have. And ultimately, they were disbanded. I was a fortunate kid because I went to the newly constructed county library downtown here, and on a shelf on the 5th floor sat this book covered in dust, construction dust. And I'm like, huh. And I'm going through the pages and I'm like, this is really cool. I think I was like 19. And I'm like, this might be useful one day. I went to go check it out, and I'll tell you how old I am. There was those things, remember, they would put a date on it. It didn't have one. So I went to the librarian and I'm like, hey, I want to check this out. And she goes, that thing's covered in dust. No one's ever looked at it. Take it with you and don't bring it back. So I've had this book forever. And luckily, through my careers, I've actually started at DCA, wrecking havoc in the Keys, making you have SIRS and getting rid of septic tanks. But, the bigger thing is we had concurrency back then where it was like, hey, this was a great thing. It was good for schools. It was great for parks. But one of the mistakes we made is it's not good for redevelopment. It's not good to capture people in the boundaries. It led to the urban sprawl that, people used to say, you don't want to be Broward. Browardization was a verb. So this is actually what we created. This map from the 72 plan actually moves forward, and because they were very wise, the colonel that was in charge of the program actually said, let's come up with a maximum build out of what Broward County could look at. How much could it support? What's its water capacity? What its sewer capacity? What type of parks does it have? What type of roads does it need? And then laid out 2 different scenarios, one being very suburban. Hey, surprise, surprise, that's what we got. And then an urban model. And that urban model laid out corridors. And those corridors are actually shown in here. Underneath this layer is Corey's systems plan. 1972. Somebody thought, hey, this is where we should put transit. This is actually a plan moving forward. And we have used this document over and over and over again. What is this thing that's called insanity when you repeat the same thing twice, 3 times, 4 times? Well, we're a little insane up here. That said, look out that window again. It was nice to see the Jungle Queen go by. That's from 1920s. That thing's been in service. Think about it. We were doing water transportation before it was a thing. Now you look at the window and you see all these buildings. Ralph, you're still here, right? There you go. Ralph and I live in downtown. I'm sure a couple others in here do too. I honestly, the whole idea of downtown came because we started actually moving forward with the evil streetcar. And that was actually something that brought all these developers here. And that was a significant statement. My good friend, the mayor of Fort Lauderdale, he likes to say, yeah, we really got those developers. No, you got a lot of density because they thought that there was going to be a streetcar here. And so they showed up. My friend that I work with, my colleague, James Cromar, and I worked at Broward County government on the land use planning side in your division over there. And all of a sudden, it was like, we created land use categories for the county. It's TOD, TOC, TND, the traditional neighborhood design work. We had all these categories that we fed over to the planning council. That fit into this plan. It fits into what Corey's doing. There's actually been really good thought in what the county's doing. That's beyond just operating the airport and the seaport. They actually did the planning necessary to figure out what we need to do. Having that plan's been great because I can tell you only 250 or 2.5 million people can live here. That's it. After that, we have other problems. That said, now it's like, what type of transit does the county commission put in? And how does that work? But that corridor analysis actually comes back in and takes you all the way out to 2100. Yeah, because I'm kind of crazy too. So the guy back, the colonel in 1972 had a real big vision. I'm like looking at it and how do we bring it to 2100? We don't need to worry about 2035, 2050. We got the planning down pat. What we're not prepared for is the infrastructure that's going to be necessary past that point, because this only gets us to a certain level. Quantum computing, way advanced than where we thought it was going to be. I actually figured it would be sometime towards the end of my life, not the end of my career. And if you look at different power sources that we're now talking about, there's things that we can do. We have a whole new program that we've developed with one of our consulting teams that actually can analyze land use on the fly, come back and tell you, well, the insurance companies are really into this. We take the county's flood maps and the things that Dr. Harada has come up with, and we import them, and then we go, oh, look, this is how this is going to affect development. But with the insurance companies, they actually want that information not to charge you more or to leave the state, but to come up with an idea, well, if you have another 30 years left on your mortgage or can be financed for 30 more years, you can do the improvements necessary to keep the residential property from flooding. So, that's how we're losing insurance companies. I'll pull out.
Thank you.
So, I just want to kind of end with this. We have a lot of things in place. Corey is a very fortunate person because she's going to get to do things with the county commission that we, when we were there, only dreamt of doing. And that said, I look forward to your questions. Now, thank you.
Thank you. Aralda, do we have time for questions? Okay. So we've heard all morning about permitting, zoning, the missing middle, blended income levels, mixed development, funding sources, creating communities, 3 Ps. And now is your opportunity to ask a few questions of this panel on how in the heck are we going to do this? So the floor is open. I do believe we have, yes, we have some microphones. If anyone has a question if you raise your hand. Here we go. And Aralda, how many minutes do we have? 8 minutes. Okay.
All right, then. Well, one of my questions is for Corey. With the Primo plan, which I've perused, what are your thoughts in making this area more resilient with the transportation? Are we doing elevated light rail, bus lanes? Because at the end of the day, I think that our transit is going to be what allows people to continue to move around and keep our economy going when we're underwater.
Well, thank you for that question. It's the one that is probably the most expensive investment for us is definitely elevated, and that's the airport seaport connector. So the plan there is to have that structure be on an elevated structure. For the rest of the investment, however, for the BRT lanes and the the other, the commuter rail, those are where they are today. So the road, they'll be operated on the roads that are existing. And for us to go up, that's certainly an idea to pursue that in the future. We at this point want to get this part of it done. Let's show progress and get something on the books so that people can have an option. And at some future time, if it makes sense, we can go up elsewhere.
Hi, question here. Javier, in your presentation, you talked about housing and then you specified public housing. So just like a little better explanation of what the public housing is compared to the rest. And I think then, based on your answer, it's an opportunity for the rest of the panelists to talk a little bit about collaboration among different government agencies. So,
Sure.
but public housing, I think I know what it is, but if you can clarify.
Public housing from, those projects that will require, where the developer on county land will require tax credits, Section 8, whatever it might be, whatever those programs are. But we're not just putting those projects forward, where I think we're growing and we're learning. And I think the previous panel spoke about the development, or the private sector spoke about having letting county government or government allow them to finance these different by allowing maybe market rate, maybe workforce, different AMI structures. It's not easy. You heard from the previous panelists that banks are looking at this like, what do you mean? $800 unit and $2,800 unit. How does that work? So it's a new field of financing a project. But what we've learned is that if we have those and we work with the development community on those, we're getting these units built much faster than waiting for projects that are only waiting for state, local, and federal HUD dollars to come through. Where we saw projects that took 10 years to put up all phases are now projects that all phases are coming in the ground in half that time.
I just want to piggyback what you said, because I think that's a really great point about mixed use development. Before coming to this opportunity here in Broward, I was in DC and worked for Washington Metro. And if you've been to DC, you may have visited, after you did the mall and all the other tourist attractions, the Wharf. Anybody ever been there? Okay. That is the quintessential mixed use development, right? They really went there. The city intentionally decided that we are going to take this abandoned property. I wouldn't say abandoned. Let me just put it this way. They were less than favorable land use choices happening in those in that area, right along a very pristine part of the river. And they said, okay, we're going to develop it, but we're going to do it so that everybody can use it. And so what that looks like is you do have the $800 apartment and the $1 million condo, and you have the, all these very upscale restaurants and all these other, and hotels, and then, theater and a place to park your boat, a marina. And so it's a thriving place to be. And if you've never been there, I encourage you the next time you're in DC to check it out, because that can be inspirational for all of us here in South Florida to see how when the policy is there, the public sector investment is there to support it, where the development community comes in and says, I believe in this vision, I can also support it. What a beautiful thing can result from that.
Perfect. Do we have time for one more question? Yes.
So my question is for BCT, the planner. That's for you.
Okay, we've got one right here, sir. And if we have time, you're next.
So I know with the Primo plan, a lot of it is set to be like effective 2030. But in the meantime, because it's a big gap, it's like 5 years. What is BCT doing to improve the issues before the Primo launches in 2030?
Well, I mean, we're continuing to provide our fixed route service as we do, and our paratransit service. So those things will remain constant. And in where we can, we're making improvements on those services, right? But at the end of the day, these projects take time. When I came here, I looked at the development near Government Center East in downtown Fort Lauderdale. And, I didn't realize it because I was new to the area and I didn't really understand what I was looking at. But I was just looking at land, random land. And then all of a sudden I saw, 3 stories, 4 stories, and now there's skyscrapers there. And and I've only been here about 2.5 years. So one of the opportunities, and I ask our policymakers in the room to help us with this. One of the opportunities is to figure out a way for us to streamline projects to the extent that we're not spending so much time. We have to go through, if we want federal funds, we have a very detailed process that we have to pursue to be qualified to then get those dollars that are available. And then we're competing with everybody else in the country that's also trying to get those dollars on very limited funds. And so to the extent that we can really start streamlining projects, to your question, the faster we can deliver on these beautiful projects that we're trying to deliver on. Thank you for your question. Yes, sir.
Hi, Corey. How you doing?
Good, sir. How are you?
Pretty good. Hey, listen, thank you guys for the great job you're doing in Fort Lauderdale. I'm been living in this country, in this area for quite some time, and I privileged to see the success we have accomplished in this area. One thing I'm concerned is the infrastructure. We have a problem with flooding in South Florida. What are we doing to try to minimize flooding? Because if you're going to build a transit system to connect east and west, can our streets support it?
Great question, and I'm going to take a stab at it because there's a lot of things happening that people don't really realize. We've been working with the Florida Department of Transportation on our state and federal aid roads to actually come up with an extreme weather plan and infrastructure. In Hollywood, as an example, we're working with them on A1A and also on Hollywood Boulevard to figure out not only the way the road should be designed, because right now we do like these crowns that go like this. And if we go like this, the water will divert into the center and you'll be able to keep the houses from flooding on the edges. We're actually getting into that type of conversation. And as much as the conversation about FDOT in the last couple of weeks has been negative, we just met with them yesterday and there's an amazing amount of programming, of monies, of state and federal monies to actually deal with these issues. There's a lot more to go. I mean, Fort Lauderdale by itself has $1.5 billion worth of flooding issues, but you got to start somewhere and keep your nose to the grindstone. And we're working on that for sure. You're going to see some of these plans coming out within the next 8 to 12 months.
Thank you for your question, sir. What he said.
Miami-Dade, would you all like to add to that?
Well, I feel these are all proven measures and approaches to what we're doing for sustainability and for hardening of our infrastructure. But what I wanted to say in concluding remarks on this panel is that all of the phases, everything that you've heard today is really a culmination of all the different phases coming together. But in the early planning phases, which is where we found ourselves with a newly adopted plan, which is now a program, it's so important to work with your stakeholders early on and make sure you're involving, of course, your community, not just your residential community, but bringing the development community to the table and make sure that your scenario planning and your visioning is really reflective of what the community is willing and able to accept and what developers feel is actually realistic. Because a lot of the nuts and bolts of everything we're talking about come together over time and you have to seed it early in planning. So it's a really just an anchoring comment. So from beginning to end. So thank you.
Appreciate that. Any other questions right now from the audience? Okay, if not, if each of the panelists wants to do a 1-minute wrap up, it's 1 minute, okay?
I linked this
1 minute wrap up. I guess from my perspective, me and Greg, the metropolitan planning organizations, of which Miami-Dade is a transportation planning organization, same difference. Really, our role is really to support the county and the operating agencies with the frameworks, the framework and the policies that are needed, and to also make sure we're matching our federal funds, which is the jurisdiction of funding, if you will, that the MPOs have, so that we can leverage the local funds to let our colleagues do the best job that they can. So that's really in terms of the relationship, the interagency relationships and roles and responsibilities, that would really be my 1 minute there.
Thank you. You're up next, Javier.
Yeah, and so we're Source. I guess we're the grandfather in the room. We've been there for 40 years building TOCs and TODs. Our counties to the south and to the north are getting going with them. You guys will take advantage of the mistakes we made. So we're here. Come to us. We're available. We're here to help with how we did that, how we put out the RFP, how we put out 90-year leases, under development agreements, and some that went bad. Some leases that we put out back in the days for a Home Depot next to a transit station, So obviously we had to litigate that one back, and now it's a successful project. So we're here. We're a source of information.
Thank you. Corey, 1 minute.
Thank you. I'll be super fast. I'd like to invite you all, everyone in this room, to the opening of our first project, which will be the light rail project, or our Oakland Park BRT, which are scheduled to open around the same time. So hopefully you'll join us. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Greg, the challenge, 1 minute.
Wow, that's hard for me. Just to share with everybody, one important thing in February, towards the end of February, we're going to be, the three MPOs are actually holding a Safe Roads Summit this time. It's a 2-day event. It will be here at the Broward County Convention Center. We're not connected on the rail yet, but we're going to get there. So you're going to learn a lot from that. We're going to have about 500 and 600 people in place, and a lot of different companies and so forth, just to share on that. And then finally, I want to leave it on Eileen's note. We work together a lot. And, there is differences between Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach. I always look at it as we're kind of this middle kid. We were the second one born. And, in population wise and technology and all that, and keeping us all together is always a really good challenge. And we have 4 transit operators. So we have to think about all of them in a way that benefits the community. And I'm grateful for my colleagues, because we actually are thinking that way. So thank you guys. Thank you for being
What
here.
a great way to end. Thank you all. Thank you to my panelists for being here today. Greatly appreciated that. Thank you. Okay, people, we are still moving along. We are now ready for our session 3, which is bricks, mortar, and design. Am I ready? You're ready for me? Okay. A quick commercial break.
Thank you.
How local governments regulate? It's a great question. Our panelists today will be invited to address the public return on investment of TOD and TOC communities. How successful have policy reforms been at streamlining approvals and incentives for TOD and affordable and workforce housing in the transit corridors? Our moderator for this session will be Michael Marshall, partner of Nelson Mullins. Mr. Marshall is a land use attorney and planning consultant with an educational and professional background in law and engineering and business administration. He represents private and public sector clients, including property owners, developers, financial institutions, title companies, and large institutional entities such as hospitals, universities, municipalities, and counties in land use, planning, and real estate matters. In other words, he really knows what he's talking about. And he's going to be asking some really great questions of the panel before us.
No pressure. All right. Thank you all. It's a pleasure to be here. First off, Whatever you say about me, this panel, I think, is absolute best panel I've ever been a part of. I know all of these people, both personally, professionally, and really super excited to be here with you all, and really looking forward to having the discussion with our panelists today. So if I can just. So I'm just going to jump right into it. You know, I've been thinking about TODs for a long time, believe it or not. I'm kind of a geek about it. And, you know, I always find myself like thinking and wondering what goes into a TOD? What does a TOD look like? Well, how do you decide, you know, where to do a TOD, what it involves, you know, what are the ingredients basically? You know, there's always thoughts of, you know, location and existing infrastructure, regulatory environment and regulatory barriers, intergovernmental coordination. I remember the early days of my involvement with the ULI and infrastructure committee. We always talked about the 7 layers of permitting hell, you know, to get things done. Yeah, and funding, of course, there's always the funding that has to happen. So if I can, I'd just like to start with Darby and just ask, you know, from the county's point of view, like what are some of the most important considerations do you believe should be accounted for when designing a TOD? And can you share some of the things the county's doing?
How much time do you have?
We have an hour, 1 hour. So I'll go sit down.
Yeah, look, I think it's a very difficult question. I mean, many of us who get involved in regulations and crafting different types of districts to achieve these objectives, you know, many of us have that background, whether it's defensible space or T&D or whatever flavor, you know, SEPT, whatever flavor that might be, and we so focus on some of these design principles. But sometimes we forget about, you know, one of the very basic questions we really need to ask ourselves when we're looking at TODs and we're trying to design these based on the various types of districts that we're looking at. And the question you always need to really ask yourself, can it be built? Right? Can you build it? Where are you building it? What is the market that you're going after? You know, we have a wide variety of opportunities, particularly when we contemplate, you know, whether it's Miami-Dade County or Broward County, and we're dealing with this built-out environment. A shopping center, an old shopping mall, is not going to be the same as what I sometimes call an obsolete commercial property on an existing corridor, right? You know, on those particular properties, you have a lot of land to work with. On a commercial corridor, maybe you only have 100, 120 feet of depth, maybe only 100 to 200 feet of right-of-way width. So there's a lot of challenges that go on with what you're thinking about outside just these basic design concepts. And then the other part of that is the market going to actually respond to what it is that you want to do there? You know, one of the challenges that we've experienced in Broward County when we contemplate, you know, this idea of whether it's transit-oriented design, you know, transit-oriented communities. And I really kind of like the community concept because what is it that you're trying to achieve? So we have a few policies within our own land use plan that's trying to incentivize development along our corridors and within our activity centers. And they're driven in part by providing bonus density for residential, provided you do some affordable housing. And a lot of this has to be coordinated along where we have existing transit corridors. That's the idea, right? The TOD. But then the challenge really becomes one of what is the mix? What is the intensity? What is the community going to tolerate? What can the community or the developer actually build? You've heard in some of the prior presentations how that question comes up, right? And that's one of the questions that we're grappling with, because not every single type of transit-oriented district or community is going to look the same. One of the things I did, and this is one of the questions you want to ask yourself when you get involved in this task, just out of pure curiosity, and don't put too much merit in these numbers, but it's kind of an interesting question. We, you know, with Senator Geller, we were kind of grappling with this issue with our policy 216.4, commonly known as the Geller Amendment. You know, what is the appropriate mix for residential and commercial? Like I said, you heard in some of the earlier discussions, this is a real challenge. So taking Broward County property appraiser data, I kind of crunched some numbers, just looking at what actual square footage is built out there versus residential versus commercial. Now, again, don't put too much stock in some of these numbers because you can sort of parse this data out in a number of different ways. But when you look at purely square footage, about 72% of all the square footage that's built, you know, actual spaces you can walk on, residential. And then we're right around maybe 12% that's actually commercial. But if you split that out further, and you only look at, let's say, service retail or maybe ground floor, you take out those large employment centers, you start getting to a residential commercial mix of 4% commercial versus that residential. But here's the trap, right? So okay, so we're going to allow a mixed use development to go in, and we're going to allow the token 1,000 square foot retail space to be dropped in there. They can't rent it, right? They can't rent it, it's too small. But here's the other trap. You heard from one of the earlier presenters. We're going to drop 30,000 square feet of commercial space in there. They can't rent that because sometimes we don't have the capacity to anticipate the market. But what we should be doing as planners is trying to anticipate what is the capacity that the district can hold. So if you're in a downtown environment, you may have a transit-oriented community where certain streets are really focused on getting that critical mass of people that live there. And then your main strips have those services and those commercials. Maybe if you're in an obsolete commercial lot, like I was talking about, these ones with shallow depths, maybe you're looking at an even smaller footprint. If you're looking at larger properties where you have the opportunity to not only rely upon an adjacent population, but a pull from the resulting community, maybe then you're looking at a larger footprint. If you're redeveloping a mall, it's the same question. You may already have 1 million square feet of commercial. So are you creating that TOC that you are really trying to achieve with this particular development? So those are some of the things I think you really want to think about when you're the one who is trying to put that together, because I've seen it in some of the other jurisdictions I've worked in where it's just pretty pictures, the Mediterranean village, we've all seen it, and it doesn't get built because it can't get built. Thank you.
Well, I imagine that Broward has its own unique challenges given its built environment and its history as, is largely roadways and built out around motor vehicle capacity, lane capacity. But, maybe Miami-Dade, I'm always interested in the differences between how regulatory processes work in Broward, how intergovernmental coordination works between municipalities that are looking to build rooftops around transit corridors that are maintained and owned by the county. And so then when I look at Miami-Dade, I'll think and wonder how it's different down there. And I know Miami-Dade has the rapid transit zones, and smart corridors and urban centers. And so if I get asked Nathan, just to juxtapose like what Darby's saying about the context of Broward and considerations that go into TODs, how in Miami-Dade does how important is it for these regional policies to be applicable in both the county, unincorporated and incorporated areas of the county? And how does that oversight play out?
Absolutely. And I think I'm going to take everybody on a little history lesson right to the beginning of how we've created these TODs. It's quite interesting. So if I can get that presentation up, there we go. And Darby's right. And I hope everybody listened. We can't be overly prescriptive in our zoning and implementation. It's impossible to judge the market. We have to put in our maximum floor area ratios, maximum height, intensity standards, and then coordinate with the market to let the market decide, because we've seen mistakes where we've put ground floor retail in certain places and it sits vacant for years. Encouraging development rather than prescribing the specific floor area is quite important. So we do share, I know in Miami-Dade counties, zoning and land use policies, very similar theories and concepts. But I wanted to start kind of like this is our Bible or Torah, Quran. This is the 10 Commandments of how we got to TOD, and it goes back to the 1980s when we first started looking at our TOD policies. Of course, Miami-Dade County is a region. We have 36 municipalities. So how do you coordinate land use policy and zoning within these municipalities and in the unincorporated area? And we have a significant, unlike Broward, we have about 1.5, 1.7 in the unincorporated areas, as opposed to Broward, it's completely incorporated. Well, we have a little bit of extra muscle with our home rule charter. So we do have some heightened land use and zoning policies that we could or we can, and we do have that oversight and ability to step into the municipal level and dictate, in some cases, land use and zoning policy. Sometimes it gets a little messy, but nevertheless, we're talking about regional transportation and regional policies. It has to be done. So this is really the map, and it's very, very simple. In the 80s, after, when we created our first comprehensive plan, our main policy was intensification at transit stops and our corridors. And it was a very, very, very simple policy. It was dots on a map that indicates or correlates to relative minimum densities and floor area ratios. So we had regional urban centers, which is one downtown. We have municipal, metropolitan, and 250 units per acre, and community urban centers. And it was dots on a map where we're going to have transit as we were planning out Metro Rail. Very, very simple concept. And we did not dictate, other than residential density and some commercial, this is where it needs to go. And if that dot fell within a municipality, they're obligated in their comprehensive plan and their zoning to implement it. They didn't always do it. And that kind of led to some interesting oversight by the county. So, as Javier Bustamante previously was talking about, our rapid transit zones or county-owned transit property. I know this map goes back to, is it 79? You see the government center complex and station. This was the first planning exercises for the stations. And as these stations were planned out, there were also land use and planning studies that were done at each of the stations. They did include the municipalities. And that was the creation of our first rapid transit zones. These were pinpointed zones at the transit stations on county-owned property, on transit-owned property. And whether they were in a municipality or not, they all use the same regulations. And it was based off of the previous densities that you saw, the urban center densities. We implemented the rapid transit zone that had the very specific zoning policies, parking requirements, heights, process, how we take an application, from a submittal to a final approval, and if it fell in a municipality, the county had the land use and police power, the zoning power. It was the county, it's not the municipality. The county also did the building permits as well. We continued on, you saw this slide. The smart corridors came about with the MPO. They created that, and following that, the planning department then put in some policies. We'll say, look, we need to fill the gap between these nodes, and we started the smart corridor, which is, again, not high density, but your mid-level densities between the stations. And this, again, is a close-up of kind of how these policies work. So those dots you see at the center, that is your high density. That's your high density node. Our corridors are half a mile. The first quarter mile, 60 units per acre. The next quarter is 36 units per acre. So followed by what the planning department did in the comprehensive plan, they implemented this policy. Zoning took it further and said, now we're calling this the smart corridor rapid transit zone. So if you fell in a municipality, if the zone falls within a municipality, in this instance, we didn't take over the zoning and land use, but we prescribed a minimum FAR that the municipality must provide in their zoning code. For the unincorporated areas, so again, rapid transit zone was a tool that we were able to implement in the municipalities. In the unincorporated areas, we took more of a TOC approach where we did charrettes with the community, and we adopted what we called urban center zoning, which is a form-based zoning code, minimum intensities, mixed use, very human scale, similar to a traditional neighborhood. And the beauty of it is once they were applied, and again, it's a zoning regulation, once they were applied, it's development by right, which is key. The community's already bought in, the policymakers have bought into it, so it is a by right development. And we see the south quarter and through the north quarter within the county. So that's kind of how we got there. Now, from a housing, I'll put my housing hat on. I was formerly on the zoning side. From a housing perspective, we're users of the smart corridor and transit-oriented development policies. We have many public housing. There was a question about public housing. Our public housing stock, we have 6,000 units spread throughout the county. Many of them fall within the smart corridor or rapid transit zone. We're actively going through, it's called RAD redevelopment under HUD. It's rental assistance demonstration. We're taking our old inventory built in the 50s and 60s, and now we have these massive density bonuses. We're tearing those down. We're working with developers related, Atlantic Pacific. They're one of our biggest partners. We'll do a 99-year lease. So as an example, if we had 100 units of public housing, well, now maybe we're doing 200, 300, 400 units on the same piece of property. So all residents have the right to return. There's a relocation process. They're coming back, but we are, the housing department now is a strong user of these TOD policies. And without it, well, without the density privileges, there's no incentive to develop. And we've talked about, mixed income within buildings. We support that. But really the key is that the density is allowing for these projects to pencil out, financially. You have market rate, which is then subsidizing or help subsidizing some of the, 80% and below AMIs.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Sounds simple.
If you don't mind, just to kind of piggyback on the back of that, it's kind of interesting to see the difference between the way Dade County works and Broward County works. So I've had the opportunity to kind of work on both sides of the border. There's not too many of us who actually do that. And Dade County's approach is actually really interesting because, like you said, the county has sort of that jurisdictional control over zoning, and he's shared with you how they've applied it versus unincorporated versus incorporated areas. But one of the interesting things that they do through that authority is they, like he identified, they create sort of these minimum thresholds. And you're able to actually, as a municipality, to then go up above those thresholds. And that was my experience in Palmetto Bay. They came in, they did one of those large charrettes that he spoke of. And inevitably, a bunch of beautiful images came out, and the community elected to have the least possible dense option that they could pursue. And granted, there were a few things within the economy that happened during that period of time, but they only had maybe 1 or 2 buildings built. So when I was there, we said, okay, well, let's go back. Let's take an examination of how this works. We had a little bit of back and forth, and then we came out with a new code that increased the density. Little behind the scene kind of conversation, the density was less than what was argued for by some portions of the administration, only because I kept saying the community's not going to do it. But sure enough, we increased the density and things got built. Projects started coming in. It was, Atlantic Pacific. Before they were Atlantic Pacific, just Pacific, they were one of our first properties that came in. But there again lies the trap. The density was too low, didn't work. Density was too high, community revolted. They dropped it back down. Nothing's getting built again. Broward County, in juxtaposition, we do it differently. So our regulatory authority at the county level comes through the comprehensive plan, not the zoning. But instead of, outside of the Geller Amendment, instead of creating here is your minimum, we say here is your maximum. So one of the ways we've been working to get around that is now that we have these incentive policies that say, okay, maybe your activity center has been granted, let's say 5,000 units or 10,000 units, whatever it might be. But if you do 1 unit at low, you'll get 19 bonus units. If you do 1 unit at medium, you'll get 9. If you do one at the 80, yeah, you'll get the 6 units at the 80 to 120 range. And this is how we're beginning to sort of work within that rubric of getting to the maximum. But I just wanted to kind of share with you that there's 2 very different approaches between Dade and Broward.
Indeed. Well, it clearly, it sounds like there's no one size fits all, right? I mean, TODs are very context sensitive, and I think someone asked earlier, just how important is the T? I mean, surely it can be useful, but could you develop areas that have the same sort of economic benefits, affordability, some of the public benefits that, are touted with TODs without the T? And I guess that kind of makes me think of Fort Lauderdale, really. I mean, I know Fort Lauderdale's coming a long way and, there's a Bright Line station and all, but I'm not sure if there's a true TOD in town, but I also believe that the city's probably trying to incorporate a lot of those TOD guidelines. And I was hoping that maybe Anthony, you could help us understand some of what Fort Lauderdale's doing along those lines.
Yeah, thank you. Well, first off, I couldn't agree with my colleagues on the panel more. Trying to anticipate the market trends and having a study that has a long enough duration of validity and is in place long enough is just a fool's errand, in my opinion. So we also rely on, the development community to tell us where that is. And I agree with looking at the maximums. We use TOD in the city of Fort Lauderdale as base elements of all of our plans, right? So when we're doing a master plan, we started in the downtown, we have one in the South Rack, we have one in the Northwest area, and we sort of have one in the uptown area up by the executive airport. So we incorporate those elements as base components to all of our master plans. We don't have any formally adopted TOD zoning at this time. We did, I think within the last 12 months, do a land use amendment in the north part of the city to incorporate those into that comprehensive plan amendment. But other than that, it's just incorporated into the elements of our master plans. And we have had success in using those elements to help support other efforts. So any kind of grant funding or, that type of thing, we have used those to make the argument that this is why we need it and why it should be applied here. We've had a really good, especially over the last several years, partnership with the county on doing these types of things. The county changed how they allocated units in the downtown. It used to come in 5,000 unit increments, and it made it very hard to get any kind of steady development trends going in the downtown. I think that was illustrated by the ups and downs we saw in the market. Now, especially with the Geller Amendment, and thank you very much for that, I think that's important. We're seeing a lot more interest, especially in a time when we are seeing a little bit of a turn down nationwide, right? So I think it's really kind of protected our area and region of the country from some of those downturns in the market. I mean, we are affected by it, but it doesn't seem that we're affected as well, as impactful as other areas.
Right. Well, it certainly looks like, there's been vast improvement in downtown Fort Lauderdale. And I don't think anybody can deny that, a lot of people talk about property values, how property values have gone up. I know from lots of TOD presentations I've seen from various professionals, practitioners, academia, that one of the benefits of TOD or incorporating TOD guidelines, like you're saying, is that it does add value. There is value capture that can be leveraged, that can help bring more infrastructure to bear. But then there's the flip side of all that value add, and that it becomes less affordable if you're talking about residential units, trying to incorporate those. And so, talking about the Geller Amendment and the Live Local Act, I know today we're going to try to cross these paths between TOD and affordable housing, but just generally, without getting to the Live Local Act first, because of the Geller Amendment, I would like to hear more from Darby about, how that is being, how the Geller Amendment is being tailored to dovetail with the transit-oriented development policies in the land use plan.
So you can hear me better this way. So, again, when we did it's policy 216.4 within our land use plan, and it was really tailored towards those corridors that are served by the mass transit. There are ways to expand that calendar or that roadway system, if you will, predicated upon whatever ingredients you want to do. It's possible, but it's really driven by what our transit system is trying to do and what's intending to do. So you saw the presentation earlier from Corey, and we're showing you where our rapid transit services are and where we are intending to put the rail lines and what have you. And so that's where these 216.3s go, because if you recall from your opening segment, how, there's a very real reality. We built a suburban environment in Broward County, and quite frankly, we did a really good job of it in Broward County. And if you don't believe me, drive Pines Boulevard and then drive Kendall. similar residential commercial mix. And as much as people might complain about Pembroke Road, it travels actually fairly well in comparison. But now we're trying to juxtaposition that, and there's going to be a lot of folks who are going to want to resist, and understandably so, changes to their, low density, single family residential neighborhoods. So we really are focusing on those opportunities where it's our activity centers. We've already identified where we want our densities to go and along our existing, transit corridors, buses and what have you, along those portions so that we can at least try to capture some of that. And that's where all those other portions of this conversation you've heard so far come into play. The challenge, which is what you were alluding to, and part of that question is sometimes what I call like the arms race. We always have to be very careful about what we're doing. And you're experiencing that all the time in Fort Lauderdale. It starts off as, 300-story tall buildings, and it's 400 and 500 because you're constantly trying to capture that marketability, that affordability. And so that's one of the challenges that we'll always be grappling with as we contemplate what our codes do in the context of what our community, our residents, because remember, we don't own this. The people who live here and drive here and work here, they're the ones who own it, that they're willing to actually tolerate.
Thank you. So I guess naturally I want to go to Brandon from this because we've been talking about counties, major cities, Boca, as much of a name power as it has, it's a relatively small town, 100,000 people, I suppose. So, I mean, Brandon, but there's always been, Boca's affordability and Boca don't always go hand in hand. And there, it is by its code has a low density directive. However, I think over time, the city of Boca is maturing and growing. Has the Live Local Act been helpful, or has it gotten in the way of that growth management that's happened in Boca?
Thanks for the question. I think when it comes to the Live Local Act, I have to kind of put aside personal feelings a little bit on, I don't know how many local government people are in the room, but it's the preemptions and all that are offensive, and they're, I think it was poorly designed and poorly implemented and so on and so forth. That being said, I think I understand the reasons for it, and I think it has had some positive impacts, and the city of Boca Raton is included. So for those that don't know, obviously the Live Local Act allows multifamily residential development in zoning that otherwise doesn't allow it, if 40% of the units are affordable and there are certain preemptions of land use density height. So when that was passed, the city sort of took a strategy of, okay, here's a model. Well, I back up a little bit. Boca Raton, if you don't know, has historically been very resistant to the idea of affordable housing. But the politics have actually changed quite significantly on that issue in the city in the last few years. And so the passage of the Live Local Act was kind of well-timed with that political change. And so the act sort of gave us a template of, okay, here's an idea of how we might implement affordable housing in the city. So we sort of took a strategy of a similar program, but it's a less percentage of affordable units required. So it's a more attractive option in many cases. We wanted to have control over the location, not just any non-residential zoning district, but where we thought growth was most appropriate. And we had sort of identified those areas. We call them planned mobility in the city. But the idea is, we're going to try to make future development in a way that's going to allow, travel by modes of transportation other than single occupant vehicles. We're all familiar. And so where does it absolutely make the most sense? Transit oriented is the ideal. So we have two train stations operating in the city, one of which is the Tri-Rail station. Historically has been the busiest Tri-Rail station on the system, and the Brightline station downtown. So as an aside, Brightline as an anchor for TOD, I don't know, I'm a little skeptical, but I think the idea is, it's also part of our downtown, so the two concepts aren't that different, and what it might bring in the future, hopefully for some more commuter rail. But in the case of the Tri-Rail station, it's obviously owned by the SFRTA. It's a it's a public agency. And in the case of near the Brightline station, the city owns not only just where the station sits, but the vast majority of what could potentially be redeveloped in the area, which has led, we originally were looking at TOD planning, and then it sort of morphed into a public-private partnership that we're working on now. You might have heard about it in the news, I'm not sure. So that's sort of how it's, that's sort of how it's evolved in the city. So I think, in a lot of ways, the Live Local Act has sort of has been a kick in the butt, I guess, to the city and kind of got us on that path.
Yeah, I mean, you all may know, I don't mean to preach about anything, but what Boca did when the Live Local Act was actually going through the first legislative session, 2023, when it was adopted, that the city really got involved in the conversation straight away. And the statutes, the affordable housing statutes in Chapter 125 that governs counties and 166 municipalities already allowed local governments to do what Live Local requires with the 10% set aside. It literally said you can do whatever you want to do it. You can ignore all the growth management laws of Chapter 163. But it really wasn't being followed. Boca latched onto that. They did take the destiny in their own hands in the face of Live Local rather than kicking and screaming about Live Local. And so I do think that was it's important to point out that that the city wasn't just wasn't just in denial, but they actually took the bull by the horn. So fair play. But I agree. But that is a common criticism. I mean, with Live Local, that it strips local governments of home rule authority, despite the fact that the statute already gave full home rule authority. But in Miami-Dade, like Nathan, in the RTC and the urban centers, is there an affordable requirement for multifamily in those areas? And if so, then does it make Live Local less attractive as an option?
So yeah, our urban centers and most of our rapid transit zones, we require 12.5% of the units to be workforce. So up to 140% AMI. What we're finding is, depending on the geography, depending on the location, a lot of these are tax credit deals. So we're seeing, 100% affordable. With regards to Live Local, though, it's kind of the tale of two cities in Miami-Dade County with regards to how we look at Live Local. In our smart corridor, in our rapid transit zones, in our urban centers, because our densities are so high and privileged, there is no benefit from Live Local other than the tax break and the tax abatement, as well as being able to process an application administratively. So, our land use policies are in many respects richer than that of what the state is prescribing. However, Miami-Dade County does have an abundance of low density areas and low density cities where, there's concern. When it first came out, we were concerned we're going to start seeing towers on commercially zoned property because, that what the state says is, you can use the maximum density or maximum height within a mile, but maximum density within the county or within the jurisdiction. Well, we have such a massive county and we have such high densities, especially in their downtown area, 500 units per acre. Well, if that's our maximum, and you can use it anywhere, well, besides single family home, and you have a couple setbacks, but that was kind of, a little outrageous. We do have a pretty savvy, development environment. The developers, I think they've self-regulated and not have proposed the ridiculous, which has been good. But they've started to take advantage of the administrative approvals and especially the tax abatement, which has been beneficial. There's one other thing I wanted to mention, and I failed to mention before, kind of on the zoning tools to implement, workforce and affordable housing. What the county does, and this is for any development, whether it's in unincorporated or within the cities, and not just within the cities within our rapid transit zone, anywhere in Miami-Dade County or the municipalities. If you're providing workforce housing, again, up to 120% AMI as we define it, your impact fees are waived. Your county impact fees are waived. So, for an individual unit, that could be as high as $13,000, $14,000. It's significant. So that's roadway fees, police fees, fire fees. So that is one of the incentives. Another one for unincorporated Miami-Dade County and any development within an RTZ is expedited permitting. So the land use your rezoning, if that's required, administrative site plan approvals, those are reviewed in like 7 days. Normally, we do like a 21-day review period. Those are done in 7 days. Your plating is expedited, your water and sewer permits are expedited. And on the building permit side, those are expedited. There's no additional charge for that. Building department set up even a concierge process where some of these larger developers will take advantage of it, and you have access to all the trades and scheduled meetings to get these projects moving faster. So we recognize, and we work very closely with the development community. So it was like, okay, well, we're giving all these density bonuses and, parking reductions and, all these things that we thought were more beneficial. Well, it was the time that was most beneficial to the developer. So the county also, has a robust program like that as well.
Yeah, I think those are great, the development incentives and permit relief on permit fees and all that certainly help. It helps go vertical with these projects, right? But like if we could, and I know that in some places we may not have TODs. I know this is relatively new, I guess. I'm saying it's not we've been doing this forever, so it's not like they're all over the place. But to the extent that you all have had some involvement in one of these, like, is it just getting built that makes it a success, or I mean, what is it like? And maybe this is a good question for Brandon, because I know you've been involved in the Tri-Rail one and even the downtown project lately. Like what is it that you would consider a successful TOD? Is it like, yeah, is it just being built, or what are we looking for, and does it depend?
Well, to stipulate, first of all, that we don't have any built TOD in
No.
the city right now. So we're kind of in the planning stage. So in the case of the Tri-Rail station, it's got a development approval on it. Since earlier this year, I believe it's got a development approval. So I guess one thing that sort of surprised me in that process was, okay, this is Tri-Rail. They're going to come in and, the walkable design and all that's going to be their first priority, right? They can do it better than I can. But what we've discovered is that no, actually, we've had a pretty big role in making the project better, and buildings, relationship with the street, putting the street trees in, looking at the details. It's got a little more surface parking than I would like, but I understand it's an operating Tri-Rail station, that sort of thing. So that was a little bit of a surprise. When it comes to the city project that we're, still in the planning stages on, which is a P3, I think success is a lot more complicated. I think that, regulation gets you so far in private properties, and that's great, but you can always say, hey, there's only so much we can do. They own the property, it's theirs. In this case, it's ours. We got to do it. We got to hit all the marks. We got to hit, we got to support the transit. We got to get the land uses right. We got to get the placemaking right. We got to get the streets right, and somehow make sure that the public is on board and happy about it, and that the financials are right. It's a 99-year lease. The idea is largely financial benefit to the city. Got to make sure that works. And one of those push and pulls has been the amount of private development that would take place. Obviously, the more, the better financially for the city, but also the more, the worse in many ways that the public would consider it. And I know there's a potential for cannibalization of other areas of the downtown, like Meisner Park and those sorts of things. So I think there's just a lot of things that you have to try to get right and balance out. And it's simpler in a way because the city owns the land, more control, but more complicated in a way because I think the expectations are just so much higher.
Yeah, it's a heavy lift, isn't it? Especially with the downtown project being proximate to a lot of single-family residential. Anthony, in downtown Fort Lauderdale, there are traditional neighborhoods, Victoria Park, Rio Vista. Are there particular challenges that you all are finding? I know we're not maybe talking about a TOD specifically, but in incorporating some of these TOD guidelines where, you're talking about, adjusting rights of way. Yeah. And, are there any particular challenges that you all have found in trying to pursue these TOD guidelines, even though it's not a true TOD?
Yeah, so yes, we have. I mean, protecting the character of the existing neighborhoods is very important to our community. It's very important to us. We have tried to bake in transition zones. So you look at our zoning map for the downtown especially, you'll see that as you move it out from the city center, you get lower scale development, and then when you're directly abutting existing development that has a different zoning district and even lower scale than what is being proposed, you have a transition zone between those buildings and there. Now, the goal is to incorporate that facet of whatever development we're getting that's up against that existing development to be, a collaborative type thing. It shouldn't feel like it's completely different right across the street, right? So to the greatest extent possible, we've really worked hard to incorporate that into those plans and continue to work with our development community as we're modifying those plans. So seeing what works and what doesn't work. I mean, we're planners. We all think, we have a good, strong idea of what is suitable for a specific area. But when you really get into the nitty gritty and the rubber starts hitting the road, sometimes those concepts don't work. And you have to have enough flexibility to be able to say, yeah, we recognize that. Let's do something else and see what we can do. So our master plans have that flexibility built into it to a certain extent. It requires a higher threshold for the city commission to be involved, but we have streamlined processes to make those approval processes more efficient for the developer to try and promote that type of stuff as an incentive. And then if you need to deviate from that, we have a process for that as well.
Right, right. Well, look, we've only got a couple minutes left before the Q&A starts. So I was going to ask something of each of you. I don't know if we'll have time to go through each of you, but I'll put Nathan on the spot for the, for the ultimate answer. I mean, as you sit alone at night and you're thinking, Nathan, if it's possible, what is one policy change you wish would come about that can really improve TOD outcomes in South Florida? I mean, is there, or maybe there isn't one thing, but for you, is there something that you would like to see happen on a policy level?
It'd be nice, to take some of the successes that we've seen in Miami-Dade County with regards to, the county having the oversight with regards to regional transportation. But I think it's more of a philosophical thing rather than necessarily a policy change is, kind of, and on this discussion of, what makes a successful TOD, I think the concept itself of a TOD, just having that development at an appropriate density at the transit station is good enough. I started my career getting down, landscaping, frontages, setbacks, built-tos, aesthetics, architecture. You can go on and on and on, and everybody can discuss it, and everybody could agree, agree or disagree, amenities and all this. TOD is so valuable to a jurisdiction, to a region. It solves so many issues from affordability to transportation. It is green in itself. A bad TOD is better than a fantastic project that's eating up greenfield in the suburbs. It solves so many issues. It increases your tax revenue, your property tax. You're maximizing that. You're not building new roads. You're not building new water and sewer infrastructure. The schools are already in place. Everything's in place. It deconcentrates poverty. I can go on and on and on. So I think we should not maybe care less about what it looks like. I mean, we'll get good products because the elected officials, the planners, I mean, we'll work on that. But I think, fundamentally and philosophically, the discussion with the community needs to be, this is the only way to do it, especially in South Florida, where I think somebody said it before, where we are a corridor. We are one long, 18-mile wide corridor. We're not going west and we're not going east. That's it.
Yeah.
So we have it is the only solution. And again, it's not just a land use solution, it's a social solution.
Yeah, yeah, it's inevitable, isn't it? It feels. Well, look, we could talk all day. I would love to hear what everybody has to say about this stuff, but we are almost out of time. We have 5 minutes left now for some Q&A. If anyone has any questions for the panel, please feel free. Do I need to?
Hi. The three bright line stations that were built kind of in the first phase, we've seen a tremendous amount of development around the location in Miami. I mean, they owned the land next door, so that certainly helped. And we've seen development around the station in West Palm. And my perception, I came by the train today, is that not much is happening around the station in Fort Lauderdale. Am I misperceiving that, or if there isn't something happening there, what do we think is the spark that it's going to take?
Yeah, so I think your perception's accurate to a certain extent. It's not that we don't have interest in the properties around the station. We have a development kind of just to the east that's been proposed and has entitlements, but it's just languishing, right? We've had development to the south that have received entitlements, also still just sitting there for a couple of years. I think part of the challenge with our Bright Line station in particular is if you look at the other two, they are right smack dab in the middle of an area where you can actually get off the train and easily walk to a lot of things, right? Whether that be residential development, restaurants, bars, whatever. Ours is a little more of a challenge because it's in such close proximity to Broward Boulevard, which is such a huge barrier to getting to parts of the downtown that people are interested in, right? So the river and, other areas over there, because the area that it's in is really primarily a residential area. We don't have a lot going on there right now. We do have some more development that's happened along Federal Highway and being redeveloped, but that's also a little bit of a distance from the station. So I think that challenge, and the DDA has tried to see what they can do to help pull people from the Bright Line station over to those areas in the downtown. Some of that's had some success, but I think, that's something we're going to have to look at too from a long-term perspective and see what kind of things we can put in place to really help that out. Who knows what happens in the future with any of these things we're talking about that may impact Broward Boulevard, but there might be an opportunity at that point to kind of address that problem more directly. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, there was a lot of discussion about where it would be placed, and there were some land swaps that went on with the city. Brightline was working at a very fast pace, and I think my colleagues all recognize that up here. And so when we got to that point, these were questions that we kind of raised with them. And I do agree with Brandon. Brightline also should really look at their ticketing structure, right? They don't want to be a commuter rail, but they are a solid option if you're working and living in a downtown and you want to go to another area. Or if you're working in one area and wanting to live in another. So I think that it could have probably been located a little bit better, or it could have been designed to address these things a little bit easier, but it's there. We're going to have to figure it out as we move along.
Wink, wink.
Okay, my name is Albert Kakachi. I'm a member of the board for SFRTA. I imagine perhaps, gentlemen, one of your challenges is selling your plans and your ideas not only to the community, but the boards and the elected officials and trying to get everybody on board. And now, having a heavy technical background, my mind tends to go that way. I would love to see something in the form of modeling, computer modeling that shows how all this stuff is a complex adaptive system. How does it look? Is any of that done? Can you speak about that? Thank you.
I know I know back when they were doing a lot of the planning for the tri-rail system, they did a lot of that in different quarters. I don't know, Greg is still here, but I know his group got involved in a whole lot of that stuff in terms of trying to model that. And I've actually seen some fairly extensive ones, particularly between, say, Sheridan Street and Johnson Street, and some of those areas where there's one of the stations. And so those, it's a common tool that is used. I think ultimately it comes back to, some of the questions or issues that we raised here, some of the ones that we heard when we had our partners on the development side of the community speaking to this, that oftentimes it's really just trying to meet what that market is going to do. It was a fabulous plan, the one that they had in Hollywood between Sheridan and Sheridan and Taft Street. It was a fabulous plan. And the portion, I think, on the Taft Street side got built with townhomes, but the other portion, and I think, Ralph Stern and I think we were contacted at one point about a portion of doing something on the Sheridan Street portion. But again, it's that those right market dynamics that actually make it take off. The modeling helps to, inform individuals what it might look like. But ultimately, those conditions have to be ripe.
Hello, everyone. My name is Malcolm Moyes Jr. I wanted to ask a question. I used to work in zoning. One of my former bosses up there. Thank you for teaching me. Okay, so I wanted to ask a question for the whole county, just from my past experiences. TOD is a very, very broad term, and I think that when we think of TOD, we think of affordable housing, close to transit and retail. There's a tendency where, we want this, but we don't end up with TOD in the long run. What I mean by that, I mean, like it's a luxury, ultra luxury development that's using the term TOD that is unaffordable. What policies or guidance do you think that we can implement or we can come together, not to infringe on a person's right as a developer, but to encourage them to actually create the TOD that the community envisions, instead of saying, hey, we're going to create an ultra luxury tower and call it TOD?
Well, I think when it comes to affordable housing and, transit-oriented developments, even the redevelopment that we do of our public housing sites, we've shifted from the old model of, well, we need to provide affordable housing exclusively in one specific area. That has failed throughout the United States. We strongly encourage, and this is for even some of the luxury buildings, we want to see a real true mixed income building at a micro level. And we're not afraid to tell, our politicians, our community that are demanding for affordable. It's like, no, the developers need to have market rate that helps subsidize the workforce units. The lower incomes, when you get to 60 and below, they're pretty much subsidized with either LIHTC, vouchers. It's very difficult to do that without it. So one of the examples we saw today, which was related, he showed the Magnus building. If you can all get down to Miami and take a look at this building, it's a luxury building, luxury amenities, it's resort style pool, fitness club, cold plunges. This building is mostly workforce and affordable. But they do, of course, have market rate because you're right down on Brickell. So we're starting to see now the buildings are indistinguishable. So again, to have, I guess, to discourage just a luxury builder, it's, mixed use. You're getting the density privilege, and that comes with the affordable and workforce, but it's the mixed income.
Yeah, and I'll add one other thing. I don't want to, and I'm not gonna answer the question, but what I would ask you to do, ask that same question in the next session, because I think you're going to find that the next panel that comes up is going to really begin to sort of speak to some of those questions. I kind of threatened Mr. Stone that I was going to steal one of his favorite quotes, but I won't. I'm going to let him use that one when he gets up on the next panel. But hold that question for the next group, because I think they may be able to give you a fuller answer as well on top of what Nathan gave you.
So I'd like to chime in just real quick with this, because I think it's interesting how Fort Lauderdale has to deal with that exact question. We have allocated every single unit the county has given us towards development, which means we have no more units in a pool. The only way an individual developer can get additional units is either through the Geller Amendment or through Live Local. And either one's going to make you address affordable housing in some way, shape, or form. Now, there is an out. You can do a pay in lieu of, and people are taking that, but we are taking that money, splitting it with the county, and then we're using that to leverage other things for affordable housing, gap financing, what have you. Ralph has been great partner with us on that. And so that money's starting to roll in. So I think it's interesting because Fort Lauderdale's in a little bit of a different situation. We can't give you units. You have to use one of these programs.
Yeah, thank you all. It's been, oh, go ahead, Brandon.
I would just add a really simple thing. Don't give more development rights without the requirements, the appropriate requirements coming along with it. That's for affordable housing or for, while Nathan says, and I agree that just getting the density on the ground is the most important thing. Also, almost as important, I think, is at least enough rules to make it walkable enough is crucial. So, I mean, the don't give away rights without the requirements coming along with them.
Absolutely. Listen, thank you all. It's been fantastic spending some time with you today.
Absolutely. So much appreciated.
I want to thank that panel. Michael, thank you. Gentlemen, thank you. You all are very thought-provoking and answered some really tough questions, and greatly appreciate you all being on the panel today. And with that, people, we're rolling right into our next session, which is session number 4. This is innovative partnerships and financing strategies. And again, it should help answer some of the questions you had a moment ago. So this session will delve into specific innovative partnerships and financing mechanisms for TOD projects, such as public-private partnerships and joint development agreements, innovative partnerships, and financing for local projects to be described that are being applied in the real world by practitioners with a depth of experience and leadership in the public and the private sectors. Joe, you ready to come on up? All right. Panel, you're getting situated. It is my pleasure now to introduce Joe Yesbeck. He is the Senior Vice President of TY Lin and also a sponsor of today's event. He is their advisory and planning practice leader. He is a registered professional engineer with over 40 years of experience in both the public and the private sectors. Joe began his career at FDOT in District 4, where he served as a planning and engineering position. And over the last 20 years, Joe has been in the private sector, where his experience has included management of major transportation projects for transit, for rail, and for roadways. Joe is a Miami native and a graduate of Florida Tech. Oh, I'm so sorry, Georgia Tech. I was thinking in the back of my head, how's he going to come up in this room of Floridians graduating from Georgia Tech? But that's another whole panel. So without further ado, Joe, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, well, thank you for sticking around for this panel discussion this afternoon. I'm going to start out by letting the panelists just each introduce themselves. We've done some rehearsal. We have a number of questions to get the conversation going. So, Ralph, why don't I go ahead and start with you?
Sure. Ralph Stone, Director of Housing Finance and Executive Director of the Housing Finance Authority for Broward County.
I'm Aaron Stolier. I'm with 13th Floor Investments, and we are an investor and a developer. And specifically over the past decade, we've been focusing on public-private partnerships and transit-oriented developments as a core competency of our firm.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nathan Perlman. I'm with TD Bank. I'm the South Florida market leader, cover South Florida for institutional commercial real estate. So kind of the larger loans, $20 million and up. Financed a lot of transportation-oriented developments and thousands of units of affordable and workforce housing.
Good afternoon. My name is David Deck. I am the Executive Director of the South Florida Regional Transportation Authority that operates Tri-Rail. And we are super excited to hopefully soon be breaking ground on our first TOD. So thank you.
Great. You know, in the various panel discussions before this one, we've had agency representatives, we've had developers, we've had a mix of different folks. But I think what's interesting about this panel is we have kind of one of each. We have from agency to transit rail operator to developer to financier and money. So we have a good mix for questions that we have prepared to get the conversation going. What I'm going to do, though, that's maybe a little different than the previous ones. I'm going to kind of stop midway and see if any of our conference participants have any questions. I don't want to shortchange any questions that may come up here from the participants this morning. So why don't we just get started in talking about partnerships, because there's been a lot of discussion on partnering between the various organizations, from permitting, et cetera. Aaron, why don't we go ahead and start with you? What are some of the keys to success in cross-sector partnerships related to TOD developments?
Yeah, I love the question, and I think when we think about real estate and we think about private real estate, it's really very simple. We're in the pursuit of optimizing our profit margin, and that's all there is. When you think about transit-oriented projects or public-private partnerships, the calculus is very different. Looking at it from that lens is really setting yourself up for failure. And the way we think about it is that you really have a big soup, and you got to think about all these ingredients that come to that soup. And you got to think about all the different stakeholders that are around the table that are going to eat the soup with you and what ingredients each one wants. And so the ingredients are affordable housing, the last question on the last panel. You know, they are the appropriate scale, super important. They are increasing population nexus stations to increase ridership. They are convenience for parking to access riders, you know, talk about surface parking. They are art in public places. There are all these different facets that need to come together into that soup so that it tastes well and everyone wants to eat it. And so I think the key to success is really to create the right soup with the right ingredients where everyone feels that they are part of it, that they got what they were prioritizing as part of this development. And then you have to overly communicate to all the stakeholders so that everyone is excited about it and pushes it forward. I think the one project that I think has been most complex in that sense because you know, usually you have Miami-Dade County and they are both the ground lessor and they are also the city you're working with or the county you're working with. In Tri-Rail, we have a different agency, but I think we've been very successful working together with Tri-Rail to create a project that we were excited about, that Boca got excited about, that we all, you know, collectively wanted to move forward. And I think the key was really to think and listen to what everyone wanted and then trying to form a compromise as opposed to just thinking about maximizing profit.
Great. Nathan, how about any perspective you want to share?
Yeah, thanks. I think for us, it all starts with the RFP, the request for the proposal, and getting that right. Not only kind of picking a developer that has a long track record of building long projects, but one that has built really complex projects, because there's a lot of moving parts in TODs, and you know, has a good track record, good lending record. I think those are all going to help with the financing. Also getting all the studies done early. You know, there's a lot of moving parts. Parking is huge, ridership. And, you know, lastly, I think that just being able to deal with your lenders a little early. I mean, you know, a normal construction loan can take 60 days to close. So, you know, 90 days would be great, 120 days, but get the bank in early so that they can kind of look over the ground lease and things like that that might need to be altered and get familiar with the project.
Dave, you have any, you know, you were talking about the, you know, recent with project with Tri-Rail, any perspective about kind of what you went through and partnerships to get that going?
Yeah, and I'll touch on a little bit because Aaron really stated it very well. I think that really the key to this, and anybody in the room who knows me knows, you know, I've been studying financing strategies for TODs almost my entire life. But so, you know, but anyway, but it really is taking yourself and putting yourself in that other person's shoes, right? So we all, you know, we all have different needs on one side of this, and you know, I've worked in the private sector and I've worked in the public sector, and understanding, you know, that yes, you know, we have to be good partners. We're generally very risk averse, and we need to come out of that comfort zone a little bit, not a lot, Aaron, but a little bit. But we need to also understand that there's a motive here and of profit, and we need to make sure that we are good enough partners that we allow our partners to be able to still make that profit. And so I think that really is key to moving forward, is understanding that, you know, our goals are not mutually exclusive. We can work together to get to the right place.
Good point. Ralph, let's turn to you. How are cities, maybe you know, local governments and transit agencies engaging with private developers or community-based organizations differently today than in the past? Have you seen changes that have come about, you know, over time on how they're engaging?
Sure. And, you know, from a Broward County perspective, I'm going back a few years, but in the context of like a decade or a couple of decades and how long we've known that transit was important, TOD was a concept, and that affordable housing is a real deal. About 10 years or so, political traction happened in Broward County. And there was a referendum to put into the county charter a requirement for an affordable housing trust fund. It passed overwhelmingly, but it passed without a funding source. And that's a little bit of a different story that I'll share with you. But right after that, also transportation and transit, and obviously the things that go with it like TODs, were also a countywide referendum for a real surcharge, and that passed overwhelmingly. So as we sit here today, a number of years past that, the manifestation of those two things has started to evolve. And now it's totally usual for me to be in conversation or get calls from Corey, from Gretchen Cassini, who's managing the surtax program, from our real estate director, from the county administrator when she hears about a piece of dirt, from Walter Duke, anybody from the business community that has a lead. We're kind of all in the mix together. And I don't want to forget Sandra Vesey Einhorn, because Sandra and Walter and I kind of were a three-headed spear, I guess. We were poking everybody that we could find. Since 2018, when the board first initiated a program for gap financing, which is led to the funding of over 4,300 units and $154 million in gap financing since 2018. I will tell you that before 2018, I'm going back to your initial question, because what led the board to make that kind of commitment? It was the political traction. And that was prior to 2018. I had never received more than $250,000 in general fund for affordable housing. We just administered grants. But in 2018, the world changed. We got 5 million. And since that time, we've done 4,300 units. By the way, many of those units, thank you. The private sector shows us and tells us where to go. We put out the RFP, they respond to it, but we do tweak the bonus points, and we do have bonus points for things like proximity to transit and TOD, and it works. So many of those 40 projects, and by the way, they're, I think, in 7 of the 9 commission districts, so there's not a concentration of these things, have either on a rail line or on a key commercial corridor in close proximity what will be a future rail station.
Wow. Interesting. Have you noticed how different financing techniques are being leveraged to, in these kind of developments, like in value capture, like in TIFs or special assessment districts, or joint developments with, trying to redirect back some of the revenue stream? Have you noticed any trends or over time on these?
Absolutely. I think someone mentioned earlier about a capital stack of 12 sources of funding. We're fortunate in that when the Affordable Housing Trust Fund was adopted, the business community and Sandra approached me and said, how are we going to generate a fund source for that? We were looking for a continuing fund source. And we went through some bumps in the road. We took a shot at 0.2 of a mil additional taxes, which would have generated about 30 million, which at the time would have approximated what Miami-Dade was doing with their surtax program. By the way, the only county in the state that enjoys that. We've been running into a wall legislatively every year since I've been alive, trying to be number 2. And then we had a commissioner who said, why don't we do a $500 million bond program? And to the board and the county administrators' seriousness about it, ask finance to take a serious look at that. So what we found out was that the interest carry on 500 million was 400 million. So we would get almost $1 of interest for $1 construction. Coincidentally, at that time, the first 2 of 13 tax increment areas associated with CRAs in Broward, there's 13 tax increment CRAs in Broward, terminated. That value at the time was a total of $9 million. And I went, that's money that's going back to the city share. It goes back in the general fund. Our share goes into the general fund. Let's play out the termination of that whole 13 and see where we get over the next 10 years, because they'll be gone by 2030. As it turns out, if you do a pay-as-you-go program, which is what our Affordable Housing Trust Fund and our GAP program, that's how it's funded, over that period of time, we got twice as many units for half the cost. So that was just kind of our way of finding the solution. We were a little bit fortunate in that there were 13 that we're going to terminate. It's real money. It's real general fund dollars. It has to be a real priority for the board for it to be sustained. But that's how we got there.
Okay. Speaking about just financing TODs and P3s, et cetera, Aaron, what are, from your perspective, what are some opportunities that you've seen that are, for financing TODs?
So as a firm in general, we like to be a little boring as it relates to financing. We like Nathan, for example, financed a tower in Douglas with a 50% loan, and we just broke ground on another one with a 50% loan. So usually we don't like to get too creative, but there's one that I think it's worth mentioning, and that's the one to bring it back to our Boca project we're doing together with Dave and SFRTA, and that's a program called RIF. So I don't know if you've heard of a program called RIF from the federal government. It was augmented on the Biden infrastructure plan, and effectively there's like two prongs to the program. Well, one called TIFIA, one called RIF. But effectively what that is that they recently qualified TODs as infrastructure that qualifies for federal financing. And the program is amazing. You get about up to 75% of eligible costs, which really means 69% of actual cost financed for 35 years at a fixed rate at treasury rates, plus a little bit of a spread. And that is a very interesting program that we have been working very hard with SFRTA to try and close. And we will actually be the first one in the nation, the first TOD project, mixed use in the nation that gets through that program. So we're super excited. Hopefully we can get it done before the end of the year.
Nathan, let's, we're talking about different financing opportunities and options. What about, from a bank's perspective? What are some of the guidelines or some of attractiveness of different?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. One of the great things about Opportunity down here is that we have this long track record now of building TOD projects. I mean, Aaron and I, TD and 13th Floor Investments have done like 4 towers on the Miami Metro Rail. And, the Miami Metro Rail, the Bright Line, it's been proven that you can look at those projects, they're going to get higher rents. They're going to be successful if they're well amenitized. I'm sure the Tri-Rail is going to, do well as well, just because of all that history. So that's a really good starter. Secondly, we're in a market where there's a ton of demand. There's a lot of investment happening down here. And then third, I'll just note that I think on the East Coast, South Florida has the most banks in one area, only second to New York City. And that's just because of all the Latin American influence and global influence. So there's tons of opportunities. Traditional banks, on a TOD project, we're maybe financing 50 to 65% loan to cost. There's debt funds, private lenders that will go up to 80%. And then there's also a lot of agency debt out there. Like Aaron mentioned, different programs, Fannie, Freddie, they might take a lot longer, but they're there. So it's a great time to be financing these projects. Today, I can't talk about tomorrow or what's on the horizon, but hopefully interest rates come down and it just continues.
Great. Dave, I want to maybe circle back around to something we were talking about before, which was kind of the partnership. And what can is there something that can be done that's not necessarily in delivering the specific BOCA, et cetera, but something that can be done between like an agency and governments or whomever to kind of better align sort of the capital planning and investment strategy, something up front. If a developer or an agency is interested in kind of taking a look at TODs at Tri-Rail stations, is there something they could be doing to better align with you?
So yeah, there's a list of things. But first is working with your MPOs and the DDAs and all the associations that are there that can help you with zoning and help you, go back and go to the municipalities and look for something similar to the RTZs or something like that, to be proactive so that when you are going to go out for those RFPs, you have an attractive model to give. But stepping back from that, I think if you look at, a transit agency in general, a railroad, that is, we have to be really good at what we're here to do. Right. And so we have to run safe, clean, reliable transit systems. Like that's number 1, 2, and 3. And for the people because you want people to want to live around it. Right. So no one wants, I came from a freight railroad. No one wants to live around freight yards, so a TOD was a foreign concept to me when I moved over. But you have to be someplace and something that people want to live near or be near entertainment, like, or anything else. If you're not running a good system, if you're not running a clean area, safe system, forget it. You're not getting any interest. So that's number 1. So, that to me is probably the absolute most important. And even if you're not reliable, like some of the people in these TODs aren't going to ride your trains, but you still have to have that area that people want to be. So that is of paramount importance. And then, to remember what you are and it's we as a railroad, we're the ultimate fixed route, right? I mean, once you have a commuter rail, 99 times out of 100, it's there for a long, long time. But and even if you're in an area where you don't want density, if you're in the rural areas, if you're, you really, where do you want the density? The density around the railroad is perfect. Like we're set up perfectly for it. So if the density is coming, the population's coming. So you can plan ahead and put it where you want it, or it's going to sprawl and go where it goes. So the transit stations, the bus stations, the train stations are the perfect places for those. But we first and foremost have to have a good product.
Good point. So this is the part where I'm going to drive Araldo crazy and change a bit from the format and see, first of all, before we continue on, any questions, anything that here our participants want to bring up, or we can continue our discussion? Yes, Senator.
Latest update on continued viability after your joke on continued viability. Latest update of after your joke on continued viability of Tri-Rail, which we all hope will succeed. I think we in Palm Beach and Dade all have resolutions on our agendas in support of the state continuing to fund you.
And thank you, Senator, for the question. And, we had a meeting yesterday and, we're continuing to work with the counties and FDOT, and it is really overwhelming the support we've gotten from everyone in the counties and the state. I think that the one thing we can all agree on is that everyone sees the value in Tri-Rail. So that answered question number 1, because when we started having these meetings, we sat down, there's 2 questions we need to answer. One is Tri-Rail of value. Is it worth keeping? And the second is at what cost, right? So we've answered the first question. I think overwhelmingly that people in South Florida absolutely see the value in Tri-Rail. So that makes me very optimistic on the next steps. So I do believe the next steps are going to be in Tallahassee when session comes up. We've had verbal support and things like that. So we're going to be lobbying, and everybody, I didn't bring my tin cup today. I brought one. But we're going to be lobbying everybody. But because I think the half the battle's won. That I haven't met a single person yet, and I feel like I've spoken to everybody in South Florida about this recently, but I haven't met a single person yet that said, "Good, let's shut it down." That to me, I think is fantastic. So I'm optimistic, and so I think we're going to continue the dialogue with the counties and the state. But I think with that universal acceptance, I think everybody wants to see it go forward.
Hi, Barbara Armand, City of Hollywood IT, retired. Do the RIF program, does the RIFs program through the federal government, does that require P3, or is it just available for any TOD?
It has a list of requirements. One of them is that you do have a public partner. Now a ground lease where the landlord is a public entity qualifies as a public partner. And another important requirement is that it has to be a certain distance from an on-grade commuter rail. So there are several requirements. The distance is half a mile, I want to say. So it's a little bit of a wider circle. You don't need to be adjacent to it, but there are requirements and there are strings attached. There are many things that you have to do in your development that somewhat federalizes the project. So there are strings attached that come along with it, but overall the cost benefit is positive.
All right, well, we'll continue on with our discussion up here. So, on the other side of the coin, what are some of the unique financing challenges? Aaron, for you and Nathan, what are some of the unique financing challenges with P3s, with TODs? You know, this morning, we heard everything from the issue of a mix of unit types from affordable and workforce and market. What are some of the challenges, both from a developer's perspective and then also from the bank's perspective?
I think from a developer's perspective, what we have to understand is that even though you may get zoning code relief, the panel prior to us was talking about with Nathan and all the great work that they've been doing, it doesn't necessarily mean that you will be able to take advantage of it, because the ultimate regulator of these projects, happening or not happening, is the money. These projects cost hundreds of millions of dollars, and you got to go and get a monster loan, and you got to bring significant equity to the table. And at the end of the day, they are going to be incredibly critical about you taking risks. So take, for example, a very simple one that's a topic of conversation: parking. In our Douglas deal, we pitched 4 towers, 1,500 units, a grocer, public improvements, renovating a train station. And our entire book to go and raise capital was maybe 30 pages. But then it had an addendum for parking that was maybe 120 pages, which dealt with how are we going to deal with the fact that we are not building enough parking because it's a TOD. And it was a process. We had plan B and plan C and plan D and plan B to the plan D of securing neighborhood garages and putting stackers on the neighborhood garages. And we had the lease agreements negotiated for the neighborhood garages to put stackers. It was like a whole thing. And so I think the point being is that, zoning relief and like the opportunities that public-private projects present for projects are amazing, and we should continue to foster them, and they should be there. At the end of the day, to your specific questions, lenders and capital has a significant seat at the table at making, the go, no-go decision on specific projects. And with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks. Yeah, no, that's a really good project to bring up, Aaron. That Lincoln Douglas project that you guys spearheaded is almost like a case study. If you haven't checked it out, it has the Miami Metro Rail, it has a bus terminal, it has the Coral Gables trolley, and the Miami Underline all coming together with a grocery anchored, multiple towers. So yeah, parking is definitely something that's always something you have to figure out because you don't want to get it wrong. Another thing I would just mention is the Live Local Act. It's definitely beneficial. The issue that banks have, most big banks, is that we can't underwrite the tax abatement. And the reason is because, one, it's only approved after the project is built and the loan closes before that. And also it needs to be recertified every year, which gives angst to any lender because we're going to size our loan based on that income and that expense. So, that's one thing that kind of hinders better banking experiences with that. Another thing that always comes up is the ground lease, which is like so important. All banks, all lenders are going to want to put a ton of rights in the ground lease. So making sure that that's tight. Something that comes up in the ground lease a lot is to reset the rents based on the prevailing market value later on, which is like a big no for banks. We need to know that's an uncertainty that we can't, figure out later on. If there's a huge expense that comes up from ground lease rent, that could trip our debt service coverage ratio. That could immediately require a pay down. And if there's no pay down, that could be a default on the loan. And then lastly, I'll just say that, you know, again, parking. It's that you got to get that right. Thanks.
So, just to add my own 2 cents on this, that's not here in the questions. I brought this up when Nathan and I were talking, the whole issue of parking. Back about a little over 25 years ago, I was with Florida DOT negotiating a joint development agreement at a park and ride lot in Broward County. That's also a tri-rail station. And it was easier with the developer, but then we sat down with his financing company, and it was a single location that needed to accommodate park and ride, parking for a tri-rail station, and then the development. And the design, the issues of style, the mix of development types was nothing compared to trying to figure out what was the right parking number to meet the financial company's requirement on a use that all three uses required parking. So I have my own 2 cents to add to that, of experience to add to that. Ralph, let's talk about equity and affordability some. What are some of the financing strategies to support equitable TODs? Again, we heard some in the previous panels about the mix of types, from affordable to workforce to market. Does that play into the mix? I think another issue regarding that is the expectations. Is there any issues that come to play where the expectations of what a market unit will be, both in size and features, will be how that will compare to an affordable or a workforce unit in the same TOD?
Sure. So mixed income affordable housing is a relatively new phenomenon. I know when we were doing a deal back in 2017, it turned out related on a competitive basis, got a piece of property downtown, which we're going to do a ribbon cutting on next week. And we said we wanted mixed income housing and market rate. And they came to the table and said, yeah, we'll give it a shot. It took about 5 years and probably 3 iterations or more to come up with a capital stack that worked and that a bank would find fundable. But sitting here today, we're going to get 195 units, of which 150 are affordable in a mix of 80, 100, and up to 120, and then about 45 market rate units. Oh, and by the way, at the last minute, they came in and said, we want to blend a bond deal into this. And I said, great. First of all, it gets me a fee. Secondly, they proposed 50 units at 50% AMI. They flew off the shelf. And someone earlier was talking about the quality of development that the modern affordable housing property presents itself, which is indistinguishable from market rate for the most place. I know, 13th floor definitely can attend to that. I've been to their stuff. Is what this is in this project. So point being is that no one was really talking about it, and everyone was kind of afraid of it. We insisted on it, and since our program has started, our GAP program started, we don't require it. We talk a lot about it. We push real hard, and we give bonus points for it. It's amazing how competitive bonus points are. Really amazing. I'll give you a quick example. I'll get off the track for a little bit. After we did this for a couple of years, we started in 2018, and Broward County is completely built out, and it's completely incorporated. There's about a square mile of unincorporated area. And we were finding that we were getting a lot of interest in our funding, but we weren't getting any participation on the part of the cities. So we put 5 bonus points in there for every $1 million that you brought from the city where your project was located. The first year, we had a Fort Lauderdale project that came in with $8 million and went right up to the top and was #1 ranked. Since that time, collectively, we've had $61 million in local government commitment. For me, that's free dollars, because absent those 5 bonus points, we would have never seen it. And it's amazing that I didn't have to tell the story. The development community carried that water for me, and it worked. So the notion of mixed income, with affordable, I think is modern, and I think that's where the world is going and needs to go. And we found that there really hasn't been any resistance where we have delivered that kind of product with the private sector anywhere in the county. And we're almost all over the county. So definitely all in on mixed income.
And as you're saying in the example, there was really no meaningful difference in the quality between the affordable or the workforce and the market units in the same development?
Not at all. And let me add a couple other perspectives. 50% of the workforce in Broward County, literally half of the employees in Broward County are earning 60% of area median income. That's 20% below low income. That's 48,000 a year for a single person. We are dead last in the state of Florida for the number of units available for that income cohort, at less than 25 for every 100 families. That's our economy. We're a service economy. So it's really important that the board has bought into this gap financing program to deliver those kinds of things. But what we discovered prior to the gap financing program, it was really hard to do a bond deal in Broward County. And by the way, I get $100 million a year from the state, free, for bond deals with non-competitive 4% tax credits. And we were saying, okay, only a 15-year affordability term. Our fees are like lower than anybody else. We go faster than anybody else. And we would get a bond deal or two a year. What we found is once we started doing the gap financing, we committed to, if you get that $5 or $7 million of gap financing, we will guarantee you a bond deal, 20, 25 million. So suddenly we were finding that our bonds were oversubscribed. And so we went to the board and said, we need $20 million in gap to fully absorb every year that $100 million. And that has happened every year. So it's amazing how these things evolve. When I talk about the local government contribution, how the Housing Finance Authority is suddenly marketing and using their complete bond allocation, and the blending of the mixed income in all of the deals. Sometimes it's good thinking. Sometimes it's an evolution of thinking. And that's how our program has evolved.
Wow. Pretty interesting. And Nathan, you want to add?
Yeah, I'd like to add on to that. So Ralph and I sit on the Broward Housing Council, and a couple of years ago, we petitioned a study that showed that 95% of Broward County residents can't afford the median single-family home price of $600,000. So, that's crazy. Affordable housing is needed, and Ralph's been fighting that cause, and hats off to you. What we're seeing more and more is developers meeting with community redevelopment agencies and getting grants. So maybe 1 out of every 2 projects I look at, there's a small grant. So they've been dealing with them. We're also seeing once in a while more LIHTCs, in market rate deals trying to be used. And I would just note that, from a banking standpoint, traditional banks need to do a certain amount of community investment. That was from the Community Reinvestment Act. I'm lucky I work for TD Bank. Not only do we kind of do that, but we've passed and have an outstanding rating on that. So, we want to do it. But if you have units at 80% AMI or less, banks can get CRA credit for that. So that'll make a bank want to do the project even more and might even help with rates or something like that. So just wanted to add that.
Okay. Dave, I think it's your turn to wax philosophic more about TODs. Anything, we're talking, and then specifically about kind of the housing, with affordable and workforce housing and mixed development. Anything that, you're hearing here today that, anchor institutions and these organizations can do to support long-term transit-oriented growth?
So, listening today, I think there's such a need and such a want, but somehow we have a hard time pushing it over the finish line. Miami-Dade has done a fantastic job. Where I came from in Austin, very robust, and I do think, at least from our selfish perspective, at Tri-Rail that once we get this project at Boca, going and breaking ground, people will see that, we're a good partner to work with and you can work with us. And get those things moving. But to your point, also, I think as we look at, you have the train stations, but if you look around and if you want to have a successful long-term TOD, the anchor institutions are pivotal. So you look at your hospitals and you look at your universities and things, and people look at that. Somebody mentioned Bed Bath and Beyond earlier, which probably seemed like a really good anchor, a few years ago. But so when you look past that, you look for things that are established and they're going to be there for a long time. And again, you look at the hospitals, you look at the universities, things like that you can put around these stations that just add that sense of longevity for that area, I think is key.
Ralph, I want to come back to you about kind of lessons learned about trying to balance financial feasibility with long-term community benefits. Randy just stepped out of the room, but in his opening session, he mentioned about, for example, the how the evidence of 5 to 10% increase in property values around in TODs or around transit stations. And we've heard a number of other statistics. Anything that you've learned in trying to balance kind of your program over the years with longer term community benefits?
Sure. I should have printed out what Walter Duke did for us about, this budget session. He actually did an economic analysis of the impact of that 4,300 units I was telling you about. It is overwhelming. There's one statistic that ends in billion. There's hundreds of millions of dollars that flow into the community. And it's interesting when you think about affordable tenants. When they have an affordable unit, they actually have income that they can spend in the community, and it starts to spin around like a normal economic development model. So that's been very important to us. One of the things that we've endeavored to do is to find sources of funding. And I don't know if Darby's still here. I'll use my phrase, affordable housing is a real estate deal with a subsidy. And, our gap financing program gets a lot of attention. But the Geller Amendment, which was a year ahead of its time statewide, suddenly opened up what was a county that really was no longer developable. In Broward County, you could only build where you had residential land use. That was all built out. And the only place to go were the commercial corridors, which we had tons of them. So all of a sudden overnight, that amendment opened up a market for development. We also kind of reflecting on Nathan's comment about what Live Local does in terms of tax exemption. We started before Live Local what we call project-based TIF, which actually is tax exemption. But in our deals, what we do is, I'll give you a quick example. We had a 400 unit project right down here on Andrews. It's under construction right now. 200 of the units we negotiated for affordability, a mix of income. And the way the deal worked, our benchmark was $50,000 a unit subsidy. It came in at $53,000 a unit subsidy. And we in the city of Fort Lauderdale shared that total. On our side, it was $5.5 million. And what we did is when the project was CO'd, and the new taxes came in, we took half of our share and we allocated to that $5.5 million, and it played out probably over about 12 or 15 years. So half of it went to the general fund, half of it generated 200 new affordable units. I told Senator Geller, no, we didn't have to come out of pocket for that money. No, we didn't have to carry that money. We had zero risk.
Wow.
So we've done that 4 times. So that's just an example of trying to be forward thinking about opportunities. And I think affordable housing is so difficult. And the financing is so complicated that we just have to keep digging and digging for these corners and these edges and these new fresh ways to get at it. And I think that's an example of doing that.
Yeah, some great examples, Ralph. Thank you. Let me turn back here to our participants. You were directed to ask your question again, right?
lot about finances. Financing. I understand it is very difficult to have affordable housing because at the back end, one of the things that I've learned as an urban planner is that a city will not be a city without developers. Developers are the ones that makes the cities, right? And it's very important that we create the regulations to make sure it goes in the correct way. And we also have to learn that our vision may not be, although we may think of something in our head, we also have to make sure it's for the community. For example, I know Davie is a city where, you have horseback riders. A 20-story tower may not be suitable for that community. In my mind, it may be because, it's density, but we still have to consider that we have horseback riders and that's a part of the culture in the community. So I was paying attention to the finance and it's kind of like a double-edged sword. It's like, you want affordable housing, but how can you subsidize it or do it, on the backs of the developers? And it's like, the funding is not there because of the different sources that are coming. So I understand where you're coming from.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Wait. They're coming to you with the mic.
I'm curious about the CRA credits. I've not heard of those before. Can you give a little bit more detail of exactly what that is and how is that used?
Yeah, sure. So there's a law called the Community Reinvestment Act, and it basically has to make banks invest in lower income and middle income communities and invest in the areas that they're in. So every bank has a CRA rating. It's usually like a 3-year cycle, and they get rated by the government agencies. Thanks.
We go here and then you're next.
Hi, thanks very much for this presentation. I was wondering if the EB5 foreign investor sector has had any meaningful presence in this mix, or can it have a meaningful presence in this mix going forward?
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, TD, we don't really finance the EB5. It's just some banks do. I don't know, Aaron, have you had experience trying to get it?
We've looked at it and we have not been successful in using it as part of our projects. It hasn't really been necessary, to be honest, because there are other ways to go at it that are simpler, don't take that long of a time, and the cost of putting together the whole EB5 program is pretty significant and upfront. And so we haven't had to use it as one of the tools to get TOD projects capitalized.
Well, unfortunately, we've run out of time. So I want to thank our panel once again for joining us this afternoon. Turn it over to Senator Gallup.
Thank you. We'll give a minute for the changing of the guard. If I can ask Commissioner Fisher, Commissioner Gilbert, and Commissioner Woodward to come to the front. It was full not very long ago, but for those of us that have been here since 8:15, it has been a long day, and I appreciate those of you that are still here. It has been a long day. Let's see. So according to my agenda, this begins with my being introduced. For those of you that were here at the beginning, you heard my introduction, so I'm not going to introduce myself again. And let me ask our 3 county commissioners to briefly introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm Marcy Woodward, Commissioner for Palm Beach County in District 4. I've been here all day with you. Thank you for those of you who stayed. I do appreciate it. I live in Boca Raton, so I have a regular commute to our West Palm Beach office. Transportation has become super important to me, and I'm happy to have this conversation.
Commissioner Fisher.
That was my colleague today.
Okay, how are you, my friend? Good to see you.
Lamar Fisher.
I'm very fond of Commissioner Fisher. He's an former mayor, excellent commissioner.
We get to serve together at the county. I'm Lamar Fisher, Broward County Commissioner for District 4 for Broward County, and I'm just honored to be here today. Actually, the mayor was to be here, but I'm the substitute, so I'm honored to fill his shoes the best I can. It was like back in 2018, and just love serving on this board. And recently, about almost a year now, I think, Madam Chair, I was appointed by the mayor to sit on the SFRTA board. So real excited about transportation, been involved with commuter rail, et cetera. Sam, good to see you. And we'll take it from there. Commissioner.
Commissioner Gilbert.
I'm Oliver Gilbert. I'm the County Commissioner for Miami-Dade County. My district is District 1. I'm the former mayor of Miami Gardens. I've had the pleasure of actually working in, I live in Miami-Dade County, of course. I've worked in Broward County as an attorney. I've worked in Palm Beach County as an attorney. And so I understand the interconnectedness of our counties and the transportation issues better than most. I'm happy to be here. Thank you all.
Thank you. And again, I appreciate everybody that has stayed. If anybody wants to stand up now and stretch, feel free to do so. I'm going to do this a little bit differently than the way that the other panels ran in terms of asking individual questions to each commissioner. I'm going to ask questions and then invite any and all of the commissioners to comment on each of the questions. So again, we've been talking a lot about TOD, and what works for TOD in Dade, in Broward, in Palm Beach may not exactly be the same thing. Somebody was asking about Davie, which I happen to represent all of Davie. I have District 5, which is a very suburban Davie, Cooper City, Southwest Ranches, most of Plantation and part of Sunrise, but only West Broward, where there is no rail at all. So I'd like to know what each of the three of you think about how you would define success for TOD in your county, and what are the best examples you can think of TOD in your county. And I've got a bunch of questions, so if you want to take a pass on one, that's okay. But, Marcy, what do you think? And then I'm going to ask Lamar and Oliver.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Geller, Commissioner, yes. Well, for Palm Beach County, we have 39 cities, and about 48% of our landmass is unincorporated. And unlike Miami-Dade, we only do zoning for the unincorporated areas. So we're currently underway with doing a transportation master plan incorporating all 39 cities, the school district being a big part of it, because I'm sure you all know school districts are a big contributor to traffic on our roads. But the big part of this is to help us identify, we have a number of our cities, they call themselves the donut. They're kind of the middle part of our county where we do actually still have somewhat affordable housing in these areas, but we don't really have the economic growth there. They're ready for it. It's right for this. And so we are in the process now of looking to have this consultant help us identify zones that maybe we can get to that Miami-Dade zoning that you guys have to bring our cities on board who want this and identify bus routes for ourselves, because doing rail is very, very expensive, but we can do bus routes very quickly and have proof of concept. And should that one day down the road lead to light rail, there's more discussions for that. But I always carry with me this handy little map. Sorry if I hit you. It's got all of our overcapacity roads right now that are our morning and afternoon rush hour gridlock roads. And most of them, a lot of this has happened west of where our downtown corridors are. So our downtown part, whereas all of our cities are, we're still managing. I know that I live east, so I feel the pinch, but then you go to some of these other areas and the roads are very gridlocked and they're limited access because it's very suburban. We've built a ton of gated communities in these areas, and all of them are going east for their jobs and then going back west to where they live. And we haven't really built the commercial out there. And they fight us every step of the way. Any of you who have to deal with rural communities or suburban areas, they don't want the stuff, but they need the stuff because they drive to my city to use it. So there's that. The stuff. And but we are starting to get a bit of a shift where residents are seeing, you know what, yeah, we do want some more of that commercial closer to us, so we don't have to drive what is now becoming 45 minutes to an hour commute just to go 8 miles east, because those roads are a gridlock. However, this consultant that we've hired is going to help us identify those corridors where we can, look at having bus routes for those point A to point B riders that could potentially use it. So we are in the beginning phase of this, and the future looks bright. I'm excited.
Thank you. Thank you, Marcy. Lamar, how would you define success for TOD in Broward, and any examples?
Well, going back what Commissioner Weber talked about, the larger aspect of the unincorporated, we are the opposite. We have a very small portion in which Senator, you obviously represent along with Commissioner McKenzie when it comes to that. And you're right, we only control that part of zoning. So we have the 31 cities that we try to partner with the best we can to be successful. If you look at our metro area here, like 6.5 million people, the Tri-County area, we're larger than, 31 to 50 cities here in the United States. So you see the impact that we can be, but it's the success, I think, has to be able to work together in the Tri-County area. And I know that folks before me and folks after me will continue that aspect and working on serious boards to do that. But if you look at success stories, TODs and TOCs have been successful in Broward County, and I don't want to talk about the Geller Amendment. I'm sure you've already talked about that, Steve, but that was an important part of trying to get our commercial corridors aligned with being able to create more higher density, to be able to do more affordable opportunities, since we are totally built out really at the end of the day here in Broward County. So as we look at success stories, we look at, putting kind of money where our mouth is when TODs are, the county was able to identify the property in Pompano Beach that we were able to purchase. And during that time, there was question about its value, but then obviously the Live Local Act came out and it just shot value up. But we're going to be able to put, between that and the Fort Lauderdale site that we were able to purchase, and again, always put our money where our mouth is, over 600 units on affordable. So they're very important to us. The success, though, has to be bought in with the community. I'll talk about that later, but go ahead.
Okay, Oliver?
Yeah, I don't, first, I don't know whether there's some confusion. We don't, our cities typically do their own zoning in Miami-Dade County also. And so, but what we have done with the rapid transit zone is we've expressed a desire to have them actually use higher FAR and higher density along rapid transit zones, because we believe that that's where density is appropriately placed. And we've also expressed our belief that if they choose not to do that, as the county, as the regional government, we have the ability to do that. And so I think that before we get to the point of TODs, we need to talk just a bit about what zoning is and what the role of a regional government is versus the role of city governments. I was a city mayor. I understand what being a city mayor and being what a city council member means. Like you are uniquely concerned about what is important to your city. That is not an appropriate consideration for a regional government. A regional government has to look at the housing needs and the transportation needs of the entire region. In our case, Miami-Dade County, and that's what the RTZ tries to do. There's some good, TODs. I forget the name of it, the one that David Martin has on US 1 there, where he has like the store. Yeah, so we have some nice ones that are coming up, but the challenge is going to be, and ultimately how I view success, is how we actually change how people look. There's this idea that Miami-Dade County, Broward County, and Palm Beach County, and if I were anybody, I'd rather be Palm Beach right now because you get a chance to learn from all of our mistakes. and mistakes are definitely moving north. I mean, they're definitely moving north because as the people actually migrate and as density kind of overspill, and you see it, you can actually see the problems growing north. And so you get a chance to actually learn how to approach rapid mass transit and density and development. And this idea that everyone wants to live in the exact same neighborhood that they were born and raised in, it's something that we can find ways to actually create a sense of community and a sense of home that's not an exact replica of what we grew up in. I grew up in Miami Gardens. It's going to change, but it can still feel like home. People who grew up in Coconut Grove, it's going to change, but it can still feel like home. People who grew up in Fort Lauderdale, it's going to change, but it can still feel like home. And that's going to be the challenge of TODs, finding ways to actually understanding that change has to happen, but it can still feel like home. That sense of community doesn't have to leave. And that's going to be the challenge that we have, convincing people of that, making them understand that you can't divorce, you know, transit-oriented development from density, from the affordability of housing. Like this myth that we can just keep building single-family homes and people can keep still living here, and we can also have a place that largely has not paced with wages, and and people can still afford to live here. That's just a lie. We have to actually attack it, and I guess in my mind, success is changing the conversation, making people understand the very real physics of the situation, the things we can't change, and finding ways, because once we attack that conversation, once we change that conversation, it becomes easier to actually promote TOD's density up and down corridors.
I'd like to follow up on something that Commissioner Gilbert just said, which coincidentally was the next question I had on my list anyhow, so it's easy to follow up on it. As I said earlier, when some of you were here, some weren't, that we have a lot of people. South Florida is desirable. We have more people moving in every year, and law of supply and demand says we have to keep building housing, building density. I'll use Fort Lauderdale, where you're sitting, as an example. They've been building a lot of housing here, a lot of density, and they've been getting a lot of complaints from the neighbors. Anywhere in the county, I see high density housing coming in. You always get a lot of the neighbors that come in and say, no additional density. And I complained earlier to the business community that they always say affordable housing is one of their priorities, but I've never seen them once at a zoning hearing coming in and saying, yes, we support additional density, which they should be doing. How do each of you think that we as county commissioners can build this support for additional density? Because without the additional density, prices are going to continue to go up faster than wages and the national average. Oliver, I see you grabbed the mic. You want to go first?
I think that we need to talk about the difference between affordable housing and the affordability of housing. And so there's always this thing with affordable housing. Affordable housing is one thing. We can attack affordable housing through our government programs. I see Nathan out there. We have programs we can help with affordable housing. But the affordability of housing is something else. We have had great conversation and work with our business community in Dade County around rapid mass transit and density, because they've come to understand that for them to have the workforce that they need, this is just a straight workforce. When I sit down with Royal Caribbean and those folks, this is a workforce question. They can't have folks be able not to afford to live here. And so they have
Totally agree, but has Royal Caribbean ever shown up once at a zoning hearing and saying, yes, we need you to approve this because we need more housing?
No, but I don't necessarily need them to do that. What I need them to do is, when people are asking them, quite frankly, when elected officials are asking them to give money to their campaigns, I need them to answer the question. I need them to ask questions that are central to my way of thinking, that we do need density and we do need rapid mass transit. People participate in different ways. I appreciate the fact that people come in and they say that they don't want it at zoning hearings. They did that in Miami Gardens when I put density in Miami Gardens. They didn't want it in Miami Gardens. They told me I wasn't going to be elected in Miami Gardens, and I did it anyway. So it's not like, this isn't one of those things that I understand how to expectation set. So for our business community, the expectation is going to be how they contribute to the political atmosphere. So we need people who are elected as policymakers who actually want to elect policy, and their only policy isn't getting reelected.
Right.
So ultimately, you have to actually see a Miami-Dade County, see a Broward County, see a Palm Beach County that exists 30 and 40, 50 years, where our kids and our grandkids can actually have the same quality of life. And that won't mean the exact same life. And that means we have to invest in rapid mass transit, and we have to densify corridors. It's not something we keep talking about it as though it's optional. If it's optional, the people who live in Miami-Dade County, who clean hotel rooms and serve food, will not be able to live there. And as rapidly as we are evolving into this tech and logistics and people from Citadel, yeah, but ultimately the bread and butter in Miami-Dade County, they still don't make a lot of money. And so having that very honest conversation with our business leaders, I think that we see them actually having that conversation with the candidates who are running for office. We see that conversation, and it might not be the visible thing we want, but the truth is that when residents and neighbors show up at zoning hearings, they don't care what Royal Caribbean's saying. They don't care that Royal Caribbean disagrees with them or anyone disagrees with them. They believe that they want, and I understand it, right? This is their house. They bought this house. They don't want anything to change this house that they bought. Our job as a regional government is to see things not on a micro level, but on a macro level. And that's my job. And I explained it, and I explained it to my residents. I'm going to do my job.
Good job. Lamar, you're what, third or fourth generation in Pompano Beach? So, not only is it you and your neighbors, it's your grandfathers and your grandfather's neighbors that you've grown up with. What's your idea on how we build support for added height and density?
Well, I think in my instance, what I was able to do as mayor of Pompano for 11 or 12 years was really trying to get the community to buy in, right? So you have your community meetings, you have your charrettes, you have the opportunity to get feedback on design and criteria, so you don't feel like you're shoving something down their throats, because the NIMBY effect, I don't care what you say, is there, right? And ultimately, those are the ones that are going to vote for you to get reelected. Your Royal Caribbeans are not going to vote for you. They might give you money, but they're not going to push the lever when they go into vote. So you have to be very mindful of the neighborhoods, but you also have to be creative and get them to buy in. If you look at Oakland Park, for instance, what they're doing in Oakland Park with the Sky Building, where they saw the future, right? They saw that the corridor was going to be on the rails, so they went ahead and invested and worked with a developer to bring a new city hall there, and to bring housing affordability there, and to bring retail there. And you see it in Hollywood, you're going to see it in Pompano, you're going to see it in Deerfield as well. But it really takes the local electeds, in my opinion, at the municipal level to really sell it as well. So you got to get their buy-in and then let them go out and be your cheerleaders to ultimately get the density you want. We all know we need density, and I think everybody pretty much, the new generation, has bought into it because they want to get out of their cars too, Steve. So they want to have mass transit available to them. They want to be able to get out of their unit or wherever they're going to be living, go into a train, go into a bus. We have the Primo plan. We can talk about that later. But rail is going to be very important. And we talked about our commuter rail, and we don't know where that's going to end up now with all the funding mechanisms that might be in jeopardy. But Broward County and the Tri-County has been very visible in trying to get commuter rail here on the east side of our communities. And it's going to be a vital component for the higher density and to build and cluster in those areas that I think that ultimately the neighborhoods will buy into. So,
okay, Marcy.
Thank you. I actually had to write a note down because I tend to forget. But for part of what we've been discussing, I already read it. Part of what we've been having some general discussions with is how do we bring new development without bringing new traffic? And that kind of puts it back somewhat on the developer or on the business that's coming to us. So, there's a conversation with the business that's coming into Boca, and they are coming in with the promise to at least 50% of their workers are going to be using mass transit. So they're not going to be driving their cars to the office where they're coming. That type of conversation, because when people come to yell at us about density, it's like, traffic, we can't take the traffic. We just, no, I'm here, no more, right? But to some of that extent, we are telling the people who are already here, our voters, our constituents that are here, we can still offer future development and have people and businesses relocate to this area. We can do some urban infill. We can, tear down that Kmart, put something else there. But with the promise from that business is coming in, what can you do to promise us that you're only going to bring this much traffic instead of the max amount that has always been part of planning? It's just this formula that gets put out there. If you're bringing, this type of business, we know there's a formula. We're told this is how much traffic is going to come. It doesn't have to be that way. Depending on where they're building, if they can put as part of their plan, we want to build this big ginormous thing, but we're going to tell the voters, hey, we're giving them this, but the promise is this much traffic, not what's allowed. And people do tend to calm down. Of course, a lot of them are like, yeah, I'll believe it when I see it, but we have to be firm with that enforcement and making sure that that is the reality. And as soon as we have a few of those successes come through, I think a lot of this will get much easier for us and future businesses, because really the whole goal of all of this is just to relieve congestion as much as we can, but certainly not to add to it. And then we can still bring the business that wants to come here. We want them to come. So there you go.
I just want to say real quick, because what Commissioner Commissioner Gilbert, excuse me, was talking about housing affordability. It was an eye-opening. A couple of years ago, I was on a panel with the mayor from Monroe County and Palm Beach County. We were talking, and where you remember that, where they were talking about where Monroe County
Another SFRPC meeting
actually is having to bus service folks from Miami-Dade down to Monroe County to work and then come back. Now you can see about how long that's going to last for an individual just to have that schedule to begin with and have a family and having to work. That really was that was a wow moment for me. That's what they're having. And now Monroe County's done some good things with some sharing of units and all that good stuff. But think about that. If you're a hardworking individual and you're getting on a bus and 6 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, having to go down the Keys and come back, it's unsustainable.
By the way, and Lamar and Marcy both spoke about the younger generation. I'll just add, I have two sons. One's turning 26, one's turning 29 this month. Neither of them got driver's licenses until they were in their 20s. Oliver?
Yeah, no, so I think it is not sustainable. And I've always looked at the ideas when you want businesses, but you don't want congestion. Like no one really wants congestion. But I'd be mindful about the sustainability of that. So one of the things that I find when we are trying to convince people is the problem with convincing people is that they have memories, and it's not just their memory, it's like institutional memories of one of the challenges we have with rapid mass transit in Dade County is someone 40 years ago made a promise that they didn't keep. It's not promises that we didn't necessarily keep. And so my experience is that when you have big business, it's that ultimately, no matter what's said, the traffic and congestion comes. That's what happens. And so brutal honesty and finding ways to mitigate the effects, whether it's traffic planning, whether it's parking off site with shuttles, whether it's developing a rapid mass transit plan to alleviate it at some point, those things are better than saying it's not coming, because the unintended consequence, they are telling you the truth as they're speaking in the moment. But the unintended consequences of building things is that people come, even if their employees right now, they're going to take transit. Eventually they move and they don't. I mean, it just kind of happens that way. And so it's a great plan, but it doesn't always pan out that way. And so I'd be mindful of that when you're planning that.
Marcy?
If I could respond to that, just to be clear, because this is about increasing density for businesses and for housing. And so when we allow urban infill of housing along with commercial, we are bringing the housing closer too. And if people do not have to have a car, even if we're not able to get all of those units into workforce or affordable subsidized housing, if they do not have to have a car, spending 40% of their income is very doable, because they don't need that extra car. I think it's about $20,000 a year is the expected expense for just a reasonable car, payment, insurance, gas. If we can remove that for people, and a lot of the younger generation, I have 3 of my own staff would not have a car if they didn't need it, actually want to live in a small apartment that they could afford and be able to walk to something to go out to eat. They would prefer that. But what has happened in our downtowns is that, and my husband and I, when we were in our 20s, that's what we did. We had a very small apartment where we could walk across the street. It was fine because we slept there. You know, we went to work, we went out, we fell asleep. That was it. It was perfect for us. Those apartments now in those areas where I would have wanted to live are not affordable for that age bracket, and they want to be there. And they are willing to go to a place like Manhattan and live in a closet because they can live in a place where they can walk to the stuff that they want to be close to. And I know I use stuff a lot. However, right now we have these areas, but they're not reachable for people in their 20s. Our young professionals cannot afford this, and that's the lifestyle they want at that age bracket.
Okay, have to go on to the next
I
question.
think she's right, but I think one of the ways we do that is we just approve very big buildings with no parking or very limited parking. Like, so you force people to keep their word in situations. So people are going to tell you that they're going to, like, it's going to be a transit-oriented development, then don't insist from a county perspective on the parking requirements or diminish them so that it becomes completely necessary that or impossible to have a car.
We've had that discussion at two of our earlier panels. So just to go on, and this is a really wonky question, policy wonk. So feel free to pass on this one and answer the next one. TOD is really expensive. We heard in our last panel about the financing of the D part. It's the T part that's expensive, the transit. With the exception of Brightline, which is losing money, there is not any passenger system that I'm aware of in the nation that doesn't rely heavily on, government subsidy. None of them make it on Farebox. So let me ask if anybody wants to volunteer an answer to any of this on ways of funding transit for TOD. I've heard discussions about TIFs right around the rail stations, about corridor-wide value capture, transit surtax, which I think Data and Broward both have other suggestions. Does anybody want to offer any suggestions on ways of funding the transit? And if not, I'll move on to the next question.
All of the above.
Okay.
It's going to be all of the above. So, but our mentality is, it's so interesting that we don't ask whether fire or police lose money every year. We don't ask that question because we understand that it's a service that has to be provided, right? That's what we understand, that it's a service that has to be provided. We ask that question. We artificially put transit in a proprietary bucket, and then we judge them based on the bucket that we put them in. I've never thought that public transportation was supposed to make money. Like, I don't think that public parks are supposed to make money. I don't think that fire is supposed to make money. And I don't think the police is supposed to make money. I think that it's a service that we provide in major urbanized areas that's required for us to exist. So we're going to subsidize it. There is one place in the country, it's the Strip in Las Vegas, that Farebox recovery, they get it. And that's it. That's the only place that is happening. We're going to subsidize transit and rapid mass transit. The question is, are we going to do it in an effective and efficient way? We're going to have to, because typically the people who are using it, and they can't necessarily afford to pay the full price. Like, the full price of actually paying for just the bus ride would break the average person who rides the bus.
Mm-hmm.
So, but we also know that movement that it creates and it allows for actually fuels all of our economies. So it does all of the other stuff. So yeah, we have to do things like rapid mass transit. We have to do things like create TIFs along those corridors. We have to do things like allow density and high FAR and take that value and put it back in transit. But ultimately, we have to concede the point that it's not meant to pay for itself. We created that illusion. We created it, and I'm not even sure why we did, because it's not one of those things that fits in the bucket like everything else. But we created it. And so I
Very
think
good
we can address
answer.
that.
I don't know if you can see David Deck smiling at you right now, but anyone else? Marcy?
Yeah, I was just going to say, and I think this is not something I think you can say in every room, but I'll say it here. I've often had conversations with people on how much do you think the roads cost, all of the roads that we build, and people never once question how much we spend on roads. And, I had someone tell me, it's like, well, everybody has to use a road. Not everyone has to use transit. And it was like, okay, but we're not using all those roads equally now, are we? But it doesn't matter because we provide roads. We keep them maintained, and it's a lot of money. It's I'm sure all of us, it's huge amount of our budgets. This is no different to me. It moves people. And, however we move people or goods, because, it's another road. It's another way of doing this. And it helps with the roads because if we provide a really good transit system, and we're not there yet, and just that we don't have the frequency. And if you've ever traveled somewhere in the world where it's a really good system, you can miss that train, but there's another one coming in like 10 or 15 minutes. Your whole day's not wrecked. We don't have that here yet.
Yep.
We're getting there, and it's going to take ridership to get to it. However, we have to change the conversation and the culture for people to consider looking at all of this as part of roads. It's transportation. How do we move people? If we pay for roads, we have to pay for this as well. Roads don't pay for themselves either.
Commissioner Fisher.
Correct. And just to piggyback on my colleagues here, it's a great time to say, do we have a successful program in Tri-Rail, right? So it's proven and it's increasing ridership every year. So we need you out there, the electeds and the professionals out there, to look at the other government agencies, such as the state of Florida, to be able to press upon them that, we can't fund it. All of us can't fund it as our counties. We can do some of it, but just don't cut us off at the knees right now. Let's figure out a way that we can continue the operation of Tri-Rail. It's beyond me that what happened this year, and we all say it's going to be fixed, and we're going to hope it's going to be fixed, but it's going to take all of us to get it fixed, because without Tri-Rail, you're talking about individuals who are not going to be able to get to work. They're not going to be able to see their family. They're not going to be able to do their daily shopping. What's going to happen? Then it's going to depress even more, and where these folks are going to be able to go, even they can't afford a car. They can't do it. So I'm asking you, and this is not a commercial, David, but it's more importantly, I'm imploring you to be able to help us be able to reach that goal, to get the funding back where we need to be on a successful program.
We've got about 5 or 6 minutes left before we go to questions. So we will have either one or two. At the South Florida Regional Planning Council March 2023 conference, this is TOD. That one was strictly first and last mile. And by the way, Freebie, I see you over there. You were one of the people that spoke at our March 2023 conference. Councilmember Gilbert was there. Yes. Let's have a discussion, because one of the biggest problems with mass transit TOD is first and last mile. How are you handling that in your respective counties? Do you have any bright ideas, new ideas, suggestions, anything? Anybody want to be foolish enough to volunteer to go first?
We do some stuff like with Metro Connect.
Commissioner Gilbert is always brave and always.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Well, Steve, the thing is this, it's my opinions are so a matter of public record at this point. So I've never changed my mind. This is like Nathan, I've been saying the same thing the whole time. I don't care. Like he's been in the room with me and I've been yelled at by residents from like Pinecrest, and look, I get it. You're mad at me. It's fine. I don't, my opinion is my opinion. This is like, I've studied it. This is what we need to do. And so we've done some stuff with like Metro Connect and some other things. When we try to, I want us to do it better, but to coordinate with our local cities. We split the penny down there, and we want, a lot of them have the trolley systems that are inner city. We really need to be coordinating those things. And so some of the stuff we can do just through coordination. So, because in an ideal world, those trolleys should, and that work within cities should be able to go a little bit out of the city, but they should be able to connect points. They should be able to help answer the first and last mile question. So better coordination and technology will let us do some of that stuff. Metro Connect and services like that will let us do some of that stuff. But ultimately, the acknowledgement that we don't want people to have, everybody to have an individual car is going to drive that. And so it still goes back to the mentality. And let me just say, I agree with something that was said about, roads. We all pay for roads, but when you all visit Tallahassee, let's just try not to lose the lobbying fight so badly to road builders? Because we're getting crushed right now. Like, I don't know how to get beat worse. Like, this is,
Well, I can answer that. The president is so supportive of roads and hates trains because Joe Biden took them, that I'm expecting that the federal support for rail is going to be going
I
down.
think it is too. And so, like, when you said everybody's saying it's going to be fixed, I don't know that. I
agree.
Yeah, I don't know that. I think that ultimately the Tri-County area, we're probably going to have to figure out how we actually incorporate a rapid mass transit system through the Tri-County area that allows us to be kind of a region. Because when you talk to folks like from the Council 100 and those folks, the business folks, they see us becoming like the next Manhattan, not just a tourism or sunny place to visit, but the next financial center of this hemisphere. But to do that, we have to connect ourselves. And they understand that, and they're having that conversation, but it's a conversation that we probably have to have. And I'm not sure the state's going to be there for us, because we haven't done a good job of consolidating our power as a region and saying we want this. If they'd have spent the money to build rapid mass transit through South Florida that they did to build roads where no one lives in Central and West Florida, we'd have a connected system right now. And so that's just the truth. That's the type of leadership and vision and connectivity and coalition building that we have to actually have a region that's forward looking, that exists in a thriving way, you know, for decades to come. That's what we need. And so we understand that.
Lamar, Marcy? Marcy?
Let you go, and then I'll follow her.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And we've been losing to road builders for many, many previous administrations. So yeah, with that, we've got to do better. And I thank you for saying that we as a region need to do better, because, you know, for my own, you know, in a county, like we don't always work with our cities, and we're within our own county. We're not working together, and we should, because the three of us together, or even South Florida as a region, come on, we're no joke, but we do not use what we have. We don't stand together, and this is something that we can and must do better on. And I think it's going to be on us. We're responsible for this, and we need to show force that we're serious. So, you know, thank you for bringing that up. I will say something I think would be helpful, and I know that I think the Broward MPO is the one that started this, is having a single app that people can use in a region. I want to get from point A to point B, wherever it is in this Blairsville that we all live in, because people don't even know when they're in from one city to the next or which county they're in. They just know I need to go from here to there. And if we have a single app that people could use, and it tells them, you know, you need to go to this bus station that'll take you to this train that will finish you off with an Uber, however we end up getting there, that's what we need for the people to use this. And ridership then gives us what we need for transit, and we will get the full transit system that we need, but we have to have people to buy in, and we have to make it so much easier. Everybody's walking around with one of these. You go to certain parts of the world, you pay a monthly pass even, and you get all of this stuff done. We're not there yet, but we should be, and we can do it together. The three of us, we can have all of our systems working together, and you just pay for it out of your phone and be done with it. We would have a lot more riders.
Lamar, I thought that we'd recently adopted a universal app.
Yes. Mr. Deck? So flow go, right? Correct. We're getting there. So it's being part of that. But just, I'm going to talk about the first mile, last mile, because, you know, we're blessed here in Broward County to have the surtax, although they're taking some of that away from us as well. But we have community shuttle bus systems throughout our cities. So we're able to use that. And we just was instrumental in doing a third ILA to our city's amendment to that surtax, where it allowed additional opportunities where community bus was not functioning well or the ridership was low, that we had the circuits and the freebies of life now that can become part of the community there in the city there, that can be part of the surtax. So thank you for that. But it's going to be a major influential on that first mile, half mile, or last mile opportunity. So that's in Broward County at least. Go ahead.
Well, we have run out of time I had 10 questions. I asked 4. Before but 4, some had 2 parts or 3 parts, but before I go on, take questions, I did want to point out that you were talking about regional approach. That's why South Florida Regional Planning Council. What we do is inherent in our name, regional planning. And we meet twice a year with the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council. So between the South Florida and Treasure Coast, that's Monroe, Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, Martin, Indian River, and St. Lucie counties, that's somewhere around between a quarter and a third of the population of the state. That's a big area. Are there any questions? We have time for one, possibly two. Are there any questions from the audience? Going, oh, I see a mic walking over. Okay. I was going to try and get through the going, gone, but
Not fast enough.
wasn't fast enough. I needed an auctioneer. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
First of all, I just want to say thank you to all four of you. I was going to try and sneak out early, and I felt like it would be embarrassing to go, but you really made it worth it to stay. I've kind of lost my faith in public officials and elected leaders, but listening to the four of you, I'm walking out of here a lot happier. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Whose district are you in?
And then I don't know a lot about transportation, but I the things you were saying made me think first, last mile and tri-rail. And I was thinking with these developers, rather than building codes and certain regulations that make them commit to building parking spaces, what if you made that more flexible? Have you ever thought about or tried having them commit to long-term dedication to tri-rail and funding it, or funding first last mile like freebie? And so that our children, my kids in their 20s, they live in big cities, so they don't have to drive and they love it. They pay a ton of money for a box in New York or in Boston so that they can walk to work or take the subway. So that's what they want. And Commissioner Gilbert, when you said you work to plan 40 years from now, that's what I'm doing. I'm thinking ahead about my children and my grandchildren and the people that will walk this earth long after me. So, and then another thing I was thinking about with Tri-Rail and the financial issue and the political situation is, why not get some of the big money hitters involved, the private businesses like big transportation, like American Airlines, who's so tied to Miami? Why can't they invest as a transportation company in Tri-Rail? Or why can't one of the big automakers like Volkswagen, who's already working with Deutsche Bahn and seeing it work? So they're spreading their financial risk and betting on public transportation. So those are just some ideas that you guys have all made me think about. Thanks.
Thank you. Can I ask what city you live in? You don't have to answer. Okay. You're reluctant.
No, Delray.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Woodward. She's helped me
Great.
before.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody want to take a shot at commenting? I'll just say that for some of the things that you're talking about, there are already, I mean, as you've heard, there's already a lot of discussion about a reduction in parking requirements, which means that there will have to be more transit. And that's already some of the developers that are agreeing, as you've heard from some of the earlier panels, that they get reduction parking if they put in bus shelters, if they put in bikes, things of that nature. So, you know, a lot of that stuff is already occurring. Commissioner Badhu?
Thank you. It takes our county commissioners to really finalize this great conference this afternoon. Commissioner Woodward, you're going to be great because you're going to take all the good stuff from Broward that we take from Dade County, all right? And you're going to be great in Broward County, in Palm Beach County. I live in both worlds. I worked in Miami-Dade County for 23 years. By the way, he was the former mayor of Carroll City, but he called it Miami Gardens. I live in my good district where Commissioner Fisher, he represents me. So thank you for the shout out for Oakland Park, because we have all that was discussion that's going on right in our downtown core in Oakland Park, literally. All that, so you come in, we open up our new city hall right across the street on November 12th. That's our new City Hall Day, where we'll have our first meeting at our multi-family unit, commercial ground floor, redeveloped area, right next to the Tri-Rail stop, where we're trying to get a stop there. That's our TOD. That's what we've been working on for the past 6, 7 years. In saying that, we have to come together. We have our president here, Ms. Holland.
Of the League of
Cities, 31 cities. She's going to coordinate that with Dade County and with Palm Beach, so we could go up there and beat back that property tax referendum vote that will occur. And that's another thing. We are going to the offensive, all our regions, all together. So we do have to make a powerhouse coordinated effort. So with that said, this was awesome. I'm excited for East County, for Broward County, and also added to the transportation, we might also have to add workforce development in order to provide income for these folks to live in these high-rise, attainable income development. We need to intensify our workforce development. That's why more industries, it's a great idea with the aviation, American Airlines, they helped out Dade County with MIA. We need to do the same thing in Broward and also in Palm Beach. So that's how it's going to work, to bring in more industry in. Thank you very much.
If we had more time, I would address that, and you're going to get the last question. Last question.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Councilwoman Mary Esme Irvin from the city of North Miami. Just wanted to address you and say one of the things that I do as a council person is whenever a developer comes and they're asking for community benefits, is that we actually get them to pay for the freebie that we have and get extra service for that first last mile option. So I just wanted to share that.
Yes, as I was saying, a lot of cities are already doing that. In conclusion, I can't believe that so many of you have stayed here since the 8:15 is when I arrived. I'm tired. I want to go home. I'd like to thank everybody. I think everybody will agree that this has been a long day, but also a good day in terms of educating all of the important policymakers about transit-oriented development, why it's important, the different elements, what we need to do to keep it going. And again, I'd like to thank the staff of the South Florida Regional Planning Council for putting this on. I'd like to recognize the executive director of the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, Tom Lanahan, and thank everybody for being here. And I hereby declare this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.